Chapter 901. After saying this, that elder withdrew his hand, no longer intercepting him. Below, the young man smiled cruelly. "Brat, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Remember, my name is Yen Song." The young man sneered and dashed forward. The long sword in his hand pierced toward Lin Xian like a venomous snake. This sword was extremely sharp, and the angle of the attack was very tricky. Very few people at the second level of the Venerable Realm would be able to block it, let alone the extremely weak Lin Xian. He was afraid that this sword strike would take his opponent's life. Dongfang Fenghuang shouted and wanted to intervene. However, a terrifying force shrouded her and restrained her. Not only her, but Bing Ling and the others were also shrouded by a terrifying force. It was obvious that the elder from the Yen family had intervened and restrained them. "Just watch. I don't need you to do anything to deal with a piece of trash." Lin Xian smirked and a cold look appeared in his eyes. Looking at the strange and tricky sword technique, he grasped the Lone Star sword and stabbed out. Blood spurted out and a figure fell to the ground. It was the arrogant young man from the Yen family. His sword was still 3 feet away from Lin Xian and it did not even touch his clothes. Is this the demeanor of a Yen family disciple? How unsightly! Lin Xian put away his long sword and sneered. "What?" In the sky, the few elders from the Yen family were stunned and they were shocked. Their opponent was obviously very weak. How could he display such a powerful sword technique? He killed their disciple in one stroke. It was too ironic. It was a slap to their faces. Previously, they were arrogant and said that the Yen family disciple was peerless. However, he was killed by a weak second-level honorable in one stroke. This huge contrast was simply too ironic. Around them, countless martial artists from the Yen family were shocked and could not believe it. Dongfang Fenghuang and the others sneered. Even Yang Lin and Yen looked at them with disdain. "Your Yen family is so pitiful. You're such a big family, but you don't even have a genius in the younger generation. How are you going to support yourself in the future? I advise you not to fight over the Lone Star sword. You should focus on nurturing the Yen clan's disciples. Otherwise, your Yen clan's disciples would be the laughingstock of others." Lin Xian shook his head and sighed, his face full of regret. Mockery, this was blatant mockery. The elders of the Yen clan were so angry that their bodies were trembling. They wanted nothing more than to slap the other party to death. The young disciples of the Yen clan were even more furious. They glared at Lin Xian and wanted to tear him apart. They were all young geniuses and believed that their talents were extraordinary. They didn't put ordinary people in their eyes. But now, they were actually being looked down upon by a weak and injured kid. This was absolutely intolerable. "Let me kill him." A young man from the Yen family slashed out with a strong murderous aura. Looking at the young man, the elders' eyes were filled with uncertainty. They didn't want to lose any more disciples, but if they didn't vent their anger, it would be too sullen. Moreover, although the young man before him was only at the second celestial level, his talent was extraordinary, and he could already fight against a third celestial level venerate. If they sent someone like him out, they would definitely be able to kill the other party. As for Lin Xian, he was extremely weak now. The attack just now was probably the last of his strength. This time, the other party definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Thinking of this, the elder in blue robes nodded. Seeing that the elder had given him permission, the tall young man revealed a cruel smile. He leaped high into the air and glided in the air like a beast. Then he landed heavily on the ground, causing the entire ground to crack. Countless terrifying cracks spread out in all directions, and the entire ground was split into pieces. "One punch is enough to kill you." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The person from before was also very confident, but now he's lying on the ground. "I advise you to get lost if you want to live. The disciples of the Yen clan are just trash. You're courting death." Tiger Flame's steel fist. The tall young man roared and threw out a punch. Terrifying energy roared and gathered into a ferocious tiger. Countless flames burned on its body, emitting terrifying energy. This punch was extremely powerful. It was indeed comparable to a rank 3 honorable. Lin Xian's face darkened. He pursed his lips and raised his arm. Holding the Lone Star sword, he stabbed out. A sword chi streaked across the air and quickly sliced the ferocious tiger apart. Then, the sword chi shone and entered the tall young man's body. Pung ping pung. In an instant, the terrifying and vast energy disappeared. The tall young man's body was split into two from the middle. His upper body fell to the ground, while his lower body was still in the charging position. After running for dozens of meters, his lower body fell down. Blood flowed out like a pillar and dyed the ground red. Cough cough. After stabbing out, Lin Xian's face turned even paler. His body trembled slightly and he coughed out a few drops of blood. Silence, absolute silence. The entire space was dead silent. Countless people widened their eyes in disbelief. After a long time, the martial artists of the Yen clan exclaimed. The elders in the sky also had hideous expressions. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. That was the genius of the Yen clan. He was a martial artist who could challenge those of a higher cultivation level. But at this moment, he was killed by an extremely weak brat. Their Yen clan disciple's body was split into two, but the despicable thief only coughed out a mouthful of blood. This huge contrast was something they could not accept. Lin Xian was expressionless, but he was roaring in his heart. He was indeed extremely weak. When he attacked just now, he endured the pain all over his body. Now, he felt as if his entire body was about to split apart. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and he forcefully resisted the pain. Moreover, he appeared to be calm and indifferent. His goal was to anger the other party to death. As expected, the other party was so angry that she was about to explode. "Brat, I'm going to kill you." The old woman in green had a hideous look on her face. She pointed out a finger and a jade-green finger beam pierced towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. He turned his body with difficulty and dodged to the side. This movement made the corner of his mouth twitch. His entire body felt like it was about to split apart. The finger beam brushed past his body. The terrifying aura pushed him back, causing Lin Xian to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood. "Damn it, old witch. I'll kill you later." Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Then he slowly stood up and smiled. "But the young one can't beat me, so the old one has to step in? Today, even if you're shameless to the end, I'll take you all on." "Ah, I'm so angry." In the sky, the elders' eyes were burning with anger. Their bodies were about to combust. They were too angry. He was obviously a weak thief, but he was able to avoid their killing moves several times. This made them go crazy. There's no need for the elders to step in to deal with a dying person. At this moment, a calm voice sounded. Chapter 902. That person was dressed in black and looked very handsome. There was a heroic spirit between his eyebrows, and the aura on his body was even more terrifying. He was not any weaker than the Yen family elders. The young man was also a third-level honorable. To be able to reach the third level of honorable at such a young age, he was definitely a genius. It's just a small matter. Why don't the elders do it? Let me do it. The young man looked calm and did not take Lin Xian seriously. Very well, then I'll leave it to you. The elders heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the young man. This time, the Yen clan's reputation could be redeemed. The young man was a third-level honorable and was not much weaker than them. It would be safe for him to do it. Bing Ling and the others were worried again. The young man was a terrifying opponent. Even if Lin Xian was at his peak, he would have to take him seriously. However, Lin Xian was extremely weak now. How could he defeat the young man? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect the Yen family to have such a young expert. However, it was impossible for the young man to kill him just like that. "Speak. Do you want to kill yourself to atone for your crimes? Or do you want me to do it?" The young man stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his chin and looked arrogant. "Do it myself?" Lin Xian laughed. "I don't have such a habit." "Then I'll help you. However, you'll end up in a miserable state if you fall into my hands. You better be mentally prepared." The arrogant young man laughed coldly and pointed with his finger. His finger technique was the same as the elder who had attacked earlier. It was the Yen family's ultimate technique, the void-penetrating finger. It was said to be able to penetrate everything. When the arrogant young man used it, its power was terrifying. The arrogant young man laughed coldly and pointed with his finger. His finger shone brightly like a silver dragon. It was extremely bright and let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. In an instant, the silver light arrived in front of Lin Xian and crashed into him. Lin Xian frowned and his eyes shone brightly. He could naturally feel the power of the finger. However, he was now extremely weak and did not have much strength left. He had to plan carefully to kill this expert in front of him. Therefore, he did not dodge. Instead, he used the red lotus armor and formed a red armor shadow in front of him. Bang! In the next moment, the terrifying finger light collided with the crimson armor phantom, producing a deafening sound. Lin Xian was also sent flying by the immense force. Fortunately, the red lotus battle armor was extremely powerful and neutralized most of the force. However, his body was currently extremely weak, and his remaining strength caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. I thought you were some kind of expert, but it seems like you can't even withstand a single blow. How boring! The arrogant young man raised his chin and stared coldly at Lin Xian. Can't even withstand a single blow? Dongfang Fenghuang was trembling with anger. She couldn't take it anymore. The other party was too despicable and shameless. Why didn't you say that when Lin Xian wasn't injured? Now that you're dealing with a seriously injured person, you still have the nerve to call yourself a genius? If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. Yang Lin snorted coldly. The other party did not dare to come out when Lin Xian was at his peak. Now that Lin Xian was weak and could not use his strength, the other party jumped out to make a fuss. He was indeed shameless. However, the arrogant young man did not think much of it. He sneered and said nonchalantly, "No matter what you say, he's lying on the ground now, and I'm unharmed. This is the difference between us." Difference? Lin Xian laughed. He stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said coldly, "You're a third-rank honorable. You don't dare to fight me in close combat when I'm seriously injured. Instead, you choose to attack me from afar. Tell me the difference between us. You don't even have the courage to fight me in close combat. How can someone like you be called a genius? You're just a coward. Do I need to fight you in close combat to kill you? One finger is enough." The arrogant young man sneered and was unmoved. Fine. Then try to kill me with one finger. Lin Xian's face darkened. At this point, he had to stay calm and provoke the other party as much as possible. He would only have a chance to kill the other party if the other party was enraged and fought him in close combat. "You want to die? It's not that easy," the arrogant young man said coldly. "I'll cripple your right leg with my next finger." He was very arrogant and directly stated the direction of his next attack. Only someone who was extremely confident or who had a huge difference in strength would dare to do so. It was obvious that the arrogant young man was superior and did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his finger and bent it slightly. Then he flicked it quickly. Buzz! The void was torn apart, and a silver ray of light pierced toward Lin Xian instantly. The direction and angle of the attack happened to be Lin Xian's right leg. Lin Xian gritted his teeth again and endured the tearing pain all over his body. He activated his spiritual power and formed the red lotus armor in front of his right leg. Bam! There was another earth-shattering tremor. He was pushed back and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. However, he managed to block the attack. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Lin Xian stared ahead with a look of disdain. Seeing this, the arrogant young man from the Yen family's face darkened and there was a look of anger in his eyes. He did not expect a dying guy to be able to block his attack. This was very surprising to him. You can't even hurt a seriously injured person. What a piece of trash, Dongfang Fenghuang said disdainfully. Weren't you very confident before? I think you're just slapping yourself in the face. Yang Lin said in a low voice. Bing Ling and the others also looked at him with disdain. Feeling their gazes, the arrogant young man was completely enraged. "Boy, you've successfully angered me. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. The arrogant young man's face darkened. He took a step forward and prepared to finish off his opponent in close combat. In the void, the few elders from the Yen family frowned. The other party had repeatedly provoked them and wanted to fight in close combat. Could it be that he was up to something? Therefore, the blue-robed elder quickly sent a voice transmission to remind the arrogant young man not to fight in close combat. Elder, don't worry. What kind of tricks can a dying boy play? The arrogant young man was very confident. If I can't even kill him, I don't deserve to be called the genius of the Yen family. Indeed, he had the right to be confident. To be able to reach the third level of the honorable realm at such a young age, his talent was shocking. He did not think that there was any suspense in this battle. With a stomp, the arrogant young man turned into a black shadow and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. This scene made Dongfang Fenghuang and the others nervous. Although Lin Xian had provoked the arrogant young man to fight in close combat, they were still very worried now that it was really close combat. The main reason was that Lin Xian was too weak now. It would be difficult for him to continue fighting with a third-level honorable realm. Bing Ling and the others sent voice transmissions to each other and secretly circulated their spiritual energy, preparing to strike at the critical moment. Lin Xian looked at the figure that was charging towards him and a cold smile appeared on his face. The other party had finally taken the bait. Previously, he had risked his injuries to take the other party's attacks head-on. He had finally angered the other party and started to fight in close combat. Chapter 903. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain all over his body. He summoned a blood clone while he gripped the Lone Star sword tightly. The arrogant young man arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. His eyes were filled with cruelty as he extended his fist and punched Lin Xian's head. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Lin Xian's body. The arrogant young man felt blood spurting out and the stench of blood was pungent. However, he did not know that it was only Lin Xian's blood clone that was injured. Lin Xian's real body quickly retreated the moment he punched and dodged the fatal blow. Lin Xian was using his clone to create an illusion and create an opportunity to attack. Now, the opportunity he had been waiting for was here. The Lone Star sword flashed and stabbed out quickly. A cold light shook heaven and earth. At that moment, countless people were shocked as if they had been slashed by a sharp sword. Bang! The next moment, the scene seemed to have frozen. In front of him, the clone that was destroyed slowly dissipated and turned into a bloody mist that merged back into Lin Xian's body. Meanwhile, the arrogant young man's body was stiff and trembling nonstop. A blue sword had pierced through his chest. That's impossible. I've already destroyed your head. How can you still be alive? He had a look of disbelief. You don't believe me when I say you're trash. Can't you see that? Lin Xian said disdainfully. Go to hell and think about it slowly. With that, he pulled out the Lone Star sword. Previously, Lin Xian had used up all his strength, so when he pulled out the sword, his entire arm was trembling. The arrogant young man from the Yen family was about to explode when he saw this scene. Such a weak person had actually killed him? He was unwilling and wanted to resist, but the power of the great dragon sword's soul bombarded his body. He could not resist at all and could only watch helplessly. Moreover, his life force was rapidly draining away. A cold feeling enveloped his body. He regretted that he had to engage in close combat with Lin Xian. Plop. When Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword, the arrogant young man's body fell to the ground. He could not be more dead. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They could not believe it. A third Sky Venerable Realm expert had died just like that? Bing Ling and the others widened their eyes and stared at Lin Xian with a strange expression. This guy is really scary. No! In the sky, the elders of the Yen family roared. Damned thief, I'm going to kill you. They were crazy, completely crazy. That arrogant young man was the pride of their clan, the hope of their clan. But now he had been killed. Aggrieved, too aggrieved. Those elders' eyes were all red like demons. Their bodies were emitting a terrifying killing intent. Die, you little thief. The green-clothed old woman shrieked. She waved her fingers and 5 streaks of silver light shot out like 5 silver flood dragons. They shot through the air at high speed, emitting thunderous sounds. The blue-robed old man also attacked. A blue palm with a mysterious aura slammed downwards. In an instant, a terrifying aura quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Attack! Bing Ling let out a soft cry and quickly attacked. She knew that Lin Xian would not be able to withstand such an attack. Frost danced in the air. Countless icicles rose from the ground and pierced the sky. They were like divine spears, emitting a chilling aura. Yang Lin roared and formed a seal with his palms. A huge rock cage was formed to protect Lin Xian. Dongfang, Feng Huang and Yan also launched powerful attacks to resist the elders of the Yan family. All kinds of collision sounds were heard. Light splashed everywhere and the entire sky was covered. When the light disappeared, Lin Xian was still standing there with a pale face and a mocking smile on his face. Seeing that smile, the elders of the Yan family were furious. Hee, the Yan family is really useless. They can't even kill a dying man. A charming laughter was heard, with a strong sense of disdain. Who is it? Come out. The blue-robed elder roared and his voice shook the surroundings. They were on the verge of going berserk. How dare someone laugh at them? That's courting death. You're so angry. But you seem to have found the wrong person. That voice suddenly turned cold. It was like a sharp sword that cut through the void. Then, an enchanting figure appeared. Behind him was a large group of martial artists. Vientiane auction. Seeing the enchanting figure, the eyes of the Yan family's elder shrunk. He did not expect the other party to come. Lin Xian frowned again. It seemed like his whereabouts had been completely exposed. Bing Ling and the rest stood together nervously. They did not expect to attract so many experts. It's so lively. A loud voice rang out. It was as loud as a bell, shaking the heavens and earth. A huge golden spiritual boat came from afar. It was like a golden ray of light. In an instant, it had arrived nearby. Countless martial artists stood on the spiritual boat. The one in front was a burly man who looked like a golden giant. He carried a huge battle axe on his back and his entire body was filled with explosive power. Quang Zhan. They did not expect the people from the huge axe city to come as well. Kid, you can't escape this time. Quang Zhan looked down and his eyes were burning. Countless martial artists flew over. Other than the three major forces, the Huang family and the Lung family from Windy City were also there. Anyway, they were all here for the Lone Star Sword. Kid, hand over the Lone Star Sword. Countless voices rang out, filled with greed. Looking at the martial artists, Lin Xian's face turned cold. He whispered to Bing Ling and the rest, "Listen up. Leave quickly. This has nothing to do with you." The situation this time was too dangerous. He did not want Bing Ling and the rest to take the risk. After all, they had helped him a lot. No! Bing Ling and the rest shook their heads. Although the situation was bad, they were not willing to leave. Don't worry, I have a way to save my life. Do you still remember the space teleportation platform? I still have it here. Lin Xian said through voice transmission. As long as you leave safely, these people will not be able to trap me. Really? Bing Ling and the rest lifted their heads. Looking at Lin Xian's confident smile, they calmed down. You said it. You must come back alive. Bing Ling and the rest nodded their heads. No problem. Lin Xian smiled. After which, he lifted his head and said, "The one you are looking for is me. Let the people around me leave." How is that possible? An elder from the Huang family sneered. Those who are here today, don't even think about leaving. An expert from the Lung family said coldly. "Umph." Bing Ling snorted coldly and raised her hand to throw out a jade token. The token enlarged in the air, resembling a jade door. On top of it, the words Immortal Martial were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Immortal Martial? Immortal Martial Academy. Seeing this scene, many martial artists were shocked. The eyes of the experts from the Huang and Lung families narrowed, their faces filled with shock. You dare to block the path of a disciple from the Immortal Martial Academy? How dare you? Bing Ling shouted, her voice containing a trace of anger. Chapter 904. The faces of the experts from the Huang and Lung clans turned black. They were filled with regret. Why did they have to take the lead? Now that they had offended someone from the Immortal Martial Academy, they didn't dare to offend them. Looking at the awkward expressions of the two clans, Ling Lin laughed coldly. If you don't have the strength, don't come out to show off. Hearing this, the experts from the Huang and Lung clans trembled with anger. They glared at Lin Xian, wishing they could tear him apart. All right, you guys can leave, but he has to stay. The alluring lady from the Wanxiang auction, Shangguan Xian, pointed at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Junior brother Lin, be careful." Bing Ling and the rest looked deeply at Lin Xian before soaring into the sky and leaving quickly. Although the situation was extremely dangerous, they believed that Lin Xian would definitely return safely. Moreover, they had another reason for leaving, and that was to seek help from the academy. For a peerless genius like Lin Xian, the Immortal Martial Academy would definitely not allow him to fall. Looking at the departing figures of Bing Ling and the rest, the surrounding cultivators laughed maniacally. The current Lin Xian was like a weak ant, unable to escape at all. He was completely at their mercy. "Brat, hand over the Lone Star Sword and I can leave you with an intact corpse." "Hee, I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." All sorts of arrogant voices rang out, eyes filled with greed. Lin Xian coughed twice, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and walked away shakily. "Brat, I advise you not to play any tricks. If not, you will die a horrible death." Shangguan Xian said coldly. "No matter whether you can get the Lone Star Sword or not, you will definitely die today. I will let you know the consequences of offending the Yen clan." The few elders from the Yen clan gritted their teeth. A group of people floated in the air, looking at Lin Xian walking slowly on the ground. All of them had cruel smiles on their faces. They were like a cat playing with a mouse, not in a hurry to make a move, but instead enjoying this moment of torment. Lin Xian's face was expressionless. He walked slowly, but in his heart, he was sneering. "A bunch of damned bastards. Just you wait. Soon, you won't be able to laugh anymore." He walked very slowly, but it didn't take long for him to arrive near Xiao Li's corpse. Lin Xian's goal was very simple. His body was currently weak, and he could not use much strength. Therefore, in order to deal with the people around him, he needed to have strength first. And Xiao Li's corpse was the best source of power. Xiao Li was a 4th-level martial saint and was extremely powerful. His blood contained a large amount of essence energy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had obtained the blood sword inheritance and could use this blood to recover. Therefore, in the next moment he bent his fingers and shot out a thin red light that pierced into Xiao Li's corpse. With a low shout, Lin Xian activated the blood sword inheritance and quickly absorbed the blood energy. "Not good, quickly kill this brat." Seeing Lin Xian's strange actions, Shangguan Xian's face finally changed. Her willowy eyebrows trembled, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. With a shout, Shangguan Xian waved her jade-like hands, and a pair of white jade-like palms slammed down from the sky. However, she was still one step too late. Lin Xian activated the blood sword inheritance and instantly gained strength. Although he had not fully recovered, he could already move freely. With a tap of his foot, he activated the illusory demon steps and calmly dodged the palm. At the same time, he clenched his fist, and a blood-red sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a ferocious dragon head appeared on the blood-red sword and swallowed Xiao Li's corpse. "Quickly stop him, this brat is about to recover." At this moment, the surrounding martial artists understood what was going on. All of them screamed in fear and quickly launched powerful attacks towards Lin Xian. Countless dazzling lights flew in the sky, and like meteors, they blasted downwards. However, Lin Xian was currently shrouded in a ball of red aura, and surrounded him like blood. On the blood-red light screen, there were strange patterns, and it was very strange, and it emitted a terrifying aura. This was Lin Xian activating the blood sword inheritance's secret technique, and quickly absorbing the energy. Soon, the blood-red light on the surface of his body became stronger and stronger, and it quickly rotated. A wave of energy exploded, and it spread out in all directions. Boom! An earth-shattering vibration sounded, and a blood-red giant that was hundreds of feet tall suddenly appeared. It roared and swung its arms, and all the attacks that were coming towards it were all blown away. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared, and his black hair fluttered. He was like a demon god, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The blood-red sword in his hand disappeared, and in its place was the Lone Star Sword that was blooming with dark blue light. After using the Blood Sword Inheritance's secret technique, in addition to the energy from Xiao Li's corpse, Lin Xian's strength had finally recovered. He held the Lone Star Sword in his hand, and his cold eyes scanned the surroundings. He was like the god of death, and he emitted a biting, cold, murderous aura. A bunch of old dogs, didn't you want the Lone Star Sword? It's here now, come and take it if you can. What's so great about recovering your strength? I'll kill you now. A figure flew out quickly, carrying a terrifying aura. It was an elder of the Yen family, and his strength was at the third heaven of the honorable realm. He attacked with all his strength, and a violent energy swept out in all directions. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold, and he quickly swung his sword. A head flew up and blood spurted out. Then Lin Xian used the blood-red sword to pin him in the air, and he quickly sucked his blood dry. A blood-red figure appeared behind him, holding a blood-red sword. It emitted a monstrous aura of blood, and it sucked all the blood dry. In the next moment, Lin Xian's aura became stronger. Shocking, absolutely shocking. A third heaven of the honorable realm could not even block a single sword. What a piece of trash. Whether it was the old or the young of the Yen family, they were all trash. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and he sneered disdainfully. In the sky, the elders of the Yen family were furious, and at the same time, a chill rose in their hearts. The elder who attacked just now was not much weaker than them, and he was also an expert of the family. However, he was killed in just one move? This made their hearts tremble, and they did not dare to act rashly. As expected of a half-Earth rank treasure, it's actually so powerful. It can let a second heaven of the honorable realm kill a third heaven expert so easily. This treasure must not fall into the hands of others. Berserker's voice was loud and clear, and it was filled with excitement. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe that he can fight against so many people. Shengguan Xian also shouted. Okay, let's attack together. Let's kill this little thief first, then we'll discuss the Lone Star Sword. Immediately, dozens of martial artists walked out. These people were all third heaven honorables, and they had terrifying auras on their bodies. When they connected together, their momentum was terrifying. Not to mention Lin Xian, they were confident that they could kill even a fourth heaven honorable. Chapter 905. Dozens of third-level venerables sneered as they pressed down on Lin Xian, creating an extremely terrifying aura. With so many people, it was enough to kill a fourth-level venerables. Lin Xian's heart was also heavy. He activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul to the extreme as he had no choice but to attack with all his strength. An intense battle erupted as sword chi flashed and light flashed, causing the entire space to become chaotic. Lin Xian had an offensive saint technique like the Great Dragon Sword Soul. At the same time, he also had the Lone Star Sword, a powerful half-Earth rank artifact. His battle prowess was astonishing. However, the opponents this time were too strong. Dozens of third-level venerables joined forces and their aura shook the sky. Even with the ancient treasure, he could only barely resist. However, the third-level venerables were even more shocked. They could already kill a fourth-level venerables when they joined forces, but they couldn't take down a second-level venerables in such a short time. This made them extremely shocked, and their desire for the Lone Star Sword grew even stronger. If they could obtain such a treasure, their strength would definitely increase by several times. Dozens of people joined forces and formed a terrifying light palm that blasted towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly slashed out a blood-colored sword chi. The two collided and produced a loud boom. Lin Xian was blasted back dozens of feet. His body was attacked again, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was no other way. The combined attack of dozens of third-level venerables was too strong. Only he could withstand it. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single move. Brat, so what if you've recovered your strength? You can't play any tricks in front of us. Hand over the Lone Star Sword, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. Seeing that Lin Xian was injured, everyone sneered again. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Do you really think you have the situation under control? You're all so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face again? What other tricks do you have? Use them all. With all of us joining forces, we can even kill a 4th-level Venerables. It's enough to deal with you." The blue-robed elder from the Yen family said ferociously. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at Lin Xian, killing intent radiating from his body. So what if I can fight a 4th-level Venerables? I've even killed a true 4th-level Venerable Realm Cultivator before, let alone you guys. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and carried a biting cold killing intent. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Indeed, before they came, Lin Xian had killed a 4th-level Venerable. Hurry up and get rid of this brat. Stop delaying. Shengguan Xian said softly. She also had a bad feeling in her heart. Everyone looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then, they activated the spiritual energy in their bodies and prepared to go all out. Lin Xian revealed an evil smile. He put the Lone Star Sword back into the scabbard on his back and closed his eyes. Inside his body, the great dragon sword soul had transformed into a huge azure dragon and was constantly colliding with the mysterious small sword. At the same time, Lin Xian's soul also entered the mysterious little sword. He manipulated the great dragon sword soul to form the azure dragon palm and viciously grabbed at the huge black cauldron. A low sound was heard. In the space inside the mysterious little sword, the 1,000-beast cauldron was attacked and emitted a terrifying aura. A black light flickered, and the momentum was terrifying. If it was outside, the entire ground would have been shattered. However, inside the mysterious little sword, there was no impact at all. However, the 1,000-beast cauldron was activated. Its entire body emitted a black light, and various birds and beasts swam quickly on the cauldron. "Come out!" Lin Xian roared. He used the great dragon sword soul to form the azure dragon palm and quickly grabbed at the 1,000-beast cauldron. Then he forcefully threw it outside. In the outside world, when everyone saw Lin Xian put away the Lone Star Sword, they immediately laughed and attacked. In an instant, powerful attacks came from all directions. If hit, even a 4th-level Venerable Realm Cultivator would die. Just as these attacks were about to land on Lin Xian, the air around Lin Xian fluctuated rapidly. It was as if it was about to shatter, and there were cracking sounds. A black shadow appeared from his body, and then it rapidly grew, forming a huge black cauldron that suppressed the surroundings. Boom! As soon as the black cauldron appeared, it brought with it a terrifying aura. It spread out in all directions, shattering all the attacks that were flying towards it. What? When the surrounding martial artists saw this, their pupils constricted, and they were shocked. They could not believe that Lin Xian could really neutralize their attacks. Damn it, what exactly is this huge black cauldron? It's so powerful! Everyone was shocked and confused. Even the Lone Star Sword could not neutralize their attacks. In the next moment, they felt the ferocious aura coming from the huge black cauldron. Immediately, their bodies froze, and fear appeared on their faces. The aura was too terrifying, and it made their hearts palpitate. It was like ants meeting a huge dragon. What exactly is this thing? At this moment, Shengguan Xian, Crazy Warrior, and the rest were all shocked. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. A layer of bright red armor covered his body, resisting the ferocious aura coming from the huge black cauldron. Then, his lips curled into a sinister smile. He pulled out the Lone Star Sword again, activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and slashed at the huge black cauldron. Don't. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Then, the entire black cauldron trembled. Black light bloomed from its body, condensing into a black pillar of light that pierced through the sky. An extremely terrifying aura instantly erupted. Feeling this terrifying aura, Lin Xian's face changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and threw out a mysterious jade platform, quickly teleporting away. Just as Lin Xian used the mysterious jade platform to teleport away, the Thousand Beast Cauldron finally erupted. A terrifying, ferocious aura covered heaven and earth, forming a cage. Countless black demonic beasts rushed out, charging at the surrounding martial artists. This change was too sudden. From the moment the Thousand Beast Cauldron appeared to the moment it erupted, it happened in an instant. The martial artists who came to kill Lin Xian did not even have time to react before they were surrounded. The Third Heaven Honorable Realm martial artists were still fine. With their powerful strength, they could withstand the pressure. However, the other martial artists were not so lucky. The black demonic beasts were like a black flood that covered the sky and earth. They quickly pounced on those martial artists. Instantly, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. All sorts of screams could be heard. It was like a scene from hell. No! Seeing their disciples being killed, the Third Heaven Honorable Realm martial artists' eyes turned red. They roared like demons and waved their hands, quickly slashing at the black demonic beasts. However, those demonic beasts were not real. They were just bodies of energy. There was no end to them. Even though the Third Heaven Honorable Realm martial artists were strong, their combined attacks were not effective. Not only that, the aura emitted by the Thousand Beast Cauldron was too terrifying. It made their hearts tremble. They did not have the time to care about the others. Chapter 906. The other Level 3 Venerables also cursed loudly. They wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Xian apart. Feeling the increasingly strong murderous aura, these people did not dare to stay and quickly fled into the distance. However, they had still underestimated the power of the Thousand Beast Cauldron. It was a complete Earth-grade treasure, so how could these people resist it? In the next moment, the Thousand Beast Cauldron emitted light and quickly expanded, completely enveloping the entire space. Countless black lights crisscrossed and surrounded all the cultivators. In an instant, countless screams sounded like the howls of ghosts. However, not a single cultivator was able to escape. Lin Xian used the mysterious jade platform and teleported hundreds of miles away. When he appeared again, he immediately stabilized his body and quickly flew into the distance. A pair of wind and thunder wings appeared on his back. Mysterious patterns flickered on them, and he flapped his wings. He was like a stream of light quickly flying through the air. After flying for a long time, he stopped and looked behind him. Extremely far away, black gas lingered like demonic clouds. It was extremely hazy, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Lin Xian could still feel the terrifying aura from so far away. Want to kill me? I'll let you enjoy your fear. Lin Xian sneered. He had seen how terrifying the Thousand Beast Cauldron was. Back then, it could even blast open the king's space, let alone those Level 3 Venerables. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xian came to a mountain peak and quickly sat down to recover. Previously, he had only used the Blood Sword secret technique to forcefully increase his battle strength. This secret technique had a certain limit, and the aftereffects were not small. Now that he was out of danger, he could properly recover. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and used the longevity art. Then he took out all kinds of spirit pills, spirit wine, and natural treasures. He quickly swallowed them. Lin Xian had so many treasures that even Level 4 Venerables would blush if they saw them. Half a day later, he opened his eyes, and his body had recovered to its peak. This recovery speed was terrifying. If others saw it, their jaws would definitely drop. On one hand, it was because Lin Xian possessed a variety of natural treasures. On the other hand, the secret art of longevity was shockingly powerful. In particular, the endless vitality provided by it was of great help to Lin Xian. No matter how serious his injuries were, as long as Lin Xian was still alive, he would be able to quickly recover by using the longevity secret art. Withdrawing his cultivation technique, Lin Xian opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. In the distance, the terrifying aura was still there, but it was much smaller than before. After calculating the time, Lin Xian felt that it was about time. Those third heaven venerables could not possibly resist for so long. With a sway of his body, he returned to the original direction like a phantom. After sprinting all the way, he finally returned to the original direction. Seeing the pitch-black cauldron in front of him, Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that the 10,000 beast cauldron was too terrifying. Just the aura it emitted was enough to make him tremble slightly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian once again urged the great dragon sword soul to attack the mysterious small sword in his body. In the next moment, the mysterious small sword released a mysterious aura that carried with it a desolate aura. Suddenly, the 10,000 beast cauldron in the distance trembled and spun rapidly. It turned into a black ray of light and entered Lin Xian's body. With a flash of light, it appeared in the mysterious small space again. Lin Xian was stunned. He originally thought that it would take a lot of effort to subdue the 10,000 beast cauldron again, but he did not expect it to be so simple. Moreover, from the looks of it, the 10,000 beast cauldron could not wait to enter. It seemed that this small glazed sword was indeed mysterious. Even the 10,000 beast cauldron could not resist it. Lin Xian did not delve into the reason. With a sway of his body, he sprinted forward. There, the ground cracked and shattered into countless pieces. Blood flowed, and countless weapon fragments and corpses were scattered everywhere. It was like a hellish hell. The ground was covered in blood, and not a single person survived. Thousands of martial artists and dozens of third heaven venerables had all died here. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's expression was cold. These people were here to kill him. If he was not ruthless, he would be killed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian turned and left quickly. Ancient Path Town. This was the only way back to the Immortal Martial Academy. In this small town, there were a few young figures, 2 males and 2 females. They had extraordinary auras and attracted the attention of others. They were naturally Bing Ling and the others. They had already sent a signal to the academy and were waiting here. This was the only way back to the academy. If Lin Xian returned, he would definitely pass by here. Do you guys think that Lin Xian will be fine? Dongfang Fenghuang was a little worried. He should be fine. Looking at junior brother Lin's last expression, he should not be courting death. There was no choice. Facing so many people, they could not think of how Lin Xian could escape. Even with the mysterious jade platform, it would take a lot of energy to completely shake off those people. The group of people waited anxiously. However, one day later, a young figure landed here. Lin Xian. Dongfang Fenghuang and the others had been paying close attention to the passers-by. When they saw the young figure, they instantly exclaimed in shock. "You're fine, that's great." Dongfang Fenghuang cheered. Bing Ling and the others also hurried over, their faces filled with shock. On one hand, they were cheering for Lin Xian being able to return alive. On the other hand, they were extremely shocked. Lin Xian was actually able to shake off those people in such a short time. His strength was too terrifying. I really want to know, how did you shake off those people? Bing Ling's beautiful eyes turned, staring at Lin Xian as she asked. Unless you have countless mysterious jade platforms. The mysterious jade platforms are incomparably precious. It's already not bad if I have 1 or 2. Lin Xian smiled. As for how he shook them off, that was a secret. Seeing Lin Xian smiling and not saying anything, Bing Ling did not continue asking. After all, everyone had their own secrets. The group of people gathered together to celebrate, after which, they rested and set off for the Immortal Martial Academy the next day. 2 days later, they arrived at the Immortal Martial Academy. Looking at the majestic mountains and rivers, as well as the halls scattered like stars in the sky, Lin Xian and the others sighed in their hearts. Although the past few days were short, they had experienced many thrilling experiences. Now that they were back in the quiet academy, it was a different feeling. After Lin Xian and the others entered the Immortal Martial Academy, they directly rushed to the mission hall. The mission hall was still bustling with people coming and going. The 100-feet-tall crystal screen emitted a faint glow. On it, there was information about the missions of the academy. Lin Xian and the others landed in front of the mission hall. After which, they tidied their clothes and walked into the hall. After handing in the missions, we must have a good rest. Everyone cheered. The mission hall was even more crowded. Everywhere, there were disciples completing missions or handing in missions. In the hall, there were crystal platforms with all sorts of detailed information on them. Bing Ling led Lin Xian and the others through the mission hall, heading deeper into the mission hall. She accepted a 4-star mission, so she was in the depths of the mission hall. "We're here," Bing Ling said. After which, she took out a jade token and pressed it against the crystal platform. Buzz buzz. Chapter 907. After the news was confirmed, Lin Xian and the others quickly received their rewards. Everyone's face was filled with joy. Lin Xian also checked his spirit tablet and found that there was indeed an extra 1 million spiritual value points. The others were also beaming with joy. They had all received a generous reward. It's worth taking such a huge risk. However, not long after Bing Ling handed over the mission, a middle-aged man quickly walked over. "Elder." Bing Ling greeted the middle-aged man respectfully. The others also hurriedly greeted him. "Yes, follow me." The middle-aged man turned around and walked inside. Finally, they arrived at a private room. "You're saying that the treasure this time isn't an ordinary treasure, but a king's treasure?" The middle-aged man frowned. "Yes." Bing Ling said, "It's indeed a king's treasure. However, the last king's treasure disappeared. As long as one investigated carefully, they would know about this matter. Therefore, Bing Ling didn't hide anything." "All right, you've worked hard. In order to make up for the loophole in the mission information, each of you will be compensated with 100,000 spiritual value points." "Thank you, Elder," Bing Ling and the others said. Lin Xian was also excited. 100,000 spiritual stones wasn't a small amount. "Elder will take our leave." Bing Ling led Lin Xian and the others away. After they left, the middle-aged man revealed a thoughtful expression. Although the Immortal Martial Academy was powerful, they couldn't ignore the king's treasure. Especially the information they had just received. The king's treasure seemed to be very powerful. However, they didn't know how it disappeared. The middle-aged man didn't doubt Bing Ling and the others at all. That kind of treasure wasn't something that a third-level venerable could obtain. Of course, if he knew that the so-called king's treasure was in Lin Xian's body, what kind of expression would he have? Lin Xian and the others walked out of the mission hall in a good mood. "This time, we must exchange for that thing." Yang Lin held the spirit tablet in his hand with an excited expression. Lin Xian also smiled and said, "Thank you, everyone. If you need anything in the future, just say the word." He was indeed very excited. With 1 million spiritual value points, he was one step closer to the dragon blood. After chatting for a while, they went their separate ways. Yang Lin and the others wanted to go to the true spirit hall, while Lin Xian wanted to return to the freshman courtyard. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lin Xian transformed into a streak of sword light and flew off into the distance. A sword light flashed and landed above the freshman area. Then, Lin Xian's figure appeared. "Older brother Xian. Young master Xian." Seeing that figure, many people stood up and shouted excitedly. "Let's celebrate today, then rest for 2 days. I'll take you to a place," Lin Xian said with a smile. Very quickly, the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion arrived. The current Dragon Sword Pavilion had close to 700 people. It could be said to be a large scale. After a night of revelry, everyone went back to rest. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing walked side by side to the courtyard. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian entered the courtyard. Then he completely relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. He was too tired and needed a good rest. He slept all the way until the evening of the next day. Next, Lin Xian began to organize the spoils of war and consolidate his cultivation. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion also focused on their cultivation. After another 2 days, Lin Xian came out. He gathered the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion and said in a clear voice, "What we need to do this time is very simple, and that is to take revenge. The Huang family of Wind-Seeking City has chased after me many times. What do you think we should do? Fuck, he dares to chase after older brother Xian, kill him. Kill him." The unified slogan rang out, shaking the heavens. Lin Xian looked at the scene in front of him and nodded slightly. There were many people chasing after him. The reason why he took out the Huang family was because they had the phoenix blood crimson gold in their hands. This was what he wanted. Of course, Lin Xian would not let go of the other forces who had chased after him. Next, Lin Xian chose 200 venerable realm disciples to go together. Let's go! With an order, the group quickly soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Wind-seeking city, Huang family. In the past few days, the atmosphere in the Huang family was much more oppressive than before. Many people had solemn expressions and depressed hearts, casting a shadow over the entire Huang family. At this moment, many figures were gathered in a magnificent hall. Directly above, a purple-robed elder sat. He had a dignified face and a powerful aura emitted from his body. On both sides of him were other elders, but their expressions were incomparably solemn. Patriarch, so many days have passed, but the people we sent out have not received any news at all, an elder said worriedly. Yes, even if they don't succeed, they have to send back news. What about the other forces? The patriarch of the Huang family asked in a deep voice. We've sent people to investigate, but there's no news either. This time, it was a middle-aged man who spoke. Logically speaking, with so many experts moving out, there was no suspense at all in capturing a second-rank venerable, even if the other party had a half-Earth-rank artifact like the Lone Star Sword. However, after such a long time and with so many forces, there was no news at all. This was too strange. Send people to investigate again. If there's any news, report it immediately, the patriarch of the Huang family said. Everyone replied. However, before they could finish speaking, a shocking force suddenly appeared. It was as if a demonic mountain had enveloped the entire hall. Rumble! In an instant, the magnificent hall was blown to pieces. The huge building turned into powder. The elders in the hall were terrified and tried their best to resist. Not only that, but the entire Huang family was also affected. The buildings near the hall all collapsed, and the ground cracked open. The entire Huang family was almost torn in half. Who is it? Countless people were terrified and rushed into the sky. However, as soon as they flew up, they were pressed down by a huge force and fell heavily to the ground. Some elders did not believe it and tried to charge forward. In the end, they were also smashed to the ground and vomited blood. The people of the Huang family were shocked. When they looked at the sky, their pupils constricted and their hearts almost jumped out. In the sky, there was a dark mass. Countless figures gathered, like a demonic cloud, enveloping the sky. A terrifying and powerful aura connected together, causing everyone to tremble. The aura was too powerful. Not to mention them, even a fourth-rank venerable would not be able to withstand it. Patriarch. A group of elders lay on the ground and looked at the patriarch of the Huang family with difficulty. The patriarch of the Huang family was also twitching his mouth and his heart was beating wildly. This was too terrifying. He could clearly sense that there were 200 venerable auras above. 200 of them. Not 2, and not 20. There were 200 of them. Even if they were all first-rank venerables, they would not be able to defeat them. Where did this force come from? Why did they want to cause trouble for the Huang family? The elders of the Huang family were stunned. Although they were usually arrogant, they were not stupid enough to provoke people from such a terrifying force. This scene not only shocked the Huang family, but also the entire Windy City. Countless martial artists gathered in this direction with shocked faces. It was too shocking. 200 venerables were enough to wipe out any force in Windy City. Who is this? How could they have such terrifying power? The Huang family is really unlucky. How dare they provoke such a force? Were they not courting death? Chapter 908. The scene was too shocking. With 200 honorables gathered together, the commotion caused was extremely terrifying. The Huang family patriarch said in a trembling voice, "May I ask who you are? Is there a misunderstanding?" The scene shocked everyone once again. Normally, if someone dared to cause trouble for the Huang family would not ask any questions and would kill the person immediately. But now, their mansion had been destroyed, yet the Huang family patriarch was not angry at all. Instead, he asked humbly. The surrounding martial artists could not believe what they were seeing. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? In the sky, a faint voice drifted over. Following that, a young voice walked out and looked down. "It's you!" Seeing the figure, many of the Huang family elders' pupils shrank and their hearts trembled violently. The person who came was none other than their target, Lin Xian. But shouldn't they be being chased by countless experts? Why would they be here? Also, why are there so many honorables behind him? The Huang family patriarch's face turned ugly. Since Lin Xian was here, it meant that their pursuit had failed. Moreover, there was no result after such a long time. Those people might have met with misfortune. They were shocked and could not believe it. How could Lin Xian escape from the pursuit of so many people? Not only did the Huang family martial artists recognize Lin Xian, but the surrounding martial artists also recognized Lin Xian. Instantly, the news spread like a gust of wind. Lin Xian was the owner of a half-Earth rank artifact. Ordinary people would be excited after hearing the news, but the major forces were shocked. They had sent people to kill Lin Xian. But now Lin Xian was alive and kicking? In an instant, the Lung family and the Vientiane auction could not sit still. At this time, they had to join forces. Soon, countless martial artists took to the sky and headed towards the Huang family. Boom boom boom. The sky trembled as terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Martial artists from the other two families arrived and confronted Lin Xian and the rest. Seeing that there were reinforcements, the Huang family patriarch heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to face Lin Xian and the 200 honorables alone, they would not stand a chance. However, if the three families joined forces, it would be a different story. The three families were all powerful forces in the Windy City. If they joined forces, they would be able to fight against the other party. Lin Xian, it really is you. You didn't die. When the people from the Wanxiang auction and the Lung family saw this, their faces darkened. What's wrong? You guys seem very disappointed. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. Today, we're mainly here to deal with the Huang family. If you're here to die, I don't mind taking your lives. Stop boasting. Even if you have a lot of people with you, our three families are not to be trifled with. The Lung family said. If you don't believe me, you can try. So, the Lung clan wants to make a move? Lin Xian asked. Of course, the three of us will advance and retreat together. The Lung clan replied. Really? Lin Xian coldly laughed, then said in a clear voice, People of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, listen up. 200 people replied in unison, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. Just their voices alone were enough to make the surrounding martial artists fall to the ground. If the Lung clan dares to make a move, we'll give up on our enemies and kill the Lung clan with all our might. Leave no one alive. The cold voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. Countless people gasped in disbelief. The martial artists from the Lung clan stiffened and their faces turned ugly. This Lin Xian is too despicable. Originally, they were only here to provide assistance. However, this order pushed the Lung clan into the limelight. They did not doubt Lin Xian's order at all. If they were to make a move, Lin Xian might really do that. At that time, the Huang family would be fine, but the Lung clan would be exterminated. Lunatic, he's a lunatic. For a moment, the Lung clan members were stunned. Don't try to sow discord. The three of us will attack together. The elder of the Wanxiang auction roared. It's the same for the Wanxiang auction. I'll give up on the Huang family and kill all of you until no one is left. Lin Xian's expression was cold and his body emitted a cold, murderous aura. Did these people really think that he was a pushover? They had tried to kill him time and time again. Now, he would let them know the price of trying to kill him. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Huang family trembled in anger. Sow discord, this is blatant sow discord. If this goes on, the Huang family will be finished. In the next moment, he did not care about anything else and quickly said, Gentlemen, won't this problem be solved if the three of us attack together? Attack together, we're not afraid of them. I've said it before. If anyone attacks, kill the Lung clan first until they're exterminated. Lin Xian said again. Hearing this, the martial artists from the Lung clan twitched and many of the elders almost vomited blood. What's going on? They were only here to provide assistance. Why are they about to be exterminated? The surrounding martial artists were also shocked. Isn't this too domineering? But I like it. They had never seen someone as domineering as Lin Xian. Now that they saw this scene, they were naturally excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Young Master Lin, we were wrong before. We'll go back and prepare gifts to apologize. Now we'll take our leave. After the patriarch of the Lung clan finished speaking, he left with a group of experts without looking back. They left? Just like that? The surrounding martial artists were stunned. The Huang family members were even more stunned. This was a powerful helper. However, he was scared away by just a few words from Lin Xian. Despair rose in the hearts of the martial artists from the Huang family. However, they still had the Vientiane auction. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian's gaze shifted to the Vientiane auction. Instantly, the people who looked at the Vientiane auction were shocked and their faces stiffened. Now that the Lung clan had left, if Lin Xian wanted to deal with them, it would be much easier than before. However, they could not guarantee that the Huang family would go all out if they really attacked. If the Huang family members ran away, they would be in big trouble. The elder of the Vientiane auction twitched slightly. Young Master Lin, you're so capable. I'm impressed. Since this is between you and the Huang family, how can we interfere? Then let's go. The elder waved his hand and left with the martial artists. He had already thought it through. Once he returned, he would report to his superiors and ask for help. Then, even if the other party came looking for trouble, he would not be afraid. Elder Gua, you can't leave us in the lurch. Seeing that the people from the Vientiane auction had left, the martial artists from the Huang family panicked. The patriarch of the Huang family shouted loudly, but it was to no avail. Now, should we talk about the matter between us? Lin Xian looked down again. Hearing this, the martial artists from the Huang family trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. How could they talk? They could not defeat Lin Xian, nor could they run away. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Moreover, they had chased after Lin Xian more than once. How could he let them go now? Young Master Lin, this is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. The patriarch of the Huang family squeezed out an ugly smile. Young Master Lin, what compensation do you want? The Huang family will definitely satisfy you. Compensation? Satisfy you? Chapter 909. Lin Xian smirked coldly as he looked down at the Huang family. I heard that the Huang family's great elder obtained a piece of phoenix blood gold a few days ago. Is that true? Hearing this, the Huang family's patriarch quickly turned around and stared at the great elder. The great elder's body trembled and his expression turned ugly. He had indeed obtained a piece of phoenix blood gold and wanted to use it to forge an armor, but he had not done so yet. Listening to Lin Xian's words, he seemed to be very interested in the phoenix blood gold. Although he had spent a lot of money to buy it and it was painful to give it away, for the family he endured it. Soon, the Huang family's great elder laughed dryly and said, Young Master Lin, good news. I have indeed obtained a piece of phoenix blood gold. If young Master Lin likes it, you can have it. With that, he took out a piece of blood-red metal. Looking at the metal, Lin Xian smiled. That's right, it is indeed phoenix blood gold. With a grab of his hand, the phoenix blood gold floated towards Lin Xian and was quickly grasped in his hand. As he truly felt the crimson phoenix blood gold, Lin Xian revealed a satisfied smile. He had finally obtained this treasure. Seeing Lin Xian smile, the Huang family's great elder heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was painful, it was worth it for the family. At this time, the Huang family's patriarch asked softly, Since young Master Lin has obtained it, can you let us go? At least let the 200 friends withdraw their pressure first. They were too sullen. The pressure from the 200 venerables in the sky was extremely terrifying, and it was specifically targeted at the Huang family. Until now, everyone was lying on the ground in a sorry state. Even if they did not die today, It would not be long before they became the laughingstock of the entire wind-seeking city. Hearing this, Lin Xian sneered again. What, does the Huang family's patriarch think that a piece of phoenix blood gold can solve the problem? Or do you think that my life is only worth a piece of phoenix blood gold? Seeing Lin Xian's darkened face, the Huang family's patriarch's eyelids twitched. No, of course not. Young Master Lin's body is priceless. How can a piece of phoenix blood gold compare to it? The Huang family patriarch quickly flattered. Very good. You've also admitted that my life is worth more than a piece of phoenix blood scarlet gold. That makes things easier, Lin Xian said. Speaking of which, you've chased after me 3 times, right? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? It's a misunderstanding. The head of the Huang family felt that he had flattered the wrong person. Just as he was about to explain, Lin Xian coldly interrupted him. There's no misunderstanding. Since you've done something, you have to pay the price. You have 2 choices. First, cripple the cultivation of all those above the Exalt realm, and I can spare your lives. 2, you can choose not to cripple your cultivation and fight against my 200 venerables. You can imagine the result. Lin Xian's words reverberated in the air, carrying a murderous aura. Hearing this, the martial artists in the distance were shocked. Sure enough, the other party had brought so many people, and it wasn't just for a piece of phoenix blood crimson gold. When the members of the Huang family heard this, their faces turned ugly. It was as if they had eaten a dead rat. They were too naive. How could a mere piece of metal settle the grudge of being hunted down? However, they couldn't accept the other party's 2 requests. The first request was that if all the venerables were to cripple their cultivation, the Huang family would become a dog without claws and teeth. By then, their enemies would never let them go. Moreover, the Huang family had many resources in Wind-Seeking City. By then, the other 2 families wouldn't let them go. However, if they didn't cripple their cultivation, what awaited them was the destruction of their family. Although the Huang family was one of the 3 major forces in Wind-Seeking City, they couldn't fight back against 200 venerables. The other party could even kill them without much effort. At least, they couldn't even resist the pressure of the 200 venerables. Both choices led to death, but the second choice was to die immediately. If they were lucky, they could still escape from the first choice. The head of the Wang family had an ugly look on his face. His choice was very important, as it concerned whether the family would be destroyed immediately. Moreover, judging from Lin Xian's expression, there was no room for negotiation. He was filled with regret. Why did he provoke the other party in the first place? Now, he had brought about the destruction of his family. However, there was no use in regretting. Some things had to be paid for. You only have 5 breaths of time to consider, Lin Xian said coldly. If you don't make a decision after 5 breaths, I'll take it as you've chosen the second choice. 5, 4, 3, 2, I choose the first choice. In the end, the head of the Huang family gritted his teeth and said. After saying this, his entire body collapsed onto the ground as if it had been drained of all energy. Very well, then let's begin. Lin Xian said coldly. Dongfang. Wait, can I do it myself? Suddenly, the head of the Huang family crawled up and asked quickly. I didn't expect the head of the Huang family to have such a hobby. All right, you can do it yourself. Hearing that, the head of the Huang family took a deep breath and stood up slowly. His face was ferocious and his eyes were filled with terror as he walked towards the Huang family. Depressing, extremely depressing. The Huang family martial artists trembled and despair filled their eyes. They knew that it was useless even if they risked their lives. The first to be crippled was the great elder of the Huang family. His dantian suffered a heavy blow as he screamed and collapsed on the ground. Seeing this scene, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that all of this was true. The Huang family martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect the head of the Huang family to be so decisive without any hesitation. It was as if the one being crippled was not the Huang family martial artist. Terrifying, too terrifying. The disciples of the Huang family would never forget that scene for the rest of their lives. Then, the elders screamed and collapsed on the ground. Behind them were the younger generation martial artists. Looking at the younger generation of honorables, the head of the Huang family had a strange look in his eyes. They were the future of the Huang family. In the next moment, his palms trembled slightly. His eyes flashed and he quickly attacked. He had his back facing Lin Xian and the others, so no one could see his expression. Bang! The young man of the Huang family fell to the ground and screamed. However, Lin Xian snorted and frowned. The head of the Huang family is really something. Lin Xian snorted. He bent his finger and flicked out a sharp sword wave that instantly pierced through the young man of the Huang family. A bloody hole appeared between the young man's eyebrows. He collapsed powerlessly, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. Seeing that, everyone was stunned. The Huang family martial artists roared crazily. Why? We've already crippled our cultivation. Why do you still want to kill him? Crippled his cultivation? What a joke! Do you think he really crippled his cultivation? Lin Xian asked coldly. Chapter 9-10. His eyes were filled with shock. He had indeed done something and did not cripple the young man's cultivation. He had done it very secretly, but he did not expect the other party to see through it. In the next moment, a huge fear rose in his heart. The young man above was definitely more terrifying than he had imagined. Their Huang family was really an idiot to provoke such an opponent. I didn't kill so many of you. Why did I only kill him? You don't understand, but I think Patriarch Huang should understand very well. Don't play tricks in front of me. Otherwise, it won't be just one person who dies. Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing that, the Huang family patriarch's body trembled and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. There were so many people in the Huang family, and there were dozens of venerables. Among them, most of them were old monsters and a small number were young people. As for those elders, he had indeed crippled their cultivation. However, those young people were different. He had only sealed their cultivation, and they could be unsealed at any time in the future. Those young people were the hope of the Huang family. As long as they escaped this disaster, they would soon rise again. The method he used was very special. If one did not investigate carefully, they would not have noticed it at all. That was also the reason why he had to do it himself. However, all of his plans were seen through by Lin Xian at a glance. That made him extremely terrified. Hearing Lin Xian's warning, the Huang family patriarch quickly said, "Young Master Lin, don't worry. I won't play any tricks again." Not long after, screams sounded in the Huang family mansion. One after another, it made one's scalp tingle. A total of 43 venerables had their cultivation crippled. All 43 of the Huang family's venerables had their cultivation crippled. Lin Xian did not feel any pity. These people deserved it. If it was not for his strength, he would have been killed by these people. Now, he only crippled their cultivation. The Huang family mansion was filled with screams. When the Huang family patriarch saw this scene, his body trembled. He knew that the Huang family was finished. In the next moment, Lin Xian flicked out another sword wave and fiercely bombarded the Huang family patriarch's dantian, breaking his spiritual sea. "Let's go." Then he waved his hand and left with the 200 venerables. The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. They held their breaths and looked towards the sky. They wanted to know where Lin Xian would go next. From the previous conversation, they knew that Lin Xian was here to take revenge for being hunted down. The Huang clan was not the only one hunting him down. The Lung clan and the Wanxiang auction were also involved. He just didn't know which family Lin Xian was going to attack. The void fluctuated and trembled intensely, as if it couldn't withstand this wave of power. 200 supreme experts rampaged through the air, and a terrifying pressure swept out in all directions. That direction? It's the Wanxiang auction. Seeing the trajectory of Lin Xian and the others in the sky, the martial artists below were shocked and cried out in surprise. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian would attack the Lung clan, but they did not expect him to attack the Wanxiang auction first. One had to know that the Lung clan's strength was on par with the Huang clan. There was no way they could resist. However, the Wanxiang auction was different. Not only was it an auction house, it also had a powerful force behind it. Their strength was much stronger than the Lung clan and the Huang clan. No one expected Lin Xian to ignore the Lung clan and attack the powerful Wanxiang auction directly. The scene was too spectacular. 200 supreme experts in the sky walked through the air with a terrifying pressure, and the martial artists below followed them like a flood. Soon, the crowd arrived near the Wanxiang auction. The people of the Wanxiang auction naturally saw this scene, and their faces instantly turned gloomy. Countless martial artists quickly gathered together and formed a force to fight against the 200 supreme experts in the sky. However, although they were powerful, they could not gather 200 supreme experts in a short period of time. Hence, when the two forces collided, the martial artists of the Wanxiang auction were all sent flying and vomited blood. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. Lin Xian was too powerful. Even the powerful Wanxiang auction could not resist him. At this moment, an old man in a red robe flew out from the auction house and shouted coldly, "Thief, don't be so arrogant." Arrogant? Am I arrogant? Why didn't you think I was arrogant when you chased after me several times? Why didn't you think you were arrogant when you snatched the Lone Star sword from me? Now that you're here, you can't take it anymore and feel aggrieved. Lin Xian sneered. Let me tell you, I'm going to be arrogant today. Lin Xian's voice was cold as it turned into countless sword qi that was extremely sharp and swept across the area. Bang! Even the old man in the red robe was forced back a few steps, his face full of shock. He did not expect Lin Xian's strength to be so terrifying, much stronger than before. In fact, this was normal. Lin Xian had been through many life and death battles these days. These battles could stimulate a martial artist's strength the most. If his strength did not increase, it would be unreasonable. Kid, I admit that you're very powerful, and the force you brought is also very powerful. However, compared to our auction, you're nothing. The old man in the red robe held his chest and said coldly, although you can fight your way into the Wanxiang auction today, I want to tell you that we have a terrifying force behind us. You can't fight against it. You're still threatening me. Do you think I'll believe you? Lin Xian sneered as he looked down. Whether you believe it or not, I want to tell you that we're young Master Ling Feng's men. Young Master Ling Feng. Hearing this, the crowd trembled violently. Young Master Ling Feng was one of the 4 young masters of the Tianwu continent. He was a true peerless genius. Regardless of strength, identity, or status, he was superior to everyone else. This kind of person was an existence that countless martial artists looked up to. Although the crowd had guessed countless times that the Wanxiang auction was related to young Master Ling Feng, there was no evidence. This was the first time that the Wanxiang auction had publicly announced that they were young Master Ling Feng's subordinate force. Many people started to worry for Lin Xian. Young Master Ling Feng was a transcendent figure. He was not someone that 200 honorable realm experts could resist. It was probably impossible to touch the Wanxiang auction. Hearing the crowd's discussion, the old man in the red robe laughed maniacally. Kid, did you hear that? If you kneel down and kowtow to apologize now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, if you anger us, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Who was young Master Ling Feng? He was the pinnacle of the younger generation in the continent. Even if it was his subordinate force, he was not someone that anyone could provoke. Therefore, the old man in the red robe believed that as long as he mentioned young Master Ling Feng's name, Lin Xian would definitely kneel down and kowtow in fear. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded, because Lin Xian was not as afraid as he had imagined. He even revealed a trace of mockery. Are you done? Lin Xian sneered. Yes, I'm done. How about it? Are you afraid now? The old man in the red robe had a sinister expression. If you're done, then die. Chapter 9:11. What? The red-robed elder was stunned. He did not expect Lin Fan to attack so decisively after mentioning Prince Ling Feng's name. Lin Fan did not take Prince Ling Feng seriously at all. The surrounding martial artists' eyelids twitched. This was too shocking. Even Prince Ling Feng was not taken seriously. This Lin Xian was too arrogant. Kid, you are dead meat. Prince Ling Feng will not forgive you for attacking us. The red-robed elder screamed. However, he did not stop and quickly flew to the side. What a joke! How could he resist the attack of 200 honorables? He was not the only one. All the martial artists in the Wanxiang auction fled in all directions like frightened rabbits. With a heaven-shaking strike, the majestic hall was reduced to ashes. The scene was too shocking. Just a moment ago, it was a landmark in Wenfeng City. However, in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to rubble. The red-robed elder's eyelids twitched when he saw this. It seemed like Lin Fan had really attacked. Originally, he thought that Lin Xian would be afraid, and at the very least, he would stop and retreat. However, he did not expect Lin Fan to attack without saying a word and destroy the Wanxiang auction house. Lin Fan's decisiveness made the red-robed elder's heart beat wildly. In the sky, 200 honorables attacked. They formed rays of light that covered the sky as they charged towards the Wanxiang auction house. The surrounding martial artists were shocked when they saw this. They swallowed their saliva. How was this a battle? This was a one-sided massacre. Humph! Which scoundrel are you? Stuff. Just as the Wanxiang auction house was in despair, a cold snort was heard. Then, dozens of figures flew over from afar like ghosts. These people had powerful auras. Many of them were third-rank honorables. They had cold expressions as they looked down on everything. However, when they arrived near the Wanxiang auction house, they were still shocked. 200 honorables gathered together. This was not a joke. Lord Lu, you are finally here. The red-robed elder exclaimed in joy when he saw these people. He led the Wanxiang auction house's people and quickly gathered around the men in black. Kid, how dare you attack Prince Lingfeng's men? You are really bold. Lord Lu said coldly. Don't say such useless things. No matter who comes today, the Wanxiang auction will be destroyed. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, carrying an unquestionable tone. This attitude caused the newly arrived black-clothed martial artist's eyelids to twitch wildly. What an arrogant brat! They had never seen anyone who dared to not give face to young noble Ling Feng. Brat, you've destroyed the Wanxiang auction, but you can't kill these people. I'm bringing them back. Do you think I won't kill him just because you said so? Who do you think you are? Why didn't you say anything when I was hunting you down? Lin Xian was also furious. Leave none of these people alive. He was indeed angry. These people were so resolute when they tried to kill him. Now that they couldn't beat him, they wanted to retreat safely? How could there be such a convenient thing in the world? Hearing this, Lord Lu's eyelids twitched wildly. Lunatic, this is a fucking lunatic. In the next moment he saw countless venerables swarming toward them. This was a battle without any suspense. Even if the Wanxiang auction had reinforcements, the outcome could not be changed. Not long after, the people of the Wanxiang auction were all killed. The martial artists that Lord Lu brought were also covered in scars. Let's go! Lord Lu roared angrily and quickly fled with the remaining people, like a stray dog. Brother Xian, should we chase after them and kill them? Wang Li asked from the side. Forget it, we're only dealing with the Wanxiang auction. Let's not touch the others for now. After that, the 200 people cleaned up the battlefield and gathered together again. Lin Xian waved his arm and a sword light flickered at the tip of his finger. The sword chi crisscrossed and carved the words Immortal Martial Auction on the ruins of the Wanxiang auction. Seeing this scene, the crowd's hearts beat wildly. It seemed that the other party did not intend to stop here. Brother Xian, this is... Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and asked. Nothing, the Wanxiang auction is no more, but our auction will be built here. Immortal Martial Auction. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian actually wanted to build an auction and used the name Immortal Martial Auction. This was thought-provoking. Was it his own idea or the Immortal Martial Academy's? If it was Lin Xian's idea, then it would be easy to handle. But if it was the Immortal Martial Academy's idea, then it would be terrible. Even if the Wanxiang auction was destroyed, they would not be able to regain their face. One had to know that although Prince Ling Feng was strong, it was only limited to the younger generation. The Immortal Martial Academy was the real overlord. unless Prince Ling Feng used the power of the Palace of War. Hearing that Lin Xian wanted to build an auction, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were also excited. If it was really built, then the benefits to them would be huge. Let's go to the Lung clan. Lin Xian did not waste any time and led the crowd towards the Lung clan. The members of the Lung clan had been waiting for a long time. They knew that the Huang clan was from the Wanxiang auction, and the more they knew, the more afraid they were. Their Lung clan was weaker than the Wanxiang auction, and was only on par with the Huang clan. However, the strongest Wanxiang auction was razed to the ground, and not a single person escaped. This caused their hearts to tremble, and they were terrified. Thinking about it, maybe only by using the Huang clan's method could they save their lives. But the difference between them and the Huang clan was that they still had time to save the lives of their clansmen. At this moment, those who were left in the Lung clan were all venerables. Those cultivators below the venerable realm had already been transferred away. They were not here for revenge, but for the continuation of their clan. Not only that, there was a mountain of treasures in front of them. They're here. An elder of the Lung clan looked at the sky, his voice trembling. After that, everyone in the Lung clan looked at the sky, only to see countless people flying over, like a black cloud. In the next moment, the black cloud stopped, and a handsome figure walked out from the crowd. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He looked down and squinted his eyes. "Are you all ready?" "Yes, all the venerables of the Lung clan are here." Lin Xian nodded his head. There were only these people left in the Lung clan, which meant that all the cultivators below the venerable realm had left. Lin Xian did not care about this. He flicked his finger, and countless rays of sword qi rushed out, like real dragons, and rushed down. The cultivators of the Lung clan did not dare to resist, and could only watch as the sword qi rushed into their dantian, destroying their spiritual seas. After doing this, Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and the mountain of treasures was taken away. Then he led the crowd and left. Looking at the leaving figure, the cultivators in the city had complicated expressions. They did not expect the three major forces of Windy City to be destroyed in a day, and the person who did this was a second-rank venerable realm. It was crazy and shocking. Chapter 9:12. Lin Xian left Windseeking City with 200 honorable realm experts. He didn't return to the Immortal Martial Academy directly but went to Flying Tiger City instead. Flying Tiger City and Green Rock City were originally under the control of the Azure Red Society, but Lin Xian had seized them not long ago. Lin Xian knew that the other party wouldn't give up so easily, and he was here to solve this problem. The gathering of 200 honorable realm experts caused a huge commotion. Countless cultivators in Flying Tiger City looked at this scene in fear and couldn't help but want to kneel down. At this moment, Nangong Shen, Marulong, and the others quickly came out from Flying Tiger City. When they saw the figure above them, they shouted excitedly, "Brother Xian! Brother Ma, Brother Nangong, long time no see. How have you been?" Lin Xian greeted them with a smile. He had sent people to pick them up from the Sand region. They had already stayed in Flying Tiger City for some time. According to Lin Xian's plan, the Sand region was too remote, so it was better to concentrate their forces in the Blood region. Moreover, he also wanted to move the Sand region's battle arena to the Blood region. That was why he brought Nangong Shen and Marulong here. According to Nangong Shen and Marulong's estimates, the people from the Azure Red Society would come over in a few days. In a few days? All right, I'll stay here for a few days, Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, he brought 200 people to stay in Flying Tiger City. The people from the Azure Red Society were furious. 2 of their cities had been snatched away? This was not giving them any face at all. This was a provocation. The Azure Red Society had never encountered such a situation before. However, due to the incident at the Wanxiang auction, they didn't take action immediately. Instead, they waited until now. Soon, the Azure Red Society sent out an elite team led by 5 third-rank Honorable Realm experts, 22nd-rank Honorable Realm experts, and countless members. A group of people set off towards Flying Tiger City. They were determined to take back the city. This team was already very terrifying. In their opinion, it was as easy as flipping their hand to kill the other party. The Red Flower emissary was the leader of this operation. At the same time, he was also a third-rank honorable realm expert. He was furious that someone dared to rob the Flying Tiger City. At the same time, he sneered in his heart. This time, he would definitely kill the other party and let everyone know that the Azure Red Society was not to be trifled with. After a long journey, Safflower Emissary and the others finally arrived at Flying Tiger City. Looking at the city below, Safflower Emissary sneered. Then he circulated his spirit chi and shouted, "Who is it? How dare you go against our Azure Red gang? Come out now and accept your death." This voice contained the might of a rank 3 honorable realm cultivator, and it was extremely mighty as it charged downwards. He sneered in his heart. The strongest cultivator in Flying Tiger City was only a second-stage venerated martial artist. A third-stage venerated martial artist would definitely be an overlord here. He was afraid that this shout would scare the other party to death. Hearing this terrifying sound, the martial artists in the city trembled, but their expressions were extremely strange. There was even a hint of sympathy in his expression. They personally saw 200 supreme experts descend a few days ago. That scene was terrifying, something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The terrifying voice was like thunder, and it rolled out. However, there was actually no change below, and no one even came out. Seeing this scene, Safflower Emissary's face darkened. He snorted coldly and was about to lead his men to attack. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice drifted over. "You're from the Azure Red Gang? Why are there so few of you here?" This voice was ethereal with a trace of disdain. "So few of you?" Safflower Emissary was stunned. He had brought a total of 50 to 60 people. Among them, there were 5 third-stage venerated martial artists, 20 second-stage venerated martial artists, and the rest were first-stage venerated martial artists and spirit-detecting martial artists. This kind of strength was absolutely terrifying. Taking down Flying Tiger City was not a problem at all. In fact, Safflower Emissary even felt that he could easily take down Flying Tiger City as long as he sent a single third-stage venerated martial artist. The reason why they had sent so many people this time was to show the outside world the strength of their Azure Red Gang. They would not allow others to provoke them. However, at this moment, they were actually being called weak? How could they tolerate this? "You're courting death. Third brother, go down and kill everyone," Safflower Emissary said coldly. Soon, a skinny middle-aged man walked out. He also exuded the aura of a third-stage venerated martial artist. It was extremely fierce. The middle-aged man sneered and quickly charged down. Safflower Emissary and the rest waited with cold smiles. In their opinion, it would only take a few breaths of time to finish off the people below. Bang! Suddenly, a low sound was heard. Then, a black figure flew out like a ball. Everywhere it passed, blood splattered. It was extremely dazzling. "Third brother? How is this possible?" The people from the Azure Red Gang were stunned. Safflower Emissary even screamed. He did not expect that the injured person who flew back was actually one of their people. However, how was this possible? Third brother was a third-stage venerated martial artist. He was extremely powerful. Even martial artists of the same level could not injure him in an instant. Who exactly was that person below? He was actually so terrifying. Could it be a fourth-stage venerated martial artist? Safflower Emissary was shocked and doubtful. However, he quickly rejected this thought. If it was really a fourth-stage venerated martial artist, he would probably be able to finish them off with just his aura. Safflower Emissary's face was gloomy. He said in a low voice, "Everyone listen up. Charge with me." He was indeed furious. His people had been injured in front of so many people. This was undoubtedly a disgrace to the Azure Red Gang. This time, they were here to regain their dignity. Hence, without any hesitation, Safflower Emissary led a group of martial artists and charged down. Buzz! The void was mercilessly torn apart. A terrifying aura spread out. The martial artists below trembled and fled. Third brother, who had been injured, followed them. However, his face was extremely ugly. This was because he had not seen the other party clearly when he went down just now. He had been thrown out by a huge force. It was too humiliating. As a third-stage venerated martial artist, he had never encountered such a situation. Hence, this time he followed the group down. He had to take revenge. Comparing numbers? Do you think you can compete? The disdainful voice was heard again. Then, a terrifying aura surged out like a volcanic eruption. It suddenly rushed out and turned into a huge wave that rushed towards the people from the Azure Red Gang. Bang! The two forces collided, and the sound was deafening. The entire void was drowned. Violent currents surged and blew the surrounding buildings away. In the next moment, Safflower Emissary and the rest of the people from the Azure Red Gang were shocked. They felt that the surging aura was a primordial demon mountain. It was too terrifying. It directly hit them. They could not resist the powerful force at all. Boom! In the next moment, all the martial artists from the Azure Red Gang vomited blood and were sent flying. What? This is impossible. Safflower Emissary flew back a few hundred feet before he could stabilize himself. He was shocked. He was crazy. He was really going crazy. He had brought so many people with him. It was enough to crush everything. However, he was mercilessly sent flying back. In the face of such a powerful force, they could not resist at all. Chapter 9:13. Red Flower Emissary and the others were terrified because they'd never seen such a thing before. Who exactly are they? They're so terrifying. At this moment, countless cultivators from the Azure Red Society racked their brains, but they couldn't figure it out. However, in the next moment, they screamed as their bodies stiffened, and they almost fell from the sky. People, they were all people. There was a black mass in front of them, and every single one of them had an extremely powerful aura. All of them had reached the Venerable Realm. So many Venerable Realm cultivators were like a demonic cloud that suppressed the sky. The terrifying aura condensed together, and it was like a primeval demonic mountain that couldn't be reached. Venerable Realm cultivators. 200 Venerable Realm cultivators. Red Flower Emissary and the others had good eyesight, and they instantly saw the number of enemies. However, their hearts trembled violently right after that. 200 Venerable Realm cultivators, and most of them were second-level Venerable Realm cultivators. What kind of force was this? They didn't hesitate to say that it would be extremely easy for these people to kill them. Even though they had 5 third-level Venerable Realm cultivators, how many could a third-level Venerable Realm cultivator resist? 10 people? 20 people? 30 people? There were 200 people on the other side. They could probably crush them to death with their numbers alone. Unless a 4th-level Venerable Realm cultivator came, they had no chance of winning. You're from the Azure Red Society? Lin Xian stepped into the air and looked coldly at them. What? It's you. Red Flower Emissary's pupils constricted, and he was shocked. He looked at the young man before him with great shock in his heart. He'd seen this young man before. Even 2 months ago, he'd captured him in Soaring Tiger City. However, he'd let that young man escape at that time. At that time, he didn't take it seriously at all. After all, that young man was just a kid who'd just entered the Venerable Realm. However, he'd appeared again now, and he'd brought 200 Venerable Realm cultivators with him. He couldn't believe it. Lin Xian naturally recognized them as well, but he didn't say anything and just asked indifferently, "Oh, may I know why you're here?" "No, it's nothing. We're just passing by. We've really offended you this time, so we'll leave immediately." Red Flower Emissary's attitude was extremely humble, and he didn't put on any airs at all. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and left with those people without looking back. Originally, they came to conquer the Flying Tiger City, but they didn't dare to say anything in this situation. If they did, then they would be beaten to death in a matter of minutes. Looking at the fleeing figures, Lin Xian sneered. 2 months ago, he couldn't beat them, but now, they could only take a detour when they saw him. They didn't even dare to speak loudly. However, at least the other party was tactful enough to not make a move. Otherwise, the one who would have died would have been the other party. The people he brought along weren't ordinary paragons. They were all geniuses from the immortal martial academy. These people all had the strength to challenge those of a higher level. It was simply too easy for them to deal with the Azure Red Society. Nan Gongseng and Marulong burst into laughter. With Lin Xian's protection, they would be able to develop rapidly in Flying Tiger City and Green Rock City. The leader of the Azure Red Society, Lu Qing, was a fourth-rank venerable realm cultivator. With such strength, he could be considered an overlord. When he heard the message that Safflower Emissary brought back, his face instantly darkened. 200 venerable realm cultivators were definitely a powerful force. Even he would have to expend a lot of energy. Moreover, to be able to take out so many venerables, the power behind them must be extraordinary. He didn't need to take the risk and fight with them. It was just 2 cities. At most, he would give them up. After all, the Blood Realm was so big. If he wanted a city, he would have plenty of opportunities. Therefore, he ordered everyone not to stir up trouble. Hearing this order, Safflower Emissary heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he really didn't want to go to Flying Tiger City. Damn it, it was too terrifying. After staying for a few more days, Lin Xian realized that the people from the Azure Red Society didn't come again. He knew that this matter was resolved. After leaving some resources and spirit stones, Lin Xian prepared to leave with his people. These 2 cities would become one of his bases. Marulong and Nan Gongseng would develop them. Usually, the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy would come to help to ensure the safety of the city. Lin Xian wasn't worried about leaving the city matters to Nan Gongseng and the rest. Besides, he didn't have the energy to manage these matters. He only needed to control the general direction. After arranging everything, Lin Xian brought his people back to the Immortal Martial Academy. On the way, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were very excited because Lin Xian's strength was too shocking. First, he used powerful methods to eliminate the 3 major powers in Wind-Seeking City. Then, he scared away the people from the Azure Red Society. This kind of power was something that only a few people in the younger generation could achieve. Moreover, after a few days of hard work, Flying Tiger City and Azure Rock City had completely become their territory. Not only that, an immortal martial auction house would be built in Wind-Seeking City. These were all powerful resources. The members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were very excited because they could use these resources. After returning to the Immortal Martial Academy, the crowd dispersed. Lin Xian also flew towards his courtyard. However, he was stunned when he entered the courtyard because he noticed that there was actually a figure standing in the courtyard. Lin Xian frowned. His courtyard was protected by a formation. However, at this moment, there was someone who could break through his formation. He couldn't help but be surprised. Before Lin Xian could open his mouth to ask, the figure had already turned around and stared at Lin Xian coldly. It was a handsome young man. His brows were sharp and his eyes were sharp. His figure was tall and straight, and there was a sharp aura around him. "You are Lin Xian?" The young man asked indifferently. "I am Lin Xian. For you. It's not good to barge into the courtyard. I'm here to tell you to stay away from Murong Qingqing. I don't need you to care about what I do, right?" Hearing the other party's domineering tone, Lin Xian's face darkened. "It's not a matter of whether I care or not. It's because you are not worthy of her," the handsome young man said arrogantly. "I don't need you to worry about whether I'm worthy or not. If you want to pursue Murong Qingqing, go ahead. There's no need to feel superior to me," Lin Xian said coldly. He yearned for freedom and was disgusted by such a commanding tone. However, the handsome young man wasn't angry at all. Instead, he said indifferently, "You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. However, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. You can't even compare to me. What qualifications do you have to pursue Murong Qingqing?" "For you," Lin Xian frowned. Up until now, he still didn't know who the other party was. "Li Yunfei. You should have heard of this name before." Li Yunfei. Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He had naturally heard of this name before. Not only that, he was very familiar with it. It was just that he had never seen the real person. Chapter 9:14. Looks like you already know who I am, Li Yunfei said. You'd better listen to my warning. Otherwise, you'll look bad in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lin Xian to react before his figure flashed and instantly vanished from the courtyard like a wisp of smoke. Looking at the disappearing figure, Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not expect the expert ranked second on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard to warn him. It was a blatant threat. However, Lin Xian was born with a rebellious nature. The more he was not allowed to do something, the more he would do it. Li Yunfei? Second on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard? One day I'll surpass you. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He was not boasting. He had the confidence to do so. He had the great dragon sword soul, an offensive saint technique. As long as he was given time, he could surpass everyone. Then, he rubbed his forehead and looked at the courtyard beside him helplessly. She was indeed a peerless beauty. She really knew how to cause trouble. Previously, there had been pursuers of Murong Qingqing, such as Yan Qingyang. However, Lin Xian did not take them to heart. Now, even the expert ranked second on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard had appeared. It looked like he had underestimated Murong Qingqing's attractiveness. Rubbing his face, Lin Xian did not think about it anymore. Instead, he strode into the room. He raised his hand and formed a restriction. Then he sat down cross-legged. First, he meditated for a while to adjust his body to its peak state. Then, he flipped his palm and a crystal skull appeared in his hand. Its surface was smooth and flowed with a sparkling light. If one were to sense it carefully, they would be able to sense a hidden pressure. Lin Xian used his soul power to probe it a few times. Then he frowned slightly. He realized that the crystal skull seemed to contain a powerful force. However, the energy was very blurry and he could not figure it out. Lin Xian was very curious about the crystal skull. Firstly, it seemed to be related to the Thousand Beast Cauldron. Secondly, according to the dark red divine dragon, the crystal skull could be the head of King Pillfeather. King Pillfeather was a king. If this crystal skull was really the skull of a king, then its value would be too great. Until now, no one had ever heard of anyone obtaining the corpse of a king. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His soul force transformed into a sharp sword and pierced towards the crystal skeleton. However, it was quickly rebounded. The void trembled, and a sharp ripple burst out from the crystal skull, cutting the space apart. A deep trench appeared on the floor of Lin Xian's room. The entire room was cut in half. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at the crystal skull in his hand in shock. Kid, don't waste your energy. There is a powerful seal within the crystal skeleton. With your current strength, you are still unable to open it, the dark red divine dragon said. Seal? Lin Xian frowned. If there's a seal, does that mean there's really something inside the crystal skeleton? Indeed, it should be energy or inheritance. Energy inheritance. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. What he liked the most now was the inheritance of a king. Just by looking at the blood sword inheritance, he knew how powerful it was. Is there a way to open it? Lin Xian asked. Yes, when you are strong enough, you will be able to open it, the dark red divine dragon said. Fuck. Is there a faster way? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. After reaching the martial saint realm, every increase in strength was extremely difficult. It required a huge opportunity. There are other ways. Since you are not strong enough, you can borrow external forces. External forces? You mean other people? Lin Xian frowned. He did not want other people to know about this. You don't need other people. For example, lightning tribulation or something. You just need to be struck by it. The dark red divine dragon nodded. Lightning tribulation? Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Was this something common? He glared at the dark red divine dragon, feeling that it was deliberately teasing him. What method do you have? Hurry up and tell me. The flame mountain you went to last time is not bad, the dark red divine dragon said slowly. According to my speculation, you only went to the periphery. With your current strength, you should be able to go deeper. When the time comes, you just need to attract the flames and break the seal. Alright, then I will try tomorrow. Lin Xian put away the crystal skull. He was very eager, even a little impatient. After all, this was the skull of a king. The things sealed inside were definitely good. The next morning, Lin Xian set off for the Flame Mountain. The terrifying flaming mountain was still very majestic. Before Lin Xian even got close, the towering flames were already rushing towards him. However, Lin Xian was much stronger this time around, so these flames on the periphery did not affect him much. Moreover, he had formed his second martial soul, the Ice Lotus, so it was easier for him to resist the flames. With a thought, a strand of cold air surged in his body, instantly dispelling the scorching heat. Very quickly, Lin Xian arrived at the Flame Mountain. However, he did not stop, but instead flew towards the depths of the Flame Mountain. According to the dark red divine dragon, the place he came last time was only the periphery. This time, he wanted to see where the real inner area was. Moreover, Lin Xian asked others. The Flame Mountain was a sacred cultivation ground of the Immortal Martial Academy and was highly respected by the students. Not only fire attribute cultivators, but other cultivators also liked to cultivate here. This was because the flames here could temper their spiritual energy, making it pure. It could even temper their body and strengthen their blood and qi. This kind of effect was the dream of every cultivator. Lin Xian did not know this before, so he did not enter through the usual entrance. However, it was different this time. He specifically asked for directions, so naturally he would not go the wrong way. Very quickly, Lin Xian arrived at the place where he stopped last time. Originally, he felt that this place was incomparably hot, but now he basically did not feel anything. As he walked further in, the temperature became even higher. Not long after, he saw a stone tablet. The stone tablet was completely red, and it was covered with red runes. A scorching heat was emitted from it. On top of it, there were a few big red words, Flame Mountain, second level. Looking at the stone tablet, Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like this was the boundary between the first and second level. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he entered the second level. As expected, the temperature of the second level was much more terrifying than the first level. Even an ordinary second-level venerable would not be able to withstand the heat waves. However, Lin Xian did not feel anything. He used the power of ice, and his body was filled with a cold aura, blocking all the heat outside. With a step, his speed became even faster as he rushed towards the third level. At the boundary between the third and second level, there was also a purplish-red stone tablet. However, this stone tablet was much bigger than the previous one. Moreover, there were many cultivators gathered in front of the stone tablet. Chapter 9:15. As for those who were originally surrounding the stone tablet, they all turned around when they heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind them. When they saw Lin Xian, they were obviously stunned for a moment. Then they squeezed out a smile. So it's junior brother Lin. Brother Lin, I've heard a lot about you. A group of people greeted him with smiles. Although Lin Xian was a new student, his life and death battle with Yan Qingfeng had made him famous in the entire academy. One should know that Lin Xian was only at the second heaven at that time. However, he was able to kill Yan Qingfeng, who was at the third heaven of the honorable realm. This was absolutely shocking. Moreover, Lin Xian's current ranking was not weak. He was ranked 30th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Such a person would be respected wherever he went. May I know what everyone is looking at? Lin Xian greeted them with a smile. Then he asked curiously. This was the boundary stone of the Blazing Mountain. Wherever there was a boundary stone, it meant that one could enter the next level. I know that. But what do the names on it mean? Lin Xian asked. He realized that this stone tablet was not only bigger than the previous one, but there was also more information on it. Oh, the names on it are also a kind of ranking. It's similar to the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. However, it's not a ranking of one's cultivation. It's a ranking of one's level in the Blazing Mountain. I see. Lin Xian nodded. Then he looked carefully. In the next moment, he saw many familiar names. Although this was a ranking of one's level in the Blazing Mountain, most of them were based on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. The first was naturally Dugu Aotian. He had already reached the 8th level. Next was Li Yunfei, 7th level. Qi Hao, 6th level. Red Pagoda, 6th level. Lu Chang, 6th level. Behind each name was a corresponding level in the Blazing Mountain. This kind of ranking was a kind of strength and honor. It was a method used by the Academy to stimulate the disciples of the Celestial Martial Academy. Not only that, Lin Xian also discovered something interesting. There were many unfamiliar names on it, but those names did not appear on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. What did this mean? This meant that many powerful people did not make it onto the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. It was not because they were not strong, but because they did not want to. This was a real low-key guy. Although there were great benefits to being listed on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, such as being able to receive the support of powerful spiritual energy and gaining a great reputation, there were also many disadvantages. Everyone on the list had been studied countless times, including their cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and strength. He was used to waiting before making his move. Most likely, everything had already been figured out by others. Although everyone had their own trump cards and secrets, most of them were still revealed. It should be known that not everyone was willing to reveal this information. At the very least, from these unfamiliar names, it could be seen that many powerful fellows did not want to be listed on the Mystic Sovereign Leaderboard. As expected of the Immortal Martial Academy, there were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lin Xian took in a deep breath. He realized that he had underestimated the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. He only paid attention to the mystic revered ranking and neglected those low-profile experts. In addition to those unfamiliar names, there were two other names that caught Lin Xian's attention. One of them was naturally Dugu Aotian, who was ranked first. Only he had reached the 8th level of the Blazing Mountain. The other one was Li Yunfei, who was ranked second. Although he did not reach the 8th floor, he had reached the 7th floor. He was second only to Dugu Aotian and had left everyone else in the dust. Lin Xian paid extra attention to these two people. However, the reason was different. He paid attention to Dugu Aotian because Dugu Aotian had almost become a legend in the academy. As for Li Yunfei, it was because of the warning yesterday. Lin Xian was not someone who would be bullied by others. He would return the warning yesterday. I wonder which level I can reach? Lin Xian was suddenly interested in the Blazing Mountain. If it was before, he would not have much confidence. However, it was different now. He was using the Ice Martial Soul, which could greatly restrain the heat of the flames. He might be able to create a miracle. After waving his hand to the others, Lin Xian's figure flashed and he quickly entered the 3rd level. Soon, the 4th level, the 5th level. Lin Xian flew all the way without stopping. The 4th level required an extremely powerful existence among the 2nd level venerables. The 5th level required the strength of a 3rd level venerables. However, this was not absolute. A 2nd level venerables with heaven-defying strength like Lin Xian could naturally enter. Feeling the terrifying heat of the 5th level, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He knew that this was not his limit. Therefore, he looked deeper into the 6th level. In the Blazing Mountain, other than Dugu Aotian and Li Yunfei, the highest the others had reached was the 6th level. Lin Xian estimated that with his strength, he could definitely reach the 6th level. Therefore, he quickly set off for the 6th level. Boom! As soon as he entered the 6th level, a terrifying flame quickly surged over. The flame was too terrifying. It carried an extremely terrifying power, as if it could burn everything. Ordinary 3rd level venerables could not resist at all. They would probably be burned to ashes in an instant. As expected of the 6th level, it was extremely powerful. The neighbor exclaimed. At the same time, his hands were not idle. He waved his hand and shot out a wave of ice power. A frost lotus blossomed in his hand, releasing a terrifying power of frost that collided with the oncoming flames. As ice and fire collided, sizzling sounds could be heard in the void. White fog rose and covered the surroundings. Then, the two dissipated at the same time, turning into spiritual energy. After dispersing the flame, Lin Xian looked around. This place was extremely terrifying. There were flames jumping everywhere. The sky was fiery red, and the clouds were completely condensed by the flames. The space was like a huge steamer, as if it was evaporating everything. Lin Xian estimated that only extremely powerful third heaven venerables would be able to stay here. For example, Bing Ling Yi Yan, and the other's highest achievement was on the 6th level. Based on this information, Lin Xian knew that the 7th level would be even more terrifying. One had to know that Bing Ling was also an ice-based martial artist. Moreover, she also had the ice bloodline. Even so, she could only stay on the 6th level. One could imagine how terrifying the 7th level would be. However, Lin Xian decided to give it a try. The dark red divine dragon had told him that the flame here was not strong enough to break the seal in the crystal skull. Lin Xian wanted to break the seal in the crystal skull. He wanted to enter the 7th level. That was a seal left behind by a king. Faced with this temptation, he could not resist at all. Moreover, Lin Xian was confident in himself. Besides the Ice Lotus martial soul, he also had the Red Lotus armor. He believed that although the 7th level was terrifying, he could still enter it. Lin Xian took a deep breath and rushed forward again. Soon, the boundary stone of the 7th level appeared in his field of vision. Many martial artists were sitting near the boundary stone. Chapter 9:16. These people were strong, but they probably did not have the strength to reach the 7th level. However, they were sitting at the entrance of the 7th level, trying to adapt to the terrifying heat waves on the 7th level as soon as possible so that they could enter the 7th level one day. Lin Xian's arrival naturally attracted the attention of these people. After all, those who could come here were not weaklings. When they saw Lin Xian's face, they were stunned, but they quickly understood. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at level 2, his strength was stronger than most level 3 warriors. Therefore, it was not surprising that he could come here. Many people were even guessing how far Lin Xian could go. This was because the closer they were to the entrance of the 7th level, the more terrifying the temperature was. Therefore, the positions of these people were different. The one closest to the entrance of the 7th level was a warrior who was sitting 10 meters away. His name was Zhang Jiang. Although he was not on the Dark Honorable leaderboard, the fact that he could sit here was enough to show that his strength was absolutely terrifying. He probably surpassed Bing Ling and the others. The others were sitting 20, 30, 50 meters away. The furthest was 200 meters. These people estimated that with the strength that Lin Xian had displayed, he could at most reach 150 meters. He would not be able to go any further. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Xian quickly reached 150 meters away. However, he did not stop. Instead, he ran forward at an extremely fast speed. What? How is that possible? Did this guy's strength increase again? Many people were shocked. Lin Xian's actions were beyond their expectations. It was obvious that they had underestimated him. It seems that this freshman is not to be underestimated. Many people were shocked. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Xian was very fast. He crossed 150 meters in an instant. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. He did not stop. This shocked everyone. Even the top 30 on the Dark Honorable leaderboard would not be able to withstand the heat. In the last 10 meters, Lin Xian did not slow down. Instead, he rushed forward at an even faster speed. What is this guy doing? Even Zhang Jiang's heart was beating wildly. His expression changed drastically. One had to know that 10 meters was his limit. If he went any further, even he wouldn't be able to endure it. However, the other party still wanted to charge forward. He can't be thinking of entering the 7th floor, right? Someone exclaimed. From the looks of it, it's very likely. Is he crazy? Apart from Li Yunfei and Dugo Outyan, no one else can enter the 7th floor. When everyone saw Lin Xian's actions, their hearts beat wildly. The other party actually wanted to enter the 7th floor? Wasn't this courting death? One must know that there were many geniuses within the Immortal Martial Academy, but only 2 of them were able to enter the 7th level. One could very well imagine how terrifying the 7th level was. Although Lin Xian was strong, he wasn't that strong. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian's current actions were no different from courting death. Sigh, he's too young. Does he really think he's invincible just because he defeated Yan Qingfeng? That's right. There are many people who can defeat Yan Qingfeng. However, I'm afraid that those people wouldn't dare to enter the 7th level. I guess it won't be long before he regrets it. Everyone shook their heads. None of them were optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Lin Xian didn't care about these comments. With a low grunt, the power of frost in his body surged and quickly covered his entire body, forming a blue ice armor. At the same time, his fist was also covered with a thick layer of frost. It was like a blue boxing glove, carrying with it a terrifying power of frost. After that, he punched out, ruthlessly smashing forward. The power of frost. Who would have thought that he actually possessed such a strong power of frost? No wonder he dared to attempt to enter the 7th floor. Seeing this scene, someone exclaimed in shock. Ice and fire countered each other. If a cultivator possessed a strong power of frost, they would naturally be able to restrain fire. These people were watching nervously. They didn't know how strong Lin Xian's power of frost was. It's useless. The flames on the 7th floor are very special. Even if you possess the power of frost, you might not be able to enter. Zhang Jiang shook his head slightly. As far as he knew, Bing Ling also possessed the power of frost. In the end, she also failed to enter the 7th floor. Therefore, in his opinion, Lin Xian was no exception. Just as these people were discussing, Lin Xian's fist had already landed on the intersection between the 7th and 6th floor. Boom! Suddenly, an invisible wave vibrated, and a translucent light screen appeared at the border, containing an extremely terrifying amount of heat. When the light screen appeared, the nearby cultivators were immediately frightened. Their faces turned pale, not to mention entering the 7th floor. Lin Xian naturally felt the terrifying heat. Without any hesitation, he quickly summoned his Ice Lotus martial soul. A blue ice lotus bloomed on his fist. It was crystal clear and chilling to the bone. Ice Lotus martial soul. Lin Xian shouted angrily. Then, the blue ice lotus bloomed with cold light and hit the light screen in front of him. Suddenly, a scalp-numbing sound rang out. The translucent light screen fluctuated violently. Every wave emitted a terrifying amount of energy. Zhang Jiang and the rest stood up and quickly retreated. Their eyes were filled with shock. This power was too terrifying. They did not dare to take it head-on. However, their eyes were fixed in front of them. Seeing that the light screen did not crack, many people shook their heads. This was just as they had expected. Humph, I knew it. How could he possibly break it open? Yes, although the 30th place on the mysterious sovereign list is powerful, it is not enough here. Does he really think that he is invincible? Many people sneered. Zhang Jiang also shook his head slightly. Indeed, although Lin Xian's power of frost was strong, it was not as strong as Bing Ling's. Even Bing Ling could not enter. How could Lin Xian enter? Seeing that the Ice Lotus martial soul had not been able to break the translucent red light screen, Lin Xian was stunned. However, in the next moment, a red aura quickly surged on his left hand and condensed into a fire lotus. The fire lotus also contained a shocking amount of heat. Fire attribute. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They almost bit their tongues off. It was not that they had never seen a dual attribute martial artist. Some even had 3 attributes. However, this was the first time they had seen a dual attribute martial artist. It was hard for them to imagine how these completely opposite attributes could safely merge into one person's body. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Xian merged the lotuses on his 2 palms. Then, a half-red and half-blue lotus appeared. An extremely strange power was emitted. Boom! Lin Xian's palms danced and hit the light screen in front of him again. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of glass shattering was heard. A crack appeared on the translucent light screen in front of him and it gradually grew bigger. What? It really broke open. How is this possible? Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They could not believe it. Chapter 9:17. Bang, bang. The terrifying flames were like the waves of the sea, covering the sky and the earth as they surged forward. The flames danced and the ground trembled. The terrifying heat seemed to be burning the entire space. Lin Xian looked at the scene in front of him and was shocked. The horror of the 7th floor was beyond his imagination. Terrifying flames danced all over the place. Not only was there scorching energy, but there was also a strong pressure that made one feel uncomfortable. Other than the red flames, there was also a light blue flame that emitted a hazy light. The flame was even more terrifying. Even though Lin Xian had the ice spirit martial soul, he could not resist it. Furthermore, the terrain of this place was different from what he had imagined. There were huge stone pillars everywhere, and they stood there like a forest. What shocked Lin Xian was that the blue flame could easily burn a 3rd-rank honorable realm to death, but it did not burn the stone pillars. As expected of the 7th level, it was indeed strange. Lin Xian was shocked. At the same time, he used the red lotus armor to cover his body. The 2 powerful defenses allowed him to stay on the 7th floor. At the same time, he understood why only the 2 of them could enter the 7th floor. The flames here were too terrifying. It would be difficult to resist them with just the power of ice. However, what made him happy was that although the flames here were terrifying, they met the requirements to break the seal. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. Then, his body swayed and he flew forward like a shadow. Soon he arrived at the stone forest. With a tap of his foot, he landed on a stone pillar like a big bird and sat down cross-legged. Around him, blue flames danced. As he sat down, more and more blue flames appeared, forming clusters of blue flames. They spun rapidly around him, burning the void until it distorted. Lin Xian looked at the blue flames around him and took a deep breath. Then, he circulated his spiritual energy and released a surge of power of ice. All of a sudden, the surrounding flames became restless. They danced with a whoosh, bringing with them terrifying flames. How could they allow the power of ice to exist in such a hot place? In the next moment, the blue flames danced wildly and rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was grave as he was surrounded by the violent energy. However, he did not block it and allowed the flames to jump towards him. Under this heat, the void became distorted. Countless balls of blue flames surged toward Lin Xian, instantly enveloping him. Pung ping pung! A low rumble was heard. This was the result of the blue flames colliding with the red lotus armor. Kid, if you want to use the heat to temper your body, remove the red lotus armor, the dark red divine dragon said through voice transmission. All right. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he withdrew the phantom of the red lotus armor and used his physical body to resist the blue flames. In an instant, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body felt like it was about to split apart, and the pain was incomparable. Those blue flames looked small, only the size of a fist, but they contained a terrifying amount of heat, as if they were going to burn him. Lin Xian was so shocked that his small face became distorted. Originally, he was wearing the phantom of the red lotus armor and could not sense the surrounding heat clearly. Now that he had withdrawn the red lotus armor, he could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained in the blue flames. However, since he dared to withdraw the red lotus armor, he was confident that he could resist these flames. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and quickly circulated the longevity incantation to unleash its powerful recovery ability. As long as he did not die, the recovery ability of the longevity incantation would allow Lin Xian to stay here. Streaks of blue flames danced and covered the surface of his body. Many of them even burrowed into his body. Suddenly, he felt a tearing pain, as if his body was going to be roasted into a mummy. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. His eyes were red as he forcefully endured the pain. This was because he realized that wherever the blue flames burned, the spiritual energy there became more condensed. There was even a strong and comfortable feeling coming from there. Seeing that the blue flames were tempering his body, Lin Xian was overjoyed. It felt as if he had eaten a natural treasure. What a powerful effect! Lin Xian felt the changes in his body and was instantly overjoyed. Although there was a tearing pain, It was nothing compared to the changes in his body. Haha, this feels great. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. His voice shook the surroundings. Then, a wave of frost energy surged from the top of his head and shot towards the sky. Come on, I can take it. Lin Xian roared. This provocation enraged the surrounding flames. Countless flames danced and roared as they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian took out the crystal skull and placed it in front of him, exposing it to the blue flames. Boom! Countless blue flames danced and charged towards the crystal skull. A low collision sound reverberated like muffled thunder. The crystal skull emitted a 5-colored light, forming a light screen that blocked all the flames. What a powerful seal! As expected of the king's skull. Seeing that the crystal skull was actually able to withstand the blue flames, Lin Xian was shocked. However, he then sent out waves of frost energy in all directions, attracting even more flames. I don't believe that I can't blast you away this time. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. This method was crazy. If someone else was here, they would have wet their pants. The blue flames were not only attacking the crystal skull, but also Lin Xian. In other words, at the same time that the crystal skull was being attacked, Lin Xian was also being attacked by the blue flames. This was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, he could be burned to ashes. Bang, 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 bang. The entire space was being roasted, and there were even cracks in some places. One could imagine how terrifying the blue flames were. However, until now, the blue flames were still unable to blast open the 5-colored light screen formed by the crystal skull. However, it was not completely ineffective. At least, the 5-colored light screen was much dimmer than before. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He did not expect the seal to be so powerful. However, at the same time, he was extremely surprised. With such a powerful seal, there must be something good inside. This made him even more determined to obtain it. The blue flames were very intelligent. Seeing that they could not blast open the 5-colored light screen after such a long time, they were incomparably furious. Countless flames gathered to form a blue spear that emitted flowing light as it ruthlessly pierced towards the crystal skull. The entire spear was sparkling and translucent. It was completely composed of flames and contained a terrifying amount of heat. It was like the spear of a demon god as it rapidly descended. A sound like muffled thunder rang out as the entire stone forest trembled. The 5-colored light screen suddenly bloomed with light, forming a huge force that sent the blue flame spear flying. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 9:18. It was as if the crystal skull had come to life. It emitted an even brighter light, resisting the blue flames around it. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. He didn't expect the seal of the crystal skull to be so powerful. That blue flame spear just now had threatened his life, but he didn't expect it to be unable to break the seal of the crystal skull. One could imagine how terrifying the seal of a king tier was. However, he had still underestimated the seal left behind by a king tier. For 2 whole days, the blue flames couldn't break that 5-colored light screen. Not only that, but Lin Xian was even more miserable. He had been tormented in the blue flames for 2 whole days. It was a hellish torment. The terrifying flames almost made him faint several times. Fortunately, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Now, his body was charred black like charcoal, making one's scalp tingle. Fortunately, the art of longevity had a terrifying recovery ability. Otherwise, he would probably have become a dried corpse long ago. However, this hellish burning also had a huge effect on him. His body shook, and the old black skin on the surface of his body fell off, revealing new skin. His streamlined muscles were full of power, and his face was crystal clear. Moreover, his skin was more delicate than before. After more than 2 days of hellish tempering, Lin Xian's body had undergone a complete transformation. With his current physique, even if he didn't use any defense, ordinary second-level venerables wouldn't be able to harm him at all. His body's strength was comparable to that of venerables who specialized in body tempering. Actually, this was very normal. These blue flames were too terrifying, and they also had a mysterious power. No matter who it was, if they could endure for 2 days, their body would definitely undergo a complete transformation. Of course, apart from Lin Xian, there probably weren't many people who could endure for 2 days here. However, what made his teeth ache was that the seal of the crystal skull still hadn't been broken. Fuck, what kind of seal is this? It's too powerful. Lin Xian's expression was ugly. He had been bombarding it for 2 days, but the crystal skull was still fine. Why don't we go in and try again? The dark red divine dragon said. That's the only way. Lin Xian stood up and looked toward the depths of the 7th level. There were even more stone forests there, and they were spread all over. Moreover, the temperature there was even higher and more terrifying. With a flash, Lin Xian left the place and flew into the distance. The deeper he went, the darker the flames became, and the higher the temperature. In the end, even though Lin Xian's body had been tempered for 2 days, he couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, the surrounding flames changed from light blue to dark blue, like the sea of stars, incomparably deep. The heat it contained was also terrifying. Every trace of it made one's heart beat wildly, and they didn't dare to be careless. Lin Xian was sure that even a 3rd heaven venerate would be turned into ashes instantly if they came here. Looking around, Lin Xian was shocked. He took out a mid-grade spirit rank artifact from his storage ring, and in just a short moment, the mid-grade spirit rank artifact turned into a pool of molten iron. This is it. Lin Xian didn't dare to go any further because his body couldn't hold on any longer. If he went any further, there was a possibility that he would explode at any moment. Sitting down cross-legged again, Lin Xian took out the crystal skull and used the previous method to temper his body while bombarding the crystal skull's seal. Just like that, another 2 days passed. The crystal skull's seal still hadn't been broken, but Lin Xian's physique had become stronger again. Now, he could adapt to the temperature of the dark blue flames, so he decided to go deeper. His body swayed, and Lin Xian carefully moved forward, not daring to go too fast. Soon, he found that the blue flames around him faded, and a light purple flame gradually appeared. The temperature of this purple flame was even higher. Just a trace of it was enough to make Lin Xian somewhat unable to withstand it. Okay, this is it. Lin Xian didn't dare to go any further. He sat down cross-legged and took out the crystal skull. As soon as the crystal skull appeared, the surrounding purple flames were affected and quickly gathered, forming a large purple fish that charged at him. This attack was terrifying. Just the energy shockwave was enough to make Lin Xian somewhat unable to withstand it. With a low growl, he quickly used the phantom of the red lotus armor to cover his body. Boom! In the void, a bright red phantom of the red lotus armor appeared and enveloped Lin Xian like a giant mountain. In the next moment, a terrifying heat wave rushed over and collided with the phantom of the red lotus armor, causing a rumbling sound. However, although the phantom of the red lotus armor trembled, it still managed to withstand the attack. Seeing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the phantom of the red lotus armor. Otherwise, with his current strength, it would have been too difficult for him to withstand the purple flames. The purple flames were indeed powerful. The large purple fish that formed violently bombarded the 5-colored light screen, causing it to fluctuate violently. The light on the screen also quickly dimmed. Lin Xian was overjoyed. At this rate, it would not take long for the 5-colored light screen to shatter. At that time, the seal in the crystal skull would be broken as well. As expected, the 5-colored light screen trembled violently as it was enveloped by the light purple flames. Its light also became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, after a few more collisions, it could not withstand it anymore and made cracking sounds. The entire 5-colored light screen shattered and fell to the ground. It's broken! Seeing the 5-colored light screen shatter, Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and condensed a fiery red palm of light that quickly grabbed the crystal skeleton. He then forcefully pulled, bringing the crystal skeleton to his side. Sensing the changes in the crystal skull, Lin Xian was also overjoyed. However, he did not directly examine it. Instead, he put it away. This place was too terrifying. He had to go to a safe place. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian retreated backward. Soon he arrived at the area of dark blue flames. Although the flames here were terrifying, Lin Xian could completely adapt to it. Lin Xian removed the shadow of the red lotus armor and sat on a stone pillar. Then, he took out the crystal skull and examined it carefully. There was no one here anyway. He did not have to worry at all. At this moment, the crystal skull had become even more crystal clear due to the absence of the seal. The five-colored light was very dazzling. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian released his soul power and probed it. However, just as he came into contact with the crystal skull, the five-colored light screen on it suddenly shone brightly and enveloped him. Then Lin Xian felt dizzy as if his soul was being sucked into it. In the next moment, as if time and space were distorted, Lin Xian arrived in a strange space. The scenery around him had changed greatly. The blue flames from before were long gone. Don't worry. This should be the world inside the crystal skull, the dark red dragon said through voice transmission. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Then he looked around cautiously. His surroundings were a little blurry. It was as if the chaos had yet to open. Only the scenery within 100 feet of him was clearly visible. Lin Xian tried to take a step forward. As he walked, the chaotic fog slowly dispersed and became clear. Suddenly, there was a splashing sound from below. It sounded like flowing water. Lin Xian's body swayed and flew downward. Chapter 9:19. It was a pitch-black river. The black river below surged like a giant black dragon, roaring endlessly. Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that the river below was extremely familiar. It was the famous Blackwater River. At this moment, the Blackwater River was different from what he had seen before. The surging black river water was mixed with scarlet blood with a strong, pungent smell. Not only that, but countless martial artists were fighting fiercely in the sky above the Blackwater River. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions, shocking everyone. Lin Xian realized that those auras were too terrifying. They were not ordinary martial artists at all, but peerless powerhouses at the 8th or 9th heaven of the Venerable Realm. These people were extremely powerful. They could tear apart mountains and rivers and shatter the earth with a raise of their hands. However, these powerhouses suffered a violent impact at this moment. Their bodies split open, and blood spurted out as they fell into the Blackwater River. Fallen. That's right, these powerhouses had all fallen. They were like shooting stars, dying quickly. Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. He could not believe it. What kind of opponent could kill all these powerful peerless venerables? He looked up and was shocked. Above the Blackwater River, there was a huge black lotus. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. Above the lotus, countless black-clothed venerables descended. Each of them had a powerful aura and was incomparably cold. There was a black lotus mark between their eyebrows. These people were expressionless as they attacked the surrounding peerless venerables crazily. Not only that, there were many of them. Usually, 2 or 3 of them would besiege a peerless venerable. No matter how strong those peerless venerables were, they could not withstand the attacks of 2 or 3 people of the same level. Therefore, many of them fell quickly. Black Lotus. Lin Xian's body trembled when he saw the Black Lotus. He was completely dumbfounded. Although he had never seen this scene before, he was very familiar with the appearance of the Black Lotus. The Black Lotus that sealed the spiritual vein in his body was exactly the same. He had almost forgotten about this matter, but he didn't expect to see the incomparably mysterious Black Lotus here, inside the King Crystal Skull. What exactly is this Black Lotus? Lin Xian was shocked and looked again. The battle on the Black River was incredibly intense. Countless 9th Heaven sovereigns fell, and even some half-kings screamed as they died. At this moment, a long howl rang out. The sound was so terrifying that it shattered the void. Immediately after, a handsome young man rushed in. He waved his hands and shot out countless pills, which instantly turned into terrifying demonic beasts that rushed in all directions. The scene of the massacre was controlled in an instant. Not only that, The handsome young man took out a black cauldron and bombarded it in all directions. Every strike caused the world to lose its color. King Pillfeather, 10,000 Beast Cauldron. Seeing this, Lin Xian cried out in surprise. Seeing King Pillfeather in the image, Lin Xian was excited. He felt that he would soon find out the reason for King Pillfeather's death. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian took a closer look. As a king, King Pillplume was extremely powerful. Moreover, he had the 10,000 life cauldron, an earth step treasure. His battle prowess was extremely heaven-defying. Every time he attacked, a large number of Black Lotus cultivators would die. He was like a ferocious tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. No one could resist him. The situation was good. Just as the Black Lotus cultivators were about to be slaughtered, the huge Black Lotus in the sky bloomed with a ray of light. Then, a finger like a heavenly pillar pressed down. As the finger fell, the mountains and the void shattered. Countless black holes appeared. The peerless venerables in the surroundings were horrified. They were swept by the aftershock of the finger, and their bodies instantly split apart, turning into a bloody mist. Even the venerables who were still alive were no exception. They were turned into ashes by the aftershock of the light. It was too terrifying. This was just the aftershock. The real black finger pressed down on King Pillfeather. King Pillfeather roared and activated the 10,000 Beast Cauldron with all his strength to resist the black finger. In the next moment, the image seemed to freeze. Everything in the world disappeared. Only the pitch-black finger and King Pillfeather's body were left. Poof! Blood spurted out. King Pillfeather's body was pierced through, and he fell into the Black River. However, he still used the last of his strength to seal the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. Following King Pillfeather's death, the image gradually blurred and disappeared. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely stunned. He hadn't expected King Pillfeather to be killed by a single finger. Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. He couldn't believe it. King Pillfeather was a king. He was a peak existence in the Tianwu continent. Yet he couldn't stop a single finger. It was hard to believe. The dark red dragon also saw this scene. He was silent. His purple-gold eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. You saw it. A faint voice drifted over. Immediately, Lin Xian's body stiffened. The hair on his body stood up. He turned around in horror. At the same time, he spread out his soul power to search the surroundings. Don't be afraid. I don't have any evil intentions. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding chaos weapons changed. A young figure appeared in front of Lin Xian. King Pillfeather. Seeing the handsome youth, Lin Xian was stunned and cried out. Don't be afraid. This is just a soul imprint of mine. King Pillfeather said indifferently. Although he had the appearance of a youth, he carried an endless vicissitude. Junior Lin Xian pays his respects to senior. Facing a king, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. Even if the other party was just a soul imprint. Only a second heavenly layer? I didn't expect you to be able to break my seal. King Pillfeather revealed a trace of surprise. I didn't expect that the one who broke the seal would be a second heavenly layer venerable. However, since you can come here, it can be considered fate between us. Lin Xian looked at the blurry figure in front of him. He was extremely shocked. He had many questions to ask. Senior, what is that black finger? What kind of existence is that Black Lotus? You don't have to be so surprised. King Pillfeather smiled bitterly. Although you know that kings are peak existences on this continent, I have to tell you that the world outside this continent is vast and mysterious. It's something you can't imagine. As for kings, they aren't peak existences. There are many people stronger than them. The owner of that black finger should be an existence that surpasses the kings. An existence that surpasses the kings? The world outside this continent? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect to hear such news. King Pillfeather continued, as for what realm the owner of that black finger has reached, I can't say for sure. If you have the chance to reach the king realm in the future, you will know when you go to the outside world. Chapter 920. The mysterious space within the crystal skull was filled with white mist. The surroundings were chaotic, and there was a handsome youth standing proudly in front of him. Although he looked young, his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. He was the famous King Pillfeather. As for Lin Xian, he was standing opposite King Pillfeather. "What is their goal in killing the venerables of the martial sky continent?" asked Lin Xian. "I don't know the specifics, but I read in an ancient book that the Black Lotus seems to be the symbol of an organization. That organization seems to have existed since the ancient times. I don't know why they exist, but that time, it seems to be for the 10,000 Beast Cauldron and a map." 10,000 Beast Cauldron? Lin Xian was puzzled. The 10,000 Beast Cauldron was easy to understand. After all, it was a complete Earth-tier artifact. As for the map, although he didn't know what it was, it definitely wasn't simple to catch the eye of such a terrifying figure. Just as Lin Xian was puzzled, King Pillfeather said, "I don't have much time left. I will transfer the energy sealed here to you. As for how much you can receive, it will depend on your luck." As his voice fell, the chaotic fog in the surroundings began to churn, forming thick white pillars of light that surged towards Lin Xian. Boom! In an instant, those white pillars of light enveloped Lin Xian. "Eliminate all distracting thoughts and focus on absorbing," said King Pillfeather. Lin Xian's heart shook. He quickly circulated the longevity art, because he found that the white pillars of light were the purest spiritual energy. Under the circulation of the longevity art, the spiritual energy poured into Lin Xian's body and flowed through his spirit meridians, finally surging into his spirit sea. However, what shocked Lin Xian was that there was too much spiritual energy. He couldn't absorb it all. Under normal circumstances, he could absorb it on his own. But right now, he was in a state of being imbued with energy. If he was interrupted, the spiritual energy would disappear, and he wouldn't be able to obtain it. "What should I do?" Lin Xian quickly thought. He didn't want to waste this precious opportunity. But if all this spiritual energy poured into him, he wouldn't be able to absorb it. He might even explode. Boom! In just a moment, the spiritual energy in his body doubled. He quickly reached the peak of the second-layer venerable realm. This kind of growth speed was terrifying. However, the crisis didn't change. Lin Xian's body was filled with spiritual energy. A glass-like vortex formed on the mysterious small sword and sucked away the excess spiritual energy. Immediately, the feeling of being on the verge of exploding disappeared. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Without any worries, he could now focus on breaking through to the third firmament of the martial saint realm. With the support of such a huge amount of pure spiritual energy, there was no doubt that he would enter the third heaven of venerable realm. Soon, he broke through. Lin Xian had no doubt that if he wanted to, he could continue to raise his cultivation level. However, he did not do so. After all, these were all external forces. Although they could increase his cultivation quickly, it was more important to have a solid foundation. If he rashly increased his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to control it. If his foundation was unstable, he wouldn't be able to walk far on the martial path. Lin Xian didn't absorb the energy anymore. Instead, he guided it all into the mysterious sword. At the same time, his soul entered the mysterious sword space. He found that the energy didn't disappear. Instead, it formed a milk-colored ball. At first, the ball was only the size of a fist. Then, it gradually grew to the size of a basketball. At this time, the boundless spiritual energy in the space also disappeared. Lin Xian knew that the energy of the King's Seal was finished. Lin Xian's body shook. His soul force returned to his body. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. He respectfully bowed to King Pillfeather's figure. "Thank you, Senior. This junior can't thank you enough." King Pillfeather looked at Lin Xian and nodded. Not bad at all. Although your cultivation is a bit weak, your temperament is hard to come by. In that situation just now, I'm afraid no one could resist the temptation to increase their cultivation. You should know that the energy of my seal is enough for you to reach the 5th or even 6th heavenly layer. But you didn't do that. This shows that you're very clear-headed and understand your own martial path. To be able to resist such a great temptation, your heart of martial path is very firm. It's commendable. King Pillfeather's words were full of praise. Indeed, under such a great opportunity, very few people could remain rational. After all, it was very difficult to increase one's cultivation in the venerable realm. If one missed this opportunity, there might not be another. However, Lin Xian was able to restrain his desire to increase his cultivation. Of course, the energy didn't dissipate. It just entered the mysterious sword in another form. As long as Lin Xian was willing, he could absorb it at any time in the future. Senior is overpraising me. I'm already very lucky to reach the third heavenly layer. If I increase my cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to control it. Indeed, Lin Xian's cultivation had increased very quickly. It was as if he was sitting on a rocket. It was hard to believe. It had only been a short 3 to 4 years since he started cultivating. From a small martial disciple to a third heavenly layer venerable, this kind of speed was unprecedented. However, every time he increased his cultivation, it was through a large number of battles. It could be said that his foundation was very solid. He didn't have to worry about it at all. Therefore, this time, he didn't rashly increase his cultivation by a lot. Only with a solid foundation could one walk on the path of martial path for a long time. King Pillfeather nodded slightly, then sighed, "I've already given you the energy of the seal. If you didn't restrain yourself and directly increased your cultivation by several levels, perhaps the next thing would have nothing to do with you. But fortunately, you managed to restrain yourself. The next thing?" Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there was something else other than the energy of the seal? Seeing Lin Xian's puzzled look, King Pillfeather smiled slightly, then said, "The next thing isn't energy, but some of my inheritance. Are you willing to accept it?" Inheritance. Lin Xian's head throbbed. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. My death was very special. Because of time, I didn't have time to leave behind too many martial inheritances. I only left behind a complete alchemy inheritance. Are you willing to accept it? Alchemy inheritance. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had learned alchemy from Wine Lord. Back then, Jiu Yu had also taught him based on his cultivation. Therefore, ever since Wine Lord left, Lin Xian's alchemy progress had been slow. Chapter 9:21. Of course I'm willing. Senior, you might not know this, but I'm also an alchemist. Oh, that's great. I finally have the whereabouts of my inheritance. But I have one more condition. You must help me fulfill it. Senior, please speak. The Myriad Beast Cauldron is an earth-rank treasure that I spent my entire life searching for. It's extremely precious, but it's now lost in the outside world. Since you've obtained my inheritance, you're my disciple. That's why you must find the Myriad Beast Cauldron and not let it fall into the hands of an outsider. Lin Xian's expression turned a little strange when he heard this. He scratched his head. Master, the Myriad Beast Cauldron is actually in my hands. In your hands? King Pillfeather was slightly stunned, but then he raised his head and laughed. Good. I really didn't misjudge you. You're not worried, your mind is firm, and your fortune is great. If I pass my inheritance to you, there's absolutely no danger of it being lost. King Pillfeather began to pass his inheritance to Lin Xian. The process was very slow, and it lasted for about a day. After passing on his inheritance, King Pillfeather's figure dimmed as if he would disappear at any moment. My mission is complete. I'll disappear soon. I have no regrets since I was able to leave behind my inheritance. King Pillfeather's voice carried a trace of loneliness. But speaking of which, I'm still a little unresigned. If you can break through to the King Realm one day, I hope you can go to the outside world and help me find the owner of the Black Finger and kill him. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely avenge you. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Although we haven't been together for long, I believe you can do it. King Pillfeather's figure grew fainter and fainter as if he would really disappear from this world. I obtained this map by chance. It seems to be something that the owner of the black finger is looking for. Keep it well and don't let anyone know about it. King Pillfeather's voice became faintly discernible, and his body began to disintegrate into countless streaks of light. An ancient map floated down from his body, and then King Pillfeather turned into a ray of white light and disappeared. Master, rest in peace. Lin Xian looked at the disappearing figure and said in a low voice. Since he had obtained Blackfinger's inheritance, he would definitely avenge Blackfinger, no matter how powerful Blackfinger's master was. Moreover, Black Lotus was inextricably linked to him. He really wanted to know what kind of conspiracy was behind Black Lotus. Why seal him? Of course, he knew that an extremely formidable strength was required to solve all of these problems, and it was at least at the King realm or above. As King Pillfeather disappeared, an ancient map floated down from the sky. Lin Xian stretched out his palm and grabbed the map in his hands. He then scanned through it quickly. This is, Lin Xian exclaimed and then looked carefully. The map was only the size of a palm and depicted the topography of the mountains and rivers. Clearly, this was not a complete map but only a part of it. The reason why Lin Xian was shocked was because he had a similar map in his hands. According to the Dark Red Dragon God, the map contained information about the heavenly Netherbird. Lin Xian now understood why the Black Lotus organization wanted to snatch this map. The heavenly Netherbird was a demonic beast on the heaven ranking and was extremely precious. One could imagine how tempting the things it left behind would be. The Dark Red Dragon God flew out and stared at the map with joy. The two maps together are almost half of the map. Kid, I have to say that you're really lucky. All right. Lin Xian shrugged. However, he still did not know where the heavenly Netherbird was. Wait patiently. With your current strength, you won't be able to take it even if you know. It's better to use this time to cultivate. That's true. Lin Xian nodded and put away the map. With a thought, he left this strange space. It had to be said that he had gained a lot this time. First, he had broken through to the third sky of the Martial Saint realm. This had allowed Lin Xian's strength to increase exponentially. He believed that if he were to face Blackwater City's City Lord Xiao Li now, he wouldn't even need to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to kill him. Not only had his strength increased, but he had also obtained King Dan Yu's alchemy inheritance. This was an extremely precious thing. With the alchemy inheritance, he believed that his attainments in alchemy would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. When the time came, it would not be a problem for him to refine Tier 7 pills. Li Yunfei, you'd better not let me see you again. Lin Xian snorted coldly as a figure appeared in his mind. Naturally, it was Li Yunfei, who was ranked second on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. If there was still a big gap between the two of them before, that gap had shrunk infinitely. Previously, Li Yunfei's arrogant attitude had made him unhappy. If he had the chance, he would not mind retaliating. Next, Lin Xian consolidated his cultivation and decided to head deeper into the 7th floor. Previously, he was unable to resist the purple flames. However, now that he had broken through to the third sky of the Martial Saint realm, he should be able to withstand the heat of the purple flames. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the area of the purple flames. This time, he could withstand the heat. As he continued forward, the color of the flames gradually deepened. However, Lin Xian could still withstand it. He arrived at the border of the 7th floor. If he continued forward, he would reach the 8th floor. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian stood at the border and felt a wave of heat that seemed to be able to burn his soul. How terrifying! Lin Xian sighed softly. It seemed like the 8th floor was not that easy to enter. It made sense. Among the entire Immortal Martial Academy's disciples, only Dugu Outyin had entered the 8th floor. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Let's cultivate on the 7th floor then. Lin Xian did not force it. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a series of low and deep sounds could be heard. It was as if metal was colliding, low and crisp. This is? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He realized that the sound came from the 8th floor. The 7th floor was already very terrifying. Only 2 to 3 people in the entire Immortal Martial Academy could enter. However, there was only one person on the 8th floor, and that was Dugu Aotian. Could it be that the sound was caused by him? Lin Xian's heart pounded madly. Could it be that he would meet Dugu Aotian here? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian circulated his soul force and looked towards the 8th floor. Although he had not learned any special eye techniques, Lin Xian's soul force was very strong. When he channeled his soul force into his eyes, he could clearly see the scene on the 8th floor. Through the layers of flames, Lin Xian looked towards the 8th floor. He saw countless deep purple flames jumping about on the 8th floor. It was like countless balls of purple mist that filled the entire space. The ground was deep purple in color. There were jagged rocks of strange shapes on the ground. It was the same stone forest. This time, he could clearly hear that the metallic sounds came from the depths of the 8th floor. Chapter 9:22. The figure's back was facing the entrance, so Lin Xian could not see its face clearly. He could only see a golden light flowing around the golden figure and a metallic texture. However, he frowned slightly as he realized that it was not a human body, but a golden feather. Fuck. I didn't expect there to be a golden crow here. Could leave quickly. The dark red dragon used some kind of secret technique to see this scene and quickly transmitted its voice to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and withdrew his soul power. Anyone who could enter the 8th floor was definitely a terrifying figure. However, to his surprise, the golden figure was not Dugu Aotian. He withdrew his soul power and transmitted his voice. A golden crow? Could it be a demonic beast inside? He could not be blamed for being shocked. After all, only one person had entered the 8th floor so far. Of course, other than the younger generation, those of the older generation could enter. This shouldn't be the Dugu Aotian you mentioned. This is a golden crow. Although it doesn't have a pure bloodline, it's still a crow with the golden crow's bloodline. A crow! Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the golden figure to be a demonic beast. It's not just a demonic beast. It looks like a demonic beast and a great demonic beast. Kid, I advise you not to provoke this kind of person. Lin Xian nodded to himself. This was too shocking. He did not expect there to be a great demonic beast here. Next, he began to cultivate on the 7th floor. However, clanking sounds came from the 8th floor from time to time. Is this guy refining equipment? The dark red dragon was suspicious. It used its secret technique to observe the situation on the 8th floor again and frowned. He's really refining equipment. Kid, don't you want to refine the Red Lotus armor? You can refine it here. Do I refine it myself? Don't I need a master blacksmith? Lin Xian was puzzled. You already have the blueprint. Why would you need a master blacksmith? Besides, your soul power is so powerful. The dark red dragon rolled its eyes at him. Are you willing to give the Red Lotus armor to someone else? Ah. Lin Xian was stunned. Indeed, he was reluctant to give such a heaven-defying blueprint to others. However, since the dark red divine dragon said that he could refine it, then he should be able to refine it. In fact, refining weapons was similar to refining pills. They were both inscriptions. Lin Xian's soul force was strong, so he could do this. As for the blueprint, he had the complete blueprint in his hands, so as long as he was careful, he should be able to refine it. However, let's wait a little longer. I want to enter the 8th floor to refine, Lin Xian said. He knew that the better the flame required for refining, the better the item refined would be. Therefore, he hoped to endure for a while longer and wait until he could enter the 8th level before he started refining. After making up his mind, he didn't stay any longer and flew out. However, Lin Xian did not know that the news of him entering the 7th level had already shaken the entire flaming mountain. Countless martial artists gathered in front of the boundary steel, looking at the changes in the rankings, exclaiming in amazement. They did not expect that Lin Xian was actually able to charge to the 7th level. One had to know that previously, only 2 people had been able to enter the 7th floor. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would be able to enter as well? This new student is incredible. Yeah, he's too terrifying. While everyone was exclaiming in amazement, Lin Xian had already returned to the Immortal Martial Academy. However, when he returned to the new student area, he realized that the atmosphere was not right. Especially when he saw that Dongfang Xiong and the rest were injured, his face instantly darkened. What happened? Who injured them? Brother Xian? Wang Li stepped forward and quickly told him what had happened. It turned out that a martial artist called Lu Chang had injured them. Lu Chang was an expert ranked 5th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard and was also Prince Ling Feng's subordinate. When he found out that Lin Xian had destroyed the Vientiane auction, he wanted to take revenge. However, when he attacked this time, Lin Xian was not around, so he injured Dongfang Xiong and the rest. After Lin Xian heard this, his face darkened and his eyes burned with anger. Lu Chang? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're ranked 5th? Now that Lin Xian had broken through to the 3rd heaven of the honorable realm, his strength had increased greatly. He was not afraid of Lu Chang, who was ranked 5th. Go and collect information on him, Lin Xian said to Wang Li. I'll help you take revenge. Not long after, Wang Li returned. Brother Xian, Lu Chang is in seclusion. He should be preparing for the demon-slaying conference. Demon-slaying conference? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. All right, we'll deal with him at the demon-slaying conference. The demon-slaying conference was a very special event in the Immortal Martial Academy. It was also a kind of trial for the Academy's disciples. It was said that if one could get a good ranking in the demon-slaying conference, they could be baptized in the demon blood pool. With Lu Chang's status, he probably would not miss the demon-slaying conference. Since the other party dared to injure his companions, they had to pay the price. It was less than a month before the demon-slaying conference began. Lin Xian thought that it would be best to refine the Red Lotus armor before the conference. Although he could only refine one glove now, it was better than nothing. After returning to the courtyard, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon began to think of a solution. With Lin Xian's current strength, it would be difficult for him to enter the 8th level within a month. If he used a special method, he might be able to do it. In the end, the two of them thought of a solution, which was to use the Blood Shadow Doppelganger and the Red Lotus armor to refine the Doppelganger into the 8th level. After discussing the solution, Lin Xian did not delay and headed to the Flaming Mountain again. Soon, he arrived at the border between the 7th and 8th level. With a low growl, Lin Xian quickly created a Blood Shadow Doppelganger. Then he used the Red Lotus armor to envelop it. The doppelganger glanced at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. Then, it stepped into the 8th level. As soon as it entered the 8th level, the surrounding purple flames burned fiercely and surged toward the doppelganger. Lin Xian's doppelganger trembled. However, with the help of the Red Lotus armor, it managed to hold on. Under the protection of the Red Lotus armor, the doppelganger walked slowly into the 8th level. Then, it found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. After a while, the Red Lotus armor could no longer withstand the surrounding flames. It dimmed and finally disappeared. The moment the Red Lotus armor disappeared, the Blood Shadow Doppelganger also disappeared. Half an incense stick's worth of time. Lin Xian calculated and realized that his doppelganger could only last for half an incense stick's worth of time on the 8th level. However, this was enough. As long as he calculated the time well, he could continue refining the armor on the 8th level. Then, Lin Xian devoted himself to the refining process. At the same time, the news of him entering the 7th level of the Flaming Mountain spread to the Celestial Martial Arts Academy and caused a commotion among the other martial artists. When Bing Ling, Dongfang Phoenix, and the rest heard the news, they were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to enter the 7th level. Especially Bing Ling. Her delicate little face was filled with shock. She was also an ice-based martial artist, but she could not enter the 7th level. Chapter 923. In a sea of lightning, an imposing figure stood there, receiving the bombardment of thousands of lightning bolts. This figure was Li Yunfei, ranked 2nd on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and waved his hand. A shining talisman flew into his hand. The 7th level of the Blazing Mountain? Interesting. I hope it's not too weak. Li Yunfei smiled. Then, the talisman in his hand burned rapidly. At the same time, in a cultivation room at the bottom of a spiritual tower, the spiritual energy was so abundant that it turned into liquid droplets that could be seen with the naked eye. Among the countless droplets, a figure sat cross-legged. It was a young man with a thin face. Although his eyes were closed, he gave off a very sharp feeling. Behind him, there was a blood-red spear that emitted a fierce aura. Suddenly, a talisman floated into the cultivation room. Buzz. The thin young man opened his eyes abruptly, as if a peerless beast had awakened. The 7th level of the Blazing Mountain? What's so great about that? If I want to, I can also enter. The thin young man smiled coldly. Then, with a flick of his finger, he dispersed the talisman. No matter which level you enter, I'll let you know what regret is for daring to go against young Master Ling Feng. The young man's voice was cold. He was Lu Chang, ranked 5th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. At this moment, he had already entered seclusion to prepare for the demon-slaying conference. The news of Lin Xian entering the 7th level of the Blazing Mountains spread quickly in the Immortal Martial Academy. Countless cultivators paid special attention to it. Among them, there were many who were collecting information about Lin Xian. After all, such a person would definitely be a strong opponent in the demon-slaying conference. As the demon-slaying conference got closer and closer, many cultivators started to get busy. Disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy could be seen entering and exiting the Blazing Mountain, the cultivation room, the Sea of Lightning, and other cultivation places. The demon-slaying conference was an opportunity for them. Not only could they gain fame and soar, but the final reward was also very tempting. The demonic blood pool contained rich energy. If they could obtain it, their strength would definitely increase greatly. If they were lucky, it might even be possible for them to break through to the next level. No one would miss out on such a great opportunity. The 8th level of the Blazing Mountain. Purple flames danced and heat waves surged. The entire space was extremely hot. Within the purple flames, there was a figure quietly sitting cross-legged. Outside his body, there was a shadow of a dark red armor that covered his entire body. This figure was naturally Lin Xian's doppelganger. In front of him was a lump of red metal that was constantly changing shape. One could vaguely make out that it was in the shape of a gauntlet. The rough outline had already appeared, and there were fine veined patterns on it. They intertwined and spiraled together, forming a strange pattern. These mysterious and strange patterns were inscriptions. It was these inscriptions that formed the powerful Red Lotus armor. His avatar was refining on the 8th floor while Lin Xian's real body was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the 7th floor. His eyes were closed as he used his soul force to control everything. More than half a month had passed, and the refining of the Red Lotus gloves had been more than half completed. It would probably take a few more days to complete. Lin Xian's face was a little pale. He had underestimated the consumption of the refining process. If he didn't have so many heavenly treasures, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. However, the benefits of persevering were great. His soul force was tempered, and his body was tempered by the purple flames. It was incomparably strong. What made him even happier was that the Red Lotus armor's gauntlet was about to be completed. Just the shadow alone was already very powerful. Lin Xian didn't know how heaven-defying it would be if the complete Red Lotus armor was completed. During this time, the golden figure on the 8th floor had also left. The scene was so shocking that Lin Xian almost cried out in surprise. When the golden figure left, 2 huge golden wings appeared in the air. It was like a real golden crow as it streaked across the sky. Everywhere it passed, there would be golden feathers that were condensed from spiritual energy. The temperature of the feathers wasn't any lower than the purple flames on the 8th floor. Although he didn't know the true cultivation of the other party, it was definitely not weak. It should be a peerless expert. Fortunately, the other party didn't pay attention to him. With a sway of his body, he disappeared from the Blazing Mountain. In the following days, Lin Xian refined the armor in an orderly manner. The atmosphere in the Immortal Martial Academy was getting more and more heated. Because the demon-slaying conference was finally about to begin. It's going to start in 3 days. Why isn't Brother Xian back yet? Wang Li and the rest were anxious. Murong Qingqing also snorted. Where did that guy go? However, Lin Xian finally appeared after a day. He had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes were filled with excitement. After more than 20 days of hard work, the Red Lotus Armor's gauntlet was finally completed. He tested its power. It was extremely terrifying and could kill a 4th-level venerable. However, it consumed a lot of energy. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could only use it once. It could be used as a life-saving item. Other than its powerful attack, the gauntlet could also be used as a defensive item. It was a part of the Red Lotus armor. One could imagine how tough it was. He had used up most of the materials to make the gauntlet. However, he still had more than half of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold left. He estimated that the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold he had was enough to complete the Red Lotus armor. However, he would have to collect the other materials slowly. Lin Xian was looking forward to seeing how powerful the Red Lotus armor would be when he completed it. 3 days later, the atmosphere in the Immortal Martial Academy reached its peak. Countless people were excited as they waited for the demon-slaying conference to begin. Lin Xian and the rest also headed towards the true martial lake. Among them, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were extremely excited. Of course, most of them did not have the qualifications to participate in the demon-slaying conference. Among the new students, only Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and a few others were qualified to participate. However, this did not affect their excitement. Countless members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion surrounded Lin Xian and cheered for Lin Xian. Brother Xian, go for it. Kill everyone and become the champion of the demon-slaying conference. Yeah, charge into the top 10 of the Mystic Venerable leaderboard and make our Dragon Sword Pavilion the #1 society in the Immortal Martial Academy. Everyone cheered. They had unlimited expectations for Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and led the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion towards the true martial lake. At the same time, a skinny figure slowly walked out from the depths of the Spirit Tower. On his back, he carried a blood-colored spear that was taller than a person. His entire body was incomparably sharp, and his killing intent was shocking. Lin Xian, right? You better not let me meet you. Otherwise, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. Lu Chang sneered. In a flash, he disappeared from the Spirit Tower. Chapter 924. In the Ice Spirit Valley, Bingling was wearing a blue dress. She looked cold like an ice fairy. Feeling the fiery atmosphere in the academy, Bingling smiled. Then her figure fluttered and rushed into the sky. In the endless sea of lightning, an imposing figure walked out. Wherever he passed, countless lightning bolts retreated, not daring to get close. Outside the sea of lightning, there were many warriors standing there, waiting respectfully. Seeing the imposing youth, countless martial artists below shouted, "Boss, you're finally out." Li Yunfei looked down and nodded. "It's about time. Follow me to the true martial lake." A loud voice sounded. Countless martial artists followed behind Li Yunfei respectfully. Li Yunfei stood on the clouds, looking down at the entire Immortal Martial Academy. "Dugo Aotian, it's my turn to be first on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard." His eyes were filled with confidence. He turned into a rainbow and flew into the sky. On this day, countless experts moved. Those on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard, as well as those who had been enduring, all rushed to the true martial lake. This time, they wanted to prove themselves. This time, they wanted to soar into the sky. The true martial lake was a huge lake. It was very famous. It was said that a black tortoise lived in the true martial lake. It had lived for thousands of years and its strength was unfathomable. This black tortoise was the Immortal Martial Academy's guardian beast. Normally, the black tortoise would cultivate at the bottom of the lake and would not come up. Near the true martial lake was a vast grassland. At this moment, countless disciples were gathered here. When Lin Xian and the rest arrived, they were shocked when they saw the countless figures. There were too many people. So many that it was beyond his imagination. As expected of the Immortal Martial Academy. It was abnormally strong. Perhaps this was the only place where one could see so many geniuses. Moreover, there were definitely countless experts hidden here. They were not on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing walked side by side, leading the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion forward. Speaking of which, Lin Xian was quite famous. Hence, his arrival attracted many people's attention. However, when Lu Chang saw Lin Xian, his face darkened. His cold gaze shrouded the area in front of him. Lin Xian's soul force was extremely powerful. Naturally, he was able to sense the hostile gaze directed at him. He furrowed his brows and looked at the figure. "Brother Xian, he's Lu Chang." Wang Li whispered from the side. "That's him?" Lin Xian furrowed his brows, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Don't worry, I'll avenge you." In the past, Lin Xian wouldn't have had the confidence to fight against the 5th-ranked person on the Mystic Venerate list. However, his strength had now broken through to the 3rd sky of the Venerate realm, and he also possessed the Red Lotus armor. His strength had increased tremendously. To him, the 5th on the Sublime Venerate leaderboard was nothing to be afraid of. Seeing Lin Xian's cold gaze, Lu Chang's face became even more gloomy. A puny new student actually dared to release killing intent towards him, truly courting death. Lu Chang snorted coldly and retracted his gaze. He had already decided that during the demon-slaying conference, he would teach Lin Xian a lesson. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He wasn't afraid of Lu Chang at all. Just as they reached an open space and stopped in their tracks, another round of exclamations came from behind them. The sound was like a wave that shook the entire area, causing the clouds in the sky to shatter. The crowd behind them was in an uproar as they exclaimed continuously. Lin Xian and the rest were shocked as they looked behind them. In the sky, countless martial artists were flying over quickly. At the very front was a stalwart figure. Li Yunfei. The disciples below exclaimed, and many female disciples screamed. It had to be said that Li Yunfei's appearance was not bad. His cultivation level was extremely high, and his strength was formidable. He was ranked 2nd on the Mystic Venerate list. In the academy, other than the elusive Dugu Outyan, no one could shake Li Yunfei's position. This could be seen from the commotion caused by Yun Lifei. Yun Lifei had received a lot of attention. Li Yunfei had a faint smile on his face as he flew quickly. He looked down and frowned slightly. He was looking in the direction where Murong Qingqing was. However, when he saw Lin Xian beside Murong Qingqing, he frowned. In a flash, Li Yunfei arrived in front of Lin Xian. "Looks like you didn't take what I said to you the last time to heart. You don't have to worry about me." Lin Xian wasn't afraid when he sensed the coldness in Li Yunfei's voice. "So you've broken through. No wonder you didn't take what I said to heart." Li Yunfei was shocked. Previously, Li Yunfei was only a 2nd Heaven Honorable. He didn't expect Li Yunfei to break through to the 3rd Heaven Honorable realm in just a few days. "However, you're still a little naive. So what if you've broken through? A 3rd Heaven Honorable realm is nothing in front of me." Li Yunfei shook his head. "Then let's wait and see." Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Against someone like Li Yunfei, a battle of words was useless. Only by using his true strength would he be able to intimidate the other party. "Qingqing, the guy you're interested in isn't much. He's not strong, but he's very arrogant." Li Yunfei ignored Lin Xian and turned to look at Murong Qingqing. "It's none of your business who I'm interested in." Murong Qingqing's face turned cold. "It's not that I want to interfere," Li Yunfei said. "Do you think he can pass the Shen family's test?" Murong Qingqing blushed when she heard that. "What are you thinking? It's not what you think." Hearing her words, Lin Xian touched his nose helplessly. Indeed, there was nothing going on between him and Murong Qingqing yet. Although the two of them had feelings for each other, they had yet to reveal their relationship. However, Lin Xian felt a lot of pressure when he heard Li Yunfei's words. It seemed that if he wanted to confirm his relationship with Murong Qingqing, he would have to get the Shen family's approval. However, the Shen family wasn't an ordinary family. It was a king family. Their test wouldn't be simple. Lin Xian shook his head and got rid of his distracting thoughts. These things were too far away for him to think about. At that moment, Li Yunfei turned his head again. Since you don't want to listen to my advice, don't blame me. You'd better not meet me at the demon-slaying conference. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer a lot. Li Yunfei was calm and didn't say anything harsh. However, his voice carried a high and mighty attitude. It was as if he could control everything. Lin Xian was extremely displeased by this haughty attitude of looking down on everything. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian shrugged and didn't seem to care at all. Seeing Lin Xian's indifferent expression, Li Yunfei didn't care. However, the cultivators behind him were very unhappy. In their opinion, who did Lin Xian think he was? He actually dared to fight over a woman with their boss. Chapter 9:25. However, although they were unhappy, they could not do anything. They could only glare fiercely at Lin Xian. The disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion behind Lin Xian could not take it lying down. Although Lin Xian was a senior and ranked second on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, they were not pushovers. Dongfang Xiong immediately glared back at Lin Xian. Both sides were angry, so the atmosphere was tense. However, Li Yunfei and Lin Xian quickly controlled the situation. They did not want the two sides to fight at this juncture. Li Yunfei took a deep look at Lin Xian, then left with his people and walked to the other side. After Li Yunfei's arrival, more and more martialists came to the true martial lake. Bing Ling Yi Yan and the other powerhouses on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard also rushed over. Of course, other than the famous powerhouses on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, there were also some unfamiliar faces. However, their auras were just as powerful, not any weaker than Bing Ling and the others. It seemed that these people were the hidden powerhouses. Many of these powerhouses looked at Lin Xian, and some of them were clearly looking at him with provocation. Lin Xian was too famous. First, he had killed Yan Qingfeng and ranked 30th on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. Recently, there had been news that he had entered the 7th level of the Flame Mountain. Every one of these news had shocked everyone. However, Lin Xian was just a freshman. While gaining fame, he would also encounter a lot of trouble. For example, many people had their eyes on Lin Xian. This was because anyone who defeated Lin Xian would immediately become famous. Lin Xian ignored all the provocative gazes. However, if anyone dared to cause trouble for him, he did not mind teaching them a lesson. Don't. A deep voice rang out, echoing in the surroundings like muffled thunder. When they heard this sound, the disciples below all quieted down and waited excitedly. At that moment, countless people looked up at the sky. There was a fiery red light in the sky that was rapidly flying toward them. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked over, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He found that the light was a massive feather that was about 100 meters long. There was a red light around it, and it gave off a terrifying aura. At that moment, there were several figures standing on the fiery red feather. Most of them were old men with silver hair. However, no one dared to underestimate them because these old men were all elders of the academy. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. Although they had restrained their auras, the crowd below still felt an indescribable pressure. On the other hand, Lin Xian was shocked as well. A powerful cultivator. He was definitely a powerful cultivator. He had seen those peerless venerables in the crystal skull. At this moment, the auras of the few old men in the sky were almost the same as those peerless venerables. As expected of the immortal martial academy, it is indeed powerful. Lin Kun exclaimed. Then he shifted his gaze and looked in front of the elders. There was an imposing figure there. It was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. He was just standing there, but he was like an ancient mountain that people could only look up at. As the middle-aged man got closer and closer, the shock in the hearts of the crowd grew stronger and stronger. It was as though they were facing a god, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship him. That black-robed middle-aged man also looked down with a smile on his face. How powerful! To think that the immortal martial academy actually has such a character. The Crimson Divine Dragon was also shocked. Lin Xian was shocked. Someone who could make the crimson divine dragon sigh in admiration was definitely extraordinary. Who is that middle-aged man? Lin Xian asked. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingqing's expression turned heavy. He is the vice dean of the Immortal Martial Academy. People call him Dean Xian. Vice dean, no wonder he is so terrifying. Lin Xian nodded. Those who could become vice dean were definitely existences at the peak. However, he didn't expect that the Devil Slayers Guild would actually send out a vice dean. Dean Xian looked down and smiled. After which, the red feather below his feet emitted a bright light, forming a rain of red light that sprinkled down, covering all the disciples. Instantly, the crowd below felt their spirits being lifted, and the spiritual energy in their bodies became even purer. Many thanks, Deity. The crowd below was pleasantly surprised. Lin Xian was also astonished. He didn't expect the other party to be able to purify their spiritual energy with just a wave of his hand. This method was too terrifying. No matter how he looked at it, this was beyond the capabilities of a venerable. Indeed, he is a king, the Crimson Divine Dragon said. The king? No wonder. Lin Xian was relieved. Although King Pillfeather was also a king, he had fallen. Back then, only a soul imprint was left behind, and he wasn't a real king. It could be said that this was the first time Lin Xian saw a true king. That kind of aura wasn't sharp, but it was extremely majestic. It was like heaven and earth, and people could only look up to it. Regarding the Devil Slayers Guild, I'm sure everyone is familiar with it, so I don't need to say much. However, I have to remind everyone that the Devil Slayers Guild this time might be a little difficult. Dean Xian slowly said. With a wave of his sleeve, the clouds in the sky turned transparent like a mirror, reflecting a scene. Countless mountains and rivers appeared in the scene. Everyone knew that the Dean had used a special method to create it. There were countless mountains in the scene, and 3 of them were the most eye-catching because they were enveloped by a powerful demonic aura. It was abnormally terrifying. What a terrifying demonic aura. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, and then they quickly discussed it. This was because only by defeating the last guardian could they enter the demon blood pool and undergo the subsequent refinement. From this scene, it could be seen that the guardian this time was extremely terrifying, and it seemed that there was more than one guardian. However, they didn't know how strong the final guardian was. There are 3 guardians this time, and their strength is about the same as a 4th Heaven Venerable, Dean Xian said. 3. 4th Heaven Venerable. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were all stunned, and then they burst into an uproar. Damn, it's really a 4th Heaven Venerable? Is it that difficult? One had to know that the top 10 on the mysterious Venerable leaderboard were only 3rd Heaven Venerables. A 4th Heaven Venerable was definitely a powerful existence. Even the top 3 on the mysterious Venerable leaderboard might not be able to win. Moreover, there was only 1 guardian in the past, but there were 3 this time. The difficulty had increased by several times. This time, it would be very difficult to pass the last stage. However, if they couldn't pass, they wouldn't be able to obtain the demon blood pool, and everything would be in vain. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. Looking at the scene reflected in the sky, his eyes flickered. Guardian? He muttered to himself. Although he couldn't sense the other party's aura, just from the scene alone, he knew that the guardian was definitely not weak. He was not weaker than the governor of Blackwater City, Shaoli. Not only Lin Xian, but even Li Yunfei frowned. Although he was powerful and didn't fear a 4th Heaven Venerable, he couldn't fight against 3 4th Heaven Venerables together. Chapter 9:26. The other cultivators were also discussing. Of course, they were all discussing who would be able to fight against the final guardian. At that stage, if the difference in strength was too great, it was impossible to win just by relying on numbers. There must be a strong cultivator to fight against it. Li Yunfei will definitely be fine, but he can only fight against 1 guardian at most. I don't know how to deal with the other 2. Yeah, Dugu Outyin can also fight against them, but it seems like he didn't come. Many people were discussing, Their voices were filled with anxiety. Dugu Aotian didn't appear, which made many people feel disappointed and anxious. Lin Xian's expression was calm. It didn't matter to him whether Dugu Aotian came or not. At least he could kill one of them. Li Yunfei was also expressionless. He raised his chin and looked at the scene in the sky with a confident smile on his face. "All right, everyone stop arguing." At this moment, an elder behind Din Xian stood out and said in a deep voice. Instantly, the cultivators below all shut up and waited quietly. "Instead of complaining, why don't you think about how to deal with it later? The Demon Slayers conference will begin soon," Din Xian said slowly. Hearing this, although no one said anything, their expressions were very ugly. Because if Dugu Aotian didn't come, it would be very difficult to fight against the final guardian. With their current situation, they didn't have much chance of winning. In the sky, Din Xian flipped his palm and took out a palm-sized disc. On it, there were 12 strange patterns. In the next moment, the pale golden disc rotated and flashed with light. The 12 patterns floated and imprinted in the air, emitting a mysterious power. The 12 patterns flashed and formed a door in the air, emitting a faint light. "I announce that the Demon Slayers conference will begin," Din Xian said loudly. As the sound of his voice faded, the door in the sky emitted an even more dazzling light, as if a world was opening for them. Lin Xian looked at the sky. He knew that as long as they passed through the door of light, they would be able to enter the Demon Slayers world. That was a place opened by the Immortal Martial Academy specially for the Demon Slayers conference. The others also looked at the sky with a serious expression. No matter what, they had to give it their all in this Demon Slayers conference. Just as they were about to move, a long howl came from behind them. Then, a sword light tore through the sky and rushed over. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside the light gate in the sky. He was tall and had black hair. He was dressed in black and carried a black sword on his back. "It seems that I've come at the right time." The voice of the young man in the sky was somewhat gloomy. "Dugu Aotian. It's him. He's finally back. That's great. This time, our chances of defeating the gatekeeper will greatly increase." Seeing the black-clothed youth, countless warriors cheered, as if this youth was their savior. Bing Ling, Yi Yan, and the other powerhouses on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard looked at the black figure with respect. It could not be helped. Dugu Aotian's reputation was too great. He had always been number 1 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, and no one could surpass him. Li Yunfei looked at the sky, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. "It's good that you're here. I thought that there would be no opponents this time. Is he Dugu Aotian?" Murong Qingqing, Dongfang Fenghuang, and the others looked at the voice in the sky and were deeply shocked. They had heard of this name countless times, but today was the first time they had seen him. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He could feel that the other party was powerful. What surprised him was that the other party was also a swordsman. "It's been a long time since I've met an expert in the way of the sword." Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Swords were the most common weapon, and it was also the weapon that most people used. However, swords were easy to learn but difficult to master. Although there were many warriors who used swords, there were very few experts in the way of the sword. However, Lin Xian knew that the black-clothed youth in the sky must be an expert in the way of the sword. Greetings to Din Xian and the other elders. Dugu Aotian bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. "You're always the last one to appear. Our hearts can't take it anymore." An elder laughed. "All right, it's good that you're here. Get ready to begin." Din Xian smiled. Dugu Aotian bowed to Din Xian again, then turned his head to look around. The first thing he sensed was Li Yunfei's fighting spirit. "Let me see how much you've improved over the past few days." Dugu Aotian's voice became low again. "As you wish." Li Yunfei put away his smile and looked serious. Dugu Aotian nodded and swept his gaze across Lu Chang and the others. However, other than Li Yunfei, he did not speak to anyone else. Perhaps in his opinion, only Li Yunfei could fight with him. Dugu Aotian suddenly exclaimed and revealed a trace of suspicion. In the next moment, he stared in a direction. Buzz. Suddenly, the lone star sword behind Lin Xian trembled and let out a sword hum that reverberated in all directions. Good sword, Dugu Outyin praised when he heard the sword hum. Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect the lone star sword to have such a reaction. He immediately circulated his spiritual energy to suppress the sword's trembling body. Senior Dugu, you may not know this, but that sword's origin is not small. It's a half-Earth-rank treasure. However, it's a pity that it didn't fall into your hands. In my opinion, only Senior Dugu is worthy of the Lone Star Sword. At this moment, a sinister voice was heard. As soon as these words were spoken, many people revealed mocking expressions. However, the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were shocked. These words were too vicious. Wasn't it obvious that he was trying to sow discord? Lin Xian frowned and looked to the side. His soul power was powerful, so he could naturally discover the person who spoke. It was a disciple standing behind Lu Chang. At this moment, he was looking over with a cold expression. The youth felt Lin Xian's gaze and the corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile. However, before Lin Xian could speak, Dugu Outyin snorted coldly in the sky. You don't understand the meaning of a sword to a swordsman. This is your first offense, so I'll spare you. If there's a next time, you know the consequences. The voice was not loud, but it was like countless sharp swords surging in the void, causing people's hearts to tremble. The sinister youth behind Lu Chang turned pale and took a few steps back. A single voice, just a single voice, was enough to injure him. The sinister youth was shocked. Dugu Outyin was too powerful. He was not someone he could contend against. However, a hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. He did not dare to clamor in front of Dugu Outyin, but he held this grudge against Lin Xian. Brother Wei, don't be rash. Now is not the time to make a move. Lu Chang reminded in a deep voice. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. However, once we enter the demon-slaying realm, I will not spare that brat. Wei Tong's face was ashen. Chapter 9:27. The true martial lake was bustling with noise and excitement. In the sky, the demon-slaying gate blossomed with light, and it was getting brighter and brighter. Dugu Outyin swept his gaze across the crowd, and then his gaze landed on the demon-slaying gate. He let out a long howl, and his body turned into a ray of sword light as he instantly charged into the demon-slaying gate. Seeing Dugu Outyin enter, the others were also extremely excited. They all stood up and flew towards the demon-slaying gate in the sky. Li Yunfei also smiled confidently and quickly rushed into the sky with the warriors behind him. Let's go and see what the so-called demon-slaying world is like. Lin Xian said with confidence in his voice. Beside him, Murong Qingqing nodded slightly and followed beside him. Brother Xian, it's up to you. We'll wait for your triumphant return. Behind him, countless warriors from the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted. Lin Xian nodded, and then flew into the sky with Murong Qingqing. Looking at the countless figures that rose from the ground, Din Xian revealed a warm smile. However, in the next moment, he looked at the scene reflected in the sky. Their demonic energy overflowed into the sky, and its momentum was terrifying. This time's demon-slaying assembly is quite interesting. I wonder if these little fellows can defeat the final guardian? The elders behind him also laughed and said, It's difficult. The guardian this time is much more powerful than before. Even if Dugu Outyin returns, he might not be able to win. Yeah, this lineup is still too difficult for them. They might not even be able to enter the demon blood pool. A few elders whispered, but Lin Xian and the others didn't know about all of this because they had already entered the demon-slaying world. With a flash of light, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's figures appeared. Then, the two of them looked around. The surroundings were somewhat dim, and the light wasn't very good. Because this was a space that had been opened up, it wasn't like the outside world that received true sunlight, so it was normal for it to be a little dim. This wasn't difficult for Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that the spiritual energy in this place was abundant, and it was even denser than outside. Although the spiritual energy is abundant, there is no movement in the surroundings. This is a little strange. We should be careful, Murong Qingqing said. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, other than the students of the academy who had entered with them, there really weren't any demonic beasts in the surroundings. Although this place is rich in spiritual energy, it doesn't seem to be a suitable place for martial artists to stay for long. Murong Qingqing frowned. There's still a large amount of demonic qi in the air. If a warrior absorbs too much, it's not a good thing. In other words, this demon-slaying conference has a time limit, and it won't be too long. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Murong Qingqing nodded. Let's collect as many demonic cores as possible. Otherwise, when we enter the demonic blood pool, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. The demonic slayers' assembly was a place to slay demonic beasts and obtain their demonic cores. The number of demonic cores would affect the benefits one could obtain after entering the demonic blood pool. Therefore, it was everyone's mission to collect a large amount of demon cores. As for the demon core, it was naturally in the demon beast's body. However, the demonic beasts here were somewhat different from those in the outside world. They were roughly divided into 3 grades: bronze, silver, and gold. Among them, bronze beasts were the weakest. They were about the strength of a first heaven venerable. They were the weakest beasts in the demon realm. Of course, this low level was relatively speaking. If it was taken out, it would be equivalent to a 1-star demon general. Above them were the silver demon beasts. Their strength was between the 2nd and 3rd firmament venerables. However, some of the stronger silver demon beasts were comparable to peak 3rd firmament venerables. Furthermore, the demonic beast's physique was tyrannical and cruel. These were all aspects that gave humans headaches. However, silver-ranked demonic beasts were also the targets of many martial artists because the quality of their demonic cores was very high, far surpassing that of bronze-ranked demonic beasts. The last one was the gold demon beasts. Even the weakest of them was equivalent to a 3rd heaven venerable realm cultivator, while the stronger ones were comparable to a 4th heaven venerable realm cultivator. Ordinary academies were no match for them at all. Other than a few elites, very few people dared to provoke a gold-ranked demonic beast. However, the demonic cores in their bodies were of the highest quality. Of course, one needed to be powerful enough to obtain them. Let's go and take a look in front. Lin Xian sensed that there were no demonic beasts around, so he said. Then, the 2 of them moved and set off towards the depths. As the 2 of them flew, Lin Xian did not stop probing with his soul power. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and revealed a smile. In the mountain range ahead, there was a black shadow moving quickly. Accompanying it was a ferocious demonic qi. The black shadow seemed to have sensed the presence of Lin Xian and Mu Qingqing. It immediately turned into a sharp blade and charged over quickly. Demonic beast! Murong Qingqing was slightly surprised when she saw the black shadow. However, Lin Xian reached out with his palm. Buzz! Dragoncatcher hand attacked and caught the opponent in an instant. It was a demonic beast that was similar to a wild boar. However, if one really thought that it was a wild boar, one would be gravely mistaken. Judging from the demonic beast's aura, it could easily kill a 1st heaven venerable realm martial artist. It was a bronze demonic beast. Lin Xian noticed that its eyes were bronze in color and seemed to have a metallic texture. Bang! Without any hesitation, he exerted force with his palm and killed the pig demonic beast. Immediately, the demonic beast let out a blood-curdling scream. Its body split open and a green light flew into the distance. Trying to escape? Lin Xian flicked his finger and countless sword qi flew out. They intertwined in the air and easily stopped the demonic beast. With a wave of his palm, the sword qi changed into a ball and flew back with the demonic beast. This is... Lin Xian saw that the green light was a fingernail-sized bead. It looked like a stone and contained energy. Is this a demonic core? Lin Xian noticed that the demonic core outside was different. That's right. This is just an ordinary bronze demonic core. The energy it contains is limited. This kind of thing won't be of much use to the demonic blood pool that we have to enter at the end. Murong Qingqing shook her head slightly. If they wanted to gain the most, they had to find those silver demonic beasts. After entering the demonic blood pool, How much they could improve was closely related to how many demonic cores they had collected. There's no rush. Let's figure out the situation first, Lin Xian said. Although they had collected information, the information they had was limited. Therefore, they had to slowly figure out the specific situation here. Next, Lin Xian and Yi Shiwen set off again. Along the way, they encountered quite a number of bronze-ranked demonic beasts. Lin Xian killed them all with ease. After going back and forth, he obtained 7 or 8 bronze-ranked demonic cores. However, the energy contained in them was pitifully little. This made Lin Xian even more determined to kill silver demonic beasts. With a point of his finger, a bronze demonic beast was pierced. Lin Xian waved his hand and a bronze demonic core appeared in his hand. Although the quality of the bronze demonic core was not good and would not be of much use to the demonic blood pool at the end, it was better than nothing. As long as it had a little use, Lin Xian would not give it up. Chapter 9:28. If it's not a monster, then it should be a disciple of the academy. Let's go take a look, Lin Xian said. That's good too. If it's a senior, maybe they'll know something. If we're lucky, we can get a lot of useful information. Murong Qingqing smiled. Fortunately, there were no other men around except for Lin Xian. Otherwise, her smile alone would be enough to make them go crazy. After discussing for a while, the two of them flew forward. Not long after, they heard a fierce roar and the sound of metal clashing. Obviously, a battle had broken out in front, but it seemed that both sides were academy disciples. Soon, Lin Xian saw the situation in front of him. 4 martial artists were surrounded by more than 10 people and attacked continuously. They looked very pathetic. In fact, this was normal. The difference in numbers was too big, more than twice the number. It was already very difficult for those people to hold on until now. Little beauty, I advise you to tell us the location of the monster's lair. That way, you'll suffer less. Otherwise, don't blame my brothers for being rude. A gloomy voice sounded. The speaker was a very fat young man. His long and narrow eyes were squeezed into a slit by the fierce muscles on his face, but they were blooming with incomparable greed. Bah, shameless. Zhao Jie, you can give up on that idea. I won't tell you no matter what, even if I lose the right to participate in the Monster Slayers Guild. In the field, the surrounded girl shouted coldly. Hearing this stubborn voice, the fat young man, Zhao Jie, snorted coldly. Stubborn? Then don't blame me for being rude. Rude? What can you do? Do you want to kill us? Among the 4 people surrounded, a young man shouted angrily. Obviously, they were very angry at the other party's banditry. Kill you? Impossible. Zhao Jie sneered. I won't break the academy's rules, but compared to killing, I have many ways to make you wish you were dead. As long as I get you back to your original state before the end of the Monster Slayers Guild, even if the academy finds out, they won't find trouble with me. However, you'll have to bear this miserable process yourselves. Zhao Jie sneered, and the surrounding warriors also stared at the 4 people in the field with unfriendly expressions, their faces filled with sinister smiles. Despicable, shameless. Su Yu was furious. I am despicable, I am shameless. What can you do to me? Zhao Jie's face was full of pride. Little girl, I advise you to tell me the location of the demonic beast's nest. When the time comes, if I'm happy, I might even give you some demonic cores. Otherwise, in the next few days, I will let you know what regret is. Tiske, how thick-skinned. This is the first time I've heard someone admit to being despicable. At this moment, a calm voice came from behind. Which blind fool dares to scold this young master? He must be tired of living. When Zhao Jie heard this, he was instantly enraged. The fat on his body trembled as he glared fiercely behind him. What? Lin Xian. A cry of surprise rang out, and then Zhao Jie's face became abnormally ugly. A deep impression appeared in his eyes that were like the slit of a door. He didn't expect to meet Lin Xian here. The surrounding martial artists were also shocked as they looked behind them with dignified expressions. Although Lin Xian was still a freshman, his reputation was very resounding. especially when he killed Yen Qingfeng in a tyrannical manner. That shocking scene was deeply imprinted in the hearts of countless people. Zhao Jie's face trembled as his thoughts raced. Then he squeezed out a smile. I didn't expect to meet the two of you here. My luck is really good. However, this is between me and that little girl. I hope Brother Lin won't interfere. Wait until I get the information about the demonic beast's nest. I will definitely share it with Brother Lin. Zhao Jie was very wary of Lin Xian's appearance. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to provoke him. However, the information about the demonic beast's nest was very important. If they could obtain it, they would obtain countless demonic cores. This was very crucial for them to enter the demonic beast's blood pool in the future. Therefore, Zhao Jie didn't plan to give up on this mission. Moreover, although the other party was strong, there were only 2 of them. They had more than 10 people on their side. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. Hearing this, the 4 surrounded people's expressions changed drastically. It had to be said that Lin Xian's appearance was an opportunity for them. It was a chance for them to get rid of Zhao Jie and the others. However, if Lin Xian didn't help, then they would have no hope. Soon, Su Yu gritted her teeth and said, "Young Master Lin, if you can help us out of this predicament, I am willing to share the information in my hands with you." There was no other way. Although the information about the demonic beast's nest was good, one needed to have the strength to enjoy it. Perhaps only Lin Xian could help them out of this predicament. Therefore, Su Yu didn't hesitate to offer her conditions. Murong Qingqing smiled at Su Yu and said softly, "Don't worry, you will be fine." Although she didn't know Su Yu before, the kindness in her heart made her sympathize with Su Yu and the others. Moreover, she was disgusted by the way the fat youth acted. Seeing Murong Qingqing's attitude, Lin Xian shrugged, "Sorry, we have already made our choice. I don't think there is any need for you to stay here." What? After hearing this, Zhao Jie's face turned gloomy. A hint of anger appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Xian wouldn't give him any face. Fine. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me." Zhao Jie gritted his teeth and sneered. His expression was extremely ferocious. Although he was afraid of Lin Xian and didn't want to fight, for the information about the demonic beast's nest, he couldn't care less now. Moreover, he had confidence in the dozen people he brought with him. With a wave of his hand, the warriors around him quickly gathered towards Lin Xian. A strong aura also surged from Zhao Jie's body. "I will go and save them. The rest is yours," Murong Qingqing said. "No problem." Lin Xian nodded. As for Zhao Jie, he didn't take him seriously at all. Seeing how casual the 2 of them were, Zhao Jie sneered, "Kid, I admit that you are strong. However, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to deal with all of us." "Is that so?" Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "You overestimate yourself." After saying that, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared instantly. What? Seeing Lin Xian's figure disappear, Zhao Jie's face changed. He quickly sensed his surroundings and then broke out in cold sweat. No, he couldn't sense him at all. How could this be? He was a peak 2nd level honorable, but he couldn't even sense Lin Xian's figure. This was unbelievable. "What are you looking for?" Suddenly, a faint voice sounded behind Zhao Jie. "Hiss!" Chapter 929. Zhao Jie's body stiffened and all the hair on his body stood up. He quickly turned around and waved his palm. Although he was fat, his movements were extremely fast. However, Lin Xian's movements were even faster. He slammed his palm on his back and sent him flying. Rumble! Zhao Jie let out a miserable cry. His entire body was like a rubber ball as he flew out and smashed into a mountain peak in front of him. He didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying. Until he fainted, 2 words were still echoing in his mind. The gap was too big, so big that he couldn't even imagine it. He wasn't the only one present, there were dozens of warriors. However, these people couldn't defend against Lin Xian at all. They didn't even know how he came over. Fortunately, Zhao Jie had fainted, or he would have wet his pants. Lin Xian took care of his opponent with one palm. Murong Qingqing wasn't slow either. She quickly knocked down all the remaining warriors and rescued Su Yu and the other three. Su Yu and the other three were completely stunned. She couldn't imagine that just two people could have such terrifying combat power. They destroyed Zhao Jie's entire team in an instant. No wonder Lin Xian was so famous. He was really strong. At this moment, Su Yu didn't know what to say. "Are you okay?" Murong Qingqing asked. "We're fine." Su Yu shook her head and looked at the two with a complicated expression. "By the way, do you really have information about beast lairs?" Lin Xian asked. If this was true, it meant that they would encounter a large number of beasts. In the Monster Slayer world, beasts meant demon cores. Hearing this, Su Yu nodded. There are a large number of beasts in the Monster Slayer world, but this place is very vast. Those beasts generally live alone. If you don't have a way, you won't be able to collect a large number of demon cores. So after many people's research, they found that there are many beast lairs in the Monster Slayer world, where a large number of beasts gather. If you can control a beast lair, the efficiency of collecting demon cores will be greatly improved. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Yi Shiwen nodded in agreement. They had been walking for half a day and had only killed 7 or 8 demonic beasts. Moreover, they were all bronze demonic beasts. The number of demonic cores they obtained was pitifully small. However, if they were to find a nest of demonic beasts, then the situation would be different. With their combat strength, they would definitely be able to obtain a large number of demonic cores. "By the way, how did you get this information?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "Junior brother Lin, there's something you don't know. We've been to the demon-slaying realm once, so we're quite familiar with this place," Su Yu said softly. "So that's how it is." Lin Xian rubbed his chin. "It seems that senior students are treated differently." "That's not necessarily true," Su Yu explained. "The Demon Slayer's world is very strange. It's different every time you come in. Although most of the places remain the same, there are some subtle changes. So, the information we know is not 100% accurate. Furthermore, it's not like the freshmen don't have a way to obtain information. The True Spirit Palace has a channel to sell this information." "What?" "The True Spirit Palace sells this information." Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sure enough, we're still too young." Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. They didn't even know such important information. Seeing Lin Xian's somewhat annoyed expression, Su Yu smiled and said, "Junior brother Lin, you don't have to be like this. Even if you know, you might not necessarily buy it. Because the information from the True Spirit Palace is not 100% accurate, and the price is very expensive. So even if someone knows, not too many people will buy this information. Not to mention whether they're willing or not, the price alone is not something that anyone can afford." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and looked a little better. If the other freshman could buy it, then he would be depressed. However, it seemed that the situation was not so bad. "Now, we'll tell you the information about the nest of demonic beasts." Su Yu sighed. In front of Lin Xian and Su Yu, they had no competition at all. Although they knew the information, their strength was not very outstanding. In the Demon Slayer world, where there were many monsters, they couldn't get many demonic cores. Seeing Su Yu and the others sighing, Murong Qingqing couldn't bear it. She said softly, "Senior Sister Su, since you've been here once, you must know a lot about this place. Anyway, it's our first time here and we're not familiar with this place. Senior Sister Su, why don't you lead the way and we go to the nest of demonic beasts together? We can also work together. You're willing to take us with you?" Su Yu's mouth was slightly open and her face was full of shock. So were her 3 companions behind her. They couldn't be blamed. One had to know that a place like the nest of demonic beasts could definitely obtain a large number of demonic cores, and demonic cores were directly related to the final demonic blood pool. When ordinary people heard the news, they couldn't wait to take it for themselves. No one was like Murong Qingqing, who wanted to work together with others. Moreover, with Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's skills, they didn't need external help at all. Now that they said this, They were completely taking care of them. Of course. Murong Qingqing said with a smile. Then junior brother Lin, Su Yu and the others looked at Lin Xian again. To be honest, they were still somewhat in awe of Lin Xian. Don't worry, he won't object. Murong Qingqing showed a sly smile. And with such a strong fighter, our journey will be much safer. Lin Xian just smiled bitterly and touched his nose. How did he become a fighter in such a short time? Moreover, he didn't realize before that this girl's love was overflowing. But forget it. Even if Murong Qingqing didn't say anything, Lin Xian planned to do this. In that case, let's go. Su Yu said, the nest of demonic beasts I know is not too secret. I think there should be others who know about it, so we should leave as soon as possible. Okay, there's no time to lose. Let's go. Lin Xian also nodded in agreement. Indeed, this news was not exclusive, so they had to occupy the nest of demonic beasts in advance before everyone else. The group set off quickly, with Su Yu and the other three leading the way. In addition to Su Yu, there were 2 girls and a young man. The 4 of them were at the second sky of the Venerable Realm. Their strength was between the peak of the second sky of the Venerable Realm and the third sky of the Venerable Realm. This kind of strength was not weak outside, but it was not enough in the Demon Slayer's world. Fortunately, with Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, the team's combat strength had increased sharply, so they didn't encounter any trouble along the way. The group was very fast. About 2 hours later, Su Yu and the others suddenly slowed down. Over that mountain, we'll reach the nest of demonic beasts. We're finally here. Su Yu's words made Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing excited, especially Lin Xian, whose eyes gradually became fiery. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 930. The mountain peak they were on was relatively high, about 100 feet tall. Below them was a continuous mountain range, and within the mountain range, there were black shadows wandering around. Accompanying those black shadows was a monstrous and fierce demonic aura. Demonic beasts! So many demonic beasts! Lin Xian took a deep breath and realized that there were hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts below. It's not just the Qing Tong demonic beasts. There seems to be a big guy inside. Murong Qingqing also looked into the distance with a hint of seriousness in her voice. Hearing that, Lin Xian looked carefully. Indeed, she could feel a shocking demonic aura in the depths. Moreover, there was a hint of silver luster in the demonic aura. Silver-ranked demonic beast. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. After searching for so long, he finally found a silver-ranked demonic beast. The silver-ranked demonic beast's aura was much stronger than the bronze-ranked demonic beasts. However, the silver-ranked demonic beast seemed to be hiding in the depths. Its body could not be seen at all, and only its demonic aura could be vaguely felt. Looking at the hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts below, Su Yu and the others also looked serious. Although those were just ordinary bronze-ranked demonic beasts, which were only equivalent to a first-layer honorable, the number of demonic beasts added together was not a joke. If those thousands of demonic beasts were grouped together, even a 4th-layer honorable would not dare to easily fight against them. However, what made them feel relieved was that these demonic beasts did not seem to be very intelligent. Otherwise, no matter how strong Lin Xian and the others were, they would not dare to fight against thousands of bronze-ranked demonic beasts. Even so, these demonic beasts were not something they could fight against. I didn't expect this demonic beast lair to be so much bigger than the previous one. With the current situation, we won't be able to take it down. Su Yu frowned. Lin Xian also nodded slightly as he thought about it. Indeed, thousands of bronze-ranked demonic beasts gathered together were very powerful. Moreover, there was a silver-ranked demonic beast in the depths. If it rushed out, the situation would be even worse. Should we attack? Murong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian and asked. Although there were 6 people in the team, she and Lin Xian's attack power was the strongest. The other 4 people working together could not compare to them. Therefore, it was indeed a little difficult to make a move now. There's no rush, Lin Xian said with a frown. It seems that we're not the only ones who have discovered this place. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain in the distance. The mountain wind was blowing, and the leaves were rustling. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but Lin Xian's soul force was powerful. He could clearly sense several sharp fluctuations there. Evidently, there were cultivators hidden there, and only the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy would be able to appear here. With Lin Xian's reminder, Murong Qingqing also noticed the abnormality. However, she was not worried. With her and Lin Xian here, other than a few super powerhouses on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard, they were not afraid of anyone else. In the next moment, Lin Xian said coldly, "Friend on the other side, why don't you come out and meet me?" His voice kept echoing around, but no one came out. Su Yu and the others were suspicious when they saw this. Junior brother Lin, could it be that there are other people here? Lin Xian nodded. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. He sneered in his heart. These people were still not coming out. Did they really think that they had not been discovered? Hearing Lin Xian's reply, Su Yu and the others were shocked. They did not notice anything strange at all. Moreover, no one came out when Lin Xian shouted. It was a very strange scene. They even suspected that Lin Xian might have made a mistake. Lin Xian did not explain. He spoke again, "Everyone, there's no need to hide anymore. There are thousands of demonic beasts below. It's not something that a single force can handle. Why don't we join forces?" This time, his voice did not reverberate in the air. Instead, it split into several waves and entered the forest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next moment, dozens of figures rushed out from the surrounding forest. Their eyes were filled with shock because the voice just now had sounded in their ears. It was obvious that the other party had discovered their exact location. This made them extremely shocked. After all, they were not ordinary cultivators. Su Yu and the others were even more shocked. Their beautiful eyes were wide open as they looked at the sky in disbelief. Previously, they were still suspicious. However, they did not expect that there were people hiding nearby. Moreover, there were so many of them. Seeing this scene, they were even more impressed with Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the dozens of cultivators that suddenly appeared in the sky. He was also very surprised because he could clearly feel that there were true masters among them. As expected of the Demon Slayer world, such powerful cultivators had already appeared. Lin Xian was amazed. Judging from the other party's aura, their strength did not seem to be weaker than Bing Ling, Yi Yan, and the others. "I'm Lin Xian. How should I address you?" Lin Xian smiled faintly at the sky. Lin Xian. Hearing this name, the cultivators in the sky were also shocked. They looked deeply at Lin Xian. This name was not unfamiliar to them. In fact, it could be said that it was extremely familiar to them. However, they had only heard of his name and had never seen him in person. This time, they were extremely shocked when they saw how young Lin Xian was. "I've long heard of Brother Lin's great name. This is the first time I've seen you. I didn't expect Brother Lin to be so young." A young man in a yellow robe smiled and said, "My name is Yang Hao. These are my brothers." Then he pointed at the 8 or 9 people behind him. Indeed, Lin Xian was too young. It was beyond everyone's imagination. Although he was a freshman, in their opinion, Lin Xian was at least 25 or 26 years old. Now, it seemed that he was at most in his early 20s. He might even be younger than that. "I'm Chen Feng." In another team, a young man in purple cupped his fists and said, "Su Lai." Another young man said indifferently with a trace of arrogance in his voice. The 3 of them were the strongest. They were all at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Venerable Realm. Clearly, they were the leaders of the 3 teams. Therefore, Lin Xian only needed to discuss with the 3 of them. Lin Xian said slowly, "There are thousands of demonic beasts down there. I'm sure everyone knows that a single team won't be able to take them down. Why don't we work together and take down this demonic beast lair?" After hearing this, the 3 of them pondered for a moment. Clearly, Lin Xian was speaking the truth. Among them, Yang Hao and Chen Feng did not say anything, but the young man called Su Lai had a cold smile on his face. "The 3 of us arrived here first. If we want to work together, it should be the 3 of us." I'm afraid it's none of your business. Although he did not object to the idea of working together, he excluded Lin Xian and the others. Clearly, Su Lai did not want to work with Lin Xian. There were only so many demonic beasts down there. If they worked with one less force, they would be able to get more demonic cores. Moreover, in Su Lai's opinion, Lin Xian's team of 6 did not have much strength. Apart from Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, the other 4 were not worth mentioning. Chapter 931. Su Lai didn't know what the other 2 were thinking, but since he thought so, he said it out loud. Because his team had more than a dozen people, it was the largest team, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Hearing this, Su Yu and the others' faces turned ugly. If the other party didn't want to work with them, it would be easy to kick them out. After all, the other party had more than a dozen people and they only had 6. Moreover, Su Lai wasn't someone like Zhao Jie, so they were no match for him at all. Moreover, Su Yu and the others guessed that it was probably because they were weak that they were ridiculed like this. Junior brother Lin, sorry, we dragged you down. Su Yu smiled bitterly. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's strength was undeniable, but the 4 of them were obviously weaker and had become a burden. Senior sister Su, you think too much. Don't worry, let Lin Xian handle this. Murong Qingqing comforted. Okay. Su Yu sighed. In the current situation, they couldn't make the decision at all, so they could only listen to Lin Xian's decision. However, if Lin Xian gave up on the beast lair now, they wouldn't blame him. After all, the other party was too strong. Lin Xian's face darkened, and his eyes flashed. That's a bit too much. Okay, since junior brother Lin insists on staying, I'll give you a chance. With your team strength, it's impossible for you to charge and break through the enemy lines. Why don't you help us from the side? When the time comes, we'll give each of you 20 beast cores. What do you think? Hearing this, Su Yu and the others smiled bitterly. 10 beast cores? Was this for beggars? Even if they weren't in the beast lair, they would have more than that if they walked around outside. Murong Qingqing's face also turned cold. The other party was too arrogant, and she couldn't stand it anymore. However, since she handed it over to Lin Xian, she could only snort. 20? Lin Xian smiled. Looks like brother Su doesn't take me seriously. Or do you think we're easier to deal with? At the end of his speech, Lin Xian's voice gradually turned cold with a hint of killing intent. Su Lai was secretly on alert when he felt this sharp aura. Although he was a little arrogant, he was not stupid. He had heard of Lin Xian's name before. He was also an existence that could not be underestimated. However, this was not a one-on-one fight. He had more than 10 brothers behind him. If they really fought, he was 100% confident that he could take down the other party. 20 demon beasts per person is already quite a lot. If you want more, you'll have to prove your strength. Su Lai sneered. Obviously, he did not intend to give in. Strength? Since brother Su wants to experience it, then I'll show you a thing or two. After saying that, Lin Xian took a step forward. The smile on his face disappeared, and his entire person became fierce. Su Lai's pupils shrank when he sensed the other party's aura. He was no longer laughing. His entire person was extremely dignified. The warriors behind him also placed their hands on their weapons, ready to attack at any time. If you can take one of my attacks, I don't want a single demon core. I'll be your support for free. Take one of your attacks? How arrogant! Hearing the other party's words, Su Lai was furious. Although he admitted that Lin Xian was in the limelight, it was impossible for him to be intimidated by one attack. Very well, let me see if your strength is comparable to your reputation. Su Lai sneered. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw a flash of sword light. It tore through the void and instantly slashed towards him. It was accompanied by a terrifying sword will. Seeing this, Su Lai's pupils shrank. He did not expect the other party to attack so quickly and decisively. However, he was no weakling. He immediately snorted and quickly channeled his spiritual energy, forming a purple light screen in front of him. As soon as the light screen was formed, The sword chi in the sky rapidly descended and ruthlessly slashed the purple light screen. Like tearing a piece of cloth, the fierce sword chi easily tore the purple light screen and brushed past his body. The fear of death swept through Su Lai's heart, and his entire body froze. A strand of black hair fell from the sky. Su Lai was not injured, but the shocking sword essence made his face extremely pale. Beside him, Yang Chen and Qin Feng looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Moreover, they knew that Lin Xian had definitely shown mercy when he struck out with his sword earlier. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether Su Lai could still stand. Su Lai was stunned. The people behind him were even more shocked. They knew Su Lai's strength, but now he could not even take one attack. What did this mean? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with deep fear in their eyes. Now, can we reconsider the allocation? Lin Xian put away the wind shadow sword and slowly said, I was reckless before. Let's do as junior brother Lin said. Su Lai quickly said. The sword just now made his heart jump. He was not a fool. Naturally, he knew that Lin Xian had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Therefore, he could only obediently agree with Lin Xian's suggestion. We have no objections. Yang Chen and Qin Feng also quickly said. Originally, they did not intend to refute. Now that they had seen Lin Xian's strength, they would not oppose. In that case, let's begin. We will work together to encircle the monsters below. As for how many monsters we can take, it will all depend on your ability. Hearing this, Yang Chen and the others nodded in agreement. Su Yu and the other three looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. If it were not for Lin Xian, they would not have had the chance to join. A powerful aura burst out. Yang Lin and the others looked dignified and prepared to take action. While they were rushing downwards to kill the demonic beasts, in the distant mountain range, there were a few figures coldly observing everything. They have taken action. Should we take action too? A flirtatious voice sounded. No rush. Let them take care of the bronze monsters in the periphery first. Soon, another steady voice sounded. Su Lai and the others are nothing to be afraid of. However, that kid called Lin Xian has some strength. That sword was amazing. Hehe, no matter how amazing it is, it's not our match. We have been hiding for so long. Now, it's time to show our true strength. The flirtatious voice sounded again. If we rush to the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign list, I wonder if it will shock everyone? Of course. With this speed, we can break the record. Hehe, I can't wait. Chapter 932. But Big Brother, aren't we being a little cruel by doing this? I think so too. Why don't we compensate each of them with 10 demonic cores as compensation? I'm very generous. The deep voice sounded again. Hehe, I think they will be grateful to Big Brother when the time comes. If Su Lai and the others heard this, they would probably vomit blood on the spot. 10 demonic cores were not even enough to appease a beggar. This was a blatant humiliation. However, they did not hear it because they had already rushed to the nest of the demonic beasts. Lin Xian and the others went all out, unleashing a powerful aura that rushed down like a storm. The bronze demonic beasts below roared. They felt the aura of the humans and immediately became furious. One by one, they roared at the sky as a majestic demonic chi surged out of their bodies. Many demonic beasts even rushed into the sky. Although these bronze demonic beasts were not very intelligent, they were not without intelligence. At this moment, when they saw the humans, they naturally understood what was going on, so they roared out one by one. In just an instant, hundreds of figures rushed towards Lin Xian and the others. Although they were bronze demonic beasts, this formation was not to be underestimated. Go. Without needing Lin Xian's order, Su Lai and the others gave the order one after another. The warriors behind them also quickly drew their weapons and unleashed a fierce attack, slashing down. These people were very powerful, and at this moment, they were attacking with all their strength. Their attacks were extremely fierce, and any demonic beasts that were enveloped by the sword light were instantly cut in half. From the corpses, demonic cores that glowed with a faint green light surged out. It was extremely tempting. Seeing these demonic cores, countless people's eyes turned red. They had searched outside for so long and only found a dozen demonic cores. Now they had obtained dozens of demonic cores in just an instant. This speed was absolutely terrifying. No wonder so many people were willing to search for the demonic beast's nest. This efficiency was simply heaven-defying. Lin Xian also acted quickly. Azure cold air surged and spread in all directions. Countless frost quickly swept in all directions. All the demonic beasts that were touched by the blue frost all moved slowly and finally turned into ice sculptures. In the next moment, Lin Xian flicked his finger slightly and a sword wave spread out, blasting towards the ice sculptures. Pung ping pung! With a single strike, countless ice sculptures shattered. Bronze demon cores flew out and were collected by Lin Xian. Su Yu and the others saw this scene and exclaimed again. Although these were only bronze beasts, there were so many of them that they couldn't be underestimated. But who would have thought that Lin Xian would actually be so ferocious, killing a bunch of them in one move? Not only Lin Xian, but in the next instant, they saw Murong Qingqing also make a move. Dazzling palm images appeared in the air, bringing with them a mysterious aura as they blasted out in all directions. As expected, countless bronze beasts were torn apart. His harvesting speed was in no way inferior to Lin Xian's. Su Yu was stunned. She didn't know what to say. The four of them together were very fast, but compared to Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, they were much slower. It had to be said that the two of them were really terrifying. In addition to Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, the other three teams were also moving forward rapidly, quickly harvesting the bronze beasts below. The four teams rushed down together from four directions, and their target was the silver beasts in the depths of the nest. If they could kill a silver beast, the demon cores they would obtain would definitely surpass the total amount they had obtained before. The four teams rushed forward quickly, all wanting to gain the upper hand. However, Lin Xian soon noticed that something was wrong, because they found that most of the bronze beasts around them were rushing towards them. As a result, their speed was greatly reduced. Damn it, how could this be? Su Yu's face was ugly. She felt that the pressure around them was getting stronger and stronger. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. It's those people. They reduce their attack output, so these beasts think that we are the biggest threat and are all rushing towards us, Murong Qingqing said in a deep voice. How can they be so shameless? We agreed to work together, but now they are framing us. Su Yu and the others were furious. Lin Xian was very calm. They had formed the cooperation on the spur of the moment. How could such a relationship be strong, especially when they had to face the strong temptation of silver beasts? Therefore, he wasn't surprised at all. Moreover, in Lin Xian's opinion, their goal of cooperation had been achieved. Although there were a large number of bronze beasts surrounding them, compared to entering alone, these bronze beasts were not worth mentioning. After all, no matter how little the three forces attacked, they still attracted a lot of beasts. Therefore, although the current situation seemed dangerous, Lin Xian was fully capable of handling it. Ignore them. It's better for us if they don't fight for the bronze beasts, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. With his soul power, he could naturally feel that there was a strong demon aura in the depths of the nest, and it seemed that there was more than one silver beast. He was afraid that the other party wouldn't succeed so easily. Since Lin Xian had spoken, Su Yu and the others didn't object. Instead, they calmed down and started to kill the bronze beasts around them. Just as Lin Xian and the others were going all out to kill the bronze beasts, the other three teams were like arrows that had been released from a bow, quickly dashing into the depths of the nest. Humph, idiot! No matter how many bronze beasts there are, they can't compare to the demon core of a silver beast. Seeing that Lin Xian and the others didn't chase after them, Su Lai sneered. That's right. No matter how powerful that kid is, he is still a freshman. Maybe he doesn't even know about the existence of silver beasts. Behind him, the other martial artists also laughed. Let's go. Don't worry about them. Let's get the silver beasts first. Su Lai snorted coldly and led the team to speed up. Looking at the three teams that were getting further and further away, Lin Xian sneered and looked away. He didn't think that those people could take all the silver beasts. Looking away, Lin Xian started to attack with all his might. A blue ice lotus bloomed on his fingertip and quickly grew in size, covering the surroundings. Countless cold air surged, turning the entire space into a world of ice and snow. Those beasts that were swept by the cold air turned into ice cubes. The rest of the beasts didn't fare well either. They were all affected by the cold air and their movements slowed down. Seeing this, Su Yu and the others were overjoyed. They weren't newbies. If their opponents slowed down in this kind of battle, it would be a huge advantage for them. Immediately, the four of them attacked with all their might. Dazzling and terrifying attacks streaked across the sky. Countless energies surged like waves. Lin Xian and the others worked together and quickly harvested the bronze beasts. Chapter 933. However, they knew that if it weren't for Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, they wouldn't have been able to obtain so many demonic cores. Lin Xian's side also had a bountiful harvest of over 1,000 demonic cores. Murong Qingqing's harvest was about the same as Lin Xian's. It could be said that everyone returned with a bountiful harvest this time. Lin Xian put away the ice lotus and looked around. At this moment, the number of demonic beasts had decreased rapidly, and a large area of empty space had appeared. Most of the demonic beasts had been killed, and Lin Xian had no intention of attacking the remaining ones. Bang! Suddenly, the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Terrifying cracks surged out from the depths of the demonic beast's lair and spread in all directions. Terrifying and shocking demonic chi swept out in all directions. Along with it, there were countless angry roars and violent spiritual energy. Seeing this, the six of them all looked into the depths of the lair. They knew that the three teams must have fought with the silver-level demonic beasts. Let's go and take a look, Lin Xian said quickly. Since most of the demonic beasts had been killed, there was no point in staying. Nodding slightly, Murong Qingqing and the others followed behind Lin Xian. Since most of the bronze-level demonic beasts had been killed, they didn't encounter much resistance when they entered the depths of the lair. Soon, Lin Xian and the others saw the scene in front of them. In front of them, the three teams stood in three different directions with solemn expressions. Many of them were injured, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. It was obvious that they had suffered a great loss in the battle just now. Opposite the three teams, there were several tall figures. Their bodies were suffused with silver light, which shrouded their huge bodies. However, one could still vaguely see their ferocious and terrifying appearances. Lin Xian took a look and saw that there were a total of 7 demonic beasts. 7 silver-level demonic beasts. Su Yu and the others gasped in shock. This lineup was already very terrifying. 6 light silver demonic beasts were equivalent to ordinary third heaven venerables, and 1 pure silver demonic beast was almost equivalent to a peak third heaven venerables. The combination of these 7 demonic beasts was absolutely shocking. No wonder there would be such a terrifying tremor, and no wonder the 3 teams would be injured. In front of these 7 silver-ranked demonic beasts, no one would be able to do anything. Should we make a move? Su Yu and the others looked solemn. Although they might not be able to defeat him, they had to try their best. No need. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Don't they like first come, first served? Let them fight first. We'll just watch. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. Didn't the other party want to take it all for himself? Let's see if the other party can spit it out. If the 3 teams hadn't done that before, perhaps Lin Xian would have joined forces with them to fight against these silver-ranked beasts. But now, Lin Xian would never forgive these people for abandoning them just because they wanted to take everything for themselves. Su Lai and the others naturally saw Lin Xian. They were overjoyed and their eyes lit up. They had seen Lin Xian's skills, and he was definitely not weaker than them. Besides, Murong Qingqing was beside him, and she was also a supreme talent. If they had the help of these 2 people, their chances of winning would be much higher. However, they soon frowned because they saw Lin Xian and the others standing aside and watching quietly. They didn't seem to have any intention of helping. Junior brother Lin, what are you waiting for? Let's do it. Let's take down these 7 silver-ranked demonic beasts together. Yeah, 7 silver-ranked demonic beasts. We're definitely going to make a fortune this time. Su Lai and the others shouted. Yang Cheng and Chen Feng were silent. They could guess why Lin Xian didn't attack immediately. It probably had something to do with the fact that they abandoned Lin Xian and the others. Thinking of this, they looked at each other and sighed. They were blinded by greed and wanted to take the demonic beasts for themselves. But now, it seemed that their decision was a mistake. Hearing Su Lai's voice, Su Yu was furious. She had never seen such a shameless person. Now you have the nerve to talk about joining forces? Who was it that left us behind? This is the first time I've seen such a shameless person. He's too thick-skinned. He just did something wrong to us, and now he wants to join forces with us? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Su Yu and the others were furious. Hearing this, Su Lai and the others' faces darkened. Indeed, they abandoned Lin Xian and the others in order to take the demonic beasts for themselves. However, being reprimanded by 4 Second Sky Venerables made him feel embarrassed. He immediately snorted. Junior Brother Lin, now is not the time to be impulsive. I advise you to join forces with us. Otherwise, no one will get the silver-ranked demonic beasts. I think you'd better not multitask. Lin Xian shrugged and pointed to the front. Seeing Lin Xian's action, Su Lai's heart raced. He knew something was wrong. They were so focused on persuading Lin Xian that they forgot that there were 7 beasts in front of them. In the next moment, a terrifying hurricane came. It was mixed with countless silver light blades, and it quickly rushed towards the 3 teams. The momentum was terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the ground was smashed into pieces. The hurricane whistled. Everyone's faces darkened. Many people were engulfed by the hurricane. They screamed and were blown away. Suddenly, a mermaid-like monster with silver scales all over its body turned into a beam of silver light and slammed into Su Lai. Bang! A deep sound was heard. The terrifying force tore the void apart. Su Lai's face changed. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blown away like a kite with a broken string. Bus. Seeing this, many martial artists exclaimed and retreated. Even Su Lai, the most powerful one, was blown away. They were no match for it. Yang Cheng and Chen Feng felt their scalps tingle. They quickly led the team to a safe place. However, they did not leave. Instead, they confronted the silver-level demonic beasts again. Obviously, no one was willing to give up. Seeing this one-sided scene, Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Murong Qingchen was also expressionless, but Su Yu and the rest were all extremely excited. Obviously, the impact just now was very satisfying for them. Su Lai got up from the ground. Ignoring the mockery of Su Yu and the rest, he looked at Lin Xian again. Junior Brother Lin, we were wrong. We were too greedy. But I think we should work together this time. Otherwise, even if we lose, you won't be able to take down these silver-level demonic beasts. Hearing these words, Yang Cheng and Chen Feng also looked over with anticipation in their eyes. However, Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. You think too much. Who says we can't take them down? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Especially Su Lai, whose mouth kept twitching. He was going crazy. He cursed in his heart. Damn brat, what do you think these are? Cabbages. Chapter 934. After all, the 3 teams were extremely powerful when they teamed up. Even so, they failed to take down the beasts. And now, Lin Xian said that they could do it alone? Su Lai thought it was hilarious. Chen Feng and Yang Cheng also had a strange look on their faces. Clearly, they did not believe Lin Xian's words. However, they only dared to curse in their hearts. They did not dare to say it out loud. Su Lai took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart to ensure that he wouldn't go berserk. He gritted his teeth and said, Junior Brother Lin, don't joke around. There are 7 beasts and one of them is at the peak of the 3rd heaven of the honorable realm. I'm afraid the 6 of you can't take them down. You don't have to worry about that. If you don't believe me, you can watch from the side. Having said that, Lin Xian ignored them and turned to look at the 7 silver-level beasts in front of him. Seeing this, Chen Feng and the others' mouths twitched. They could not believe it. On the other hand, Su Lai scoffed and said eerily, "All right, I'll see how junior brother Lin deals with the 7 silver-level beasts." Then he waved his sleeve and led his team to watch the show. In his opinion, Lin Xian could not fight against so many beasts. Lin Xian's actions were undoubtedly to show off. In his opinion, Lin Xian would definitely fail. He wanted to know what Lin Xian's expression would be after he failed. Moreover, he might not even need to beg Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian would come and beg them to team up. By then, they could use the opportunity to make unreasonable demands. Thinking of this, Su Lai smiled evilly. He could not wait to see Lin Xian's expression when he failed. Chen Feng and Yang Cheng did not speak. They led their teams to the side. Su Yu and the others came back to their senses and asked in shock, "Junior brother Lin, are we really going to fight against the 7 silver-level beasts?" Su Yu and the others were shocked. Even Su Lai and the other 2 teams could not fight against them. Now Lin Xian wanted to fight them alone. Not only that, if there were any accidents during the fight, Su Lai and the others would not hesitate to add insult to injury. However, Lin Xian grinned, "Don't worry, I am confident. Murong, I'll leave those 6 light silver demonic beasts to you. Help me restrain them." "Don't worry, it won't be a problem." Murong Qingqing nodded. She had unlimited confidence in Lin Xian. With Murong Qingqing assisting from the side, Lin Xian was able to relax. This way, he could fully focus on dealing with the pure silver-colored demonic beast. In the next moment, he took out the black package on his back and slowly opened it. Then, a sharp aura gushed out, and countless sword shadows appeared in the void. What a powerful aura! That's a half-Earth rank artifact. Everyone was shocked when they felt that sharp aura. Then, they suddenly remembered that Lin Xian still had a half-Earth step artifact in his hand. That kind of weapon was exceptionally powerful, enough to multiply Lin Xian's attack power. Lin Xian's movements were very gentle. He slowly opened the black package and took out the Lone Star Sword. The moment he held the Lone Star Sword, his aura became unusually sharp. It was as if a peerless divine sword was quickly awakening. The silver-colored demonic beasts on the opposite side felt this aura and roared anxiously. They turned into numerous silver lights and rushed over. Seeing those silver figures, Murong Qingqing's body swayed and quickly rushed forward. Her palms danced, and the shadows of her palms were like butterflies flitting through flowers. They quickly enveloped the 6 demonic beasts. What? She wants to fight against 6 demonic beasts alone? Seeing Murong Qingqing's actions, everyone was stunned. Then, Su Lai sneered. Although he knew about Murong Qingqing's reputation, it was limited to her beauty and identity. As for her strength, he did not agree. However, Murong Qingqing did not care about the surprised voices around her. Her jade-like hands fluttered, and mysterious shadows of her palms were quickly blasted out. Bang! A deep sound was heard. The silver demonic beast at the front was the first to be attacked. It was hit by the shadows of the palms and was sent flying hundreds of meters away. It crashed into the mountain behind it, creating a terrifying crater. The other 5 demonic beasts were also hit by the wind of the palms. They swayed and could not get close. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Especially Su Lai and the others. Their eyelids were twitching, and their faces were filled with shock. They did not expect the beautiful girl to have such terrifying strength. Just as Murong Qingqing was restraining the 6 demonic beasts, Lin Xian also held the Lone Star Sword. A terrifying intense sword from his body. A dazzling sword chi surged out from his body and shot into the sky. It carried a terrifying killing intent as it swept through the surroundings. Feeling the sword chi, many people's hearts beat wildly. A sense of fear rose in their hearts. The handsome young man in front of them was too terrifying. His strength was much stronger than when he fought with Heian Qingfeng. On the other side, the pure silver demonic beast naturally felt the sharp aura as well. It immediately roared uneasily. It was a demonic beast that was more than 2 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in silver scales that shone brightly. It looked like a strange fish that was standing upright. It was very strange. In its hand was a silver trident. With a furious roar, the strange silver demonic beast quickly rushed over. It was like a silver stream of light, piercing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a deep breath. A powerful sword intent shot out from his eyes. In the next moment, he held the Lone Star sword tightly and slashed out. A dazzling sword chi flew out. It carried an extremely terrifying aura as it quickly slashed forward. The huge sword chi slashed down, enveloping everything in front of it. Rumble! The sword chi flashed and countless airwaves rolled. It was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Only when the sword chi disappeared did everyone open their eyes. They could not wait to look forward. Then, their pupils constricted. Their faces were filled with shock as they stood rooted to the ground. In front of them, Lin Xian stood proudly. From under his feet, a huge crack spread into the distance, splitting the ground into two halves. The strange silver demonic beast was cut in half. Its body was split into two halves. The entire cut was flat. It was obvious that it was killed by a single slash. Not only that, but the destructive power of that slash was too great. The mountains in the distance were all split apart by that slash, and a terrifying transparent belt appeared. Shock, absolute shock. Countless people were stunned. Chapter 9:35. Everyone else was shocked as well. Yang Hao and Qin Feng smiled bitterly. They didn't believe it at first, but now it seemed that the opponent's strength was beyond their imagination. However, these silver beasts probably had nothing to do with them. Buzz! In front of them, a silver light shone from the split corpse of the beast. Then, a walnut-sized light ball slowly rose and floated in the sky. Silver Demon Core. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed again. Not only that, but everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Especially Su Lai and the others, they were all excited. Their eyes were burning and they couldn't wait to attack. Feeling the change in everyone's emotions, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His voice contained a sharp aura and a faint murderous intent. Suddenly, everyone's body trembled and their eyes became clear again. Su Lai and the others were even more terrified. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads and their faces were filled with fear. If they didn't hold back their greed and rushed forward, they would definitely be killed by the opponent's sword. Thinking of this, countless people lowered their heads and suppressed the desire in their hearts. However, even though Lin Xian had intimidated everyone around him, he had neglected one thing, and that was the other 6 silver-colored beasts. Seeing the silver demon core, the other 6 silver beasts roared one by one. Their voices were filled with eagerness. In the next moment, the 6 beasts went berserk. The demonic aura on their bodies burned rapidly, forming into balls of silver flames that wrapped around them. Their aura also skyrocketed in an instant. The 6 beasts roared ferociously and rushed toward the pure silver demon core. Oh no, these beasts are going berserk. Seeing this, Su Yu and the others screamed. Seeing the silver-white demon core, the remaining 6 silver-ranked demon beasts' eyes turned red and they roared in anger. In the next moment, they all went berserk and rushed toward the pure silver demon core. Obviously, they wanted to swallow the pure silver demon core. This scene made everyone's expression change, especially Su Yu and the other 3. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. They didn't expect these beasts to be so tempting. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect this to happen either. However, the silver-ranked demon core was something that he had his eyes on. He would not allow anyone else to fight for it, even if the other party had 6 silver-ranked demon beasts. With a cold snort, Lin Xian gripped the Lone Star Sword once again and was about to attack. At this moment, a delicate shout came from the front, followed by a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. Murong Qingqing let out a shout, and her jade-like hands quickly slapped downwards. That palm was as white as jade as it slowly descended. Everyone was suspicious. They looked at each other in dismay because they didn't see the terrifying scene that they had imagined. However, in the next moment, their jaws dropped, and their eyes were filled with shock. Because at some point, 6 terrifying purple palms had appeared in the sky. The purple palm was the size of a house. Purple energy surged, and it carried with it a terrifying collision sound like thunder and lightning. The 6 purple palms that looked like gods and devils suddenly appeared above the 6 silver-ranked demonic beasts and slammed down on them. Bang! The earth trembled, and a terrifying trembling sound could be heard. Spiritual chi surged in all directions, and purple lightning descended. In the blink of an eye, the 6 silver-ranked beasts turned into blood mist. Meanwhile, 6 palm prints appeared on the ground. They were so deep that they couldn't see the bottom, and they were emitting a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, countless people were stunned, especially Su Lai and the others. They swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Many people were trembling, and their hearts were filled with fear. Those were 6 silver-ranked demonic beasts, which was equivalent to 6 level 3 supremacies. However, they were killed in an instant. Furthermore, they were killed in a single blow. This method was truly heaven-defying. What exactly were those purple palms? Chen Feng and the rest also looked at the sky solemnly. However, the sky had already regained its clarity, and the mysterious purple palms were nowhere to be seen. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise. The purple palms appeared so suddenly that even he didn't notice them in advance. This girl's strength is so terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that unless he used extreme speed to dodge the attack just now, he wouldn't be able to break through it at all. In the sky, it was as if the purple palms had never appeared. However, the 6 terrifying palm prints on the ground showed its power. There were also 6 silver-ranked demonic cores floating in the 6 palm prints. However, the color was slightly lighter than the previous one. Murong Qingqing waved her hand and the 6 silver-ranked demonic cores flew into her hand. Then, the terrifying aura on his body quickly disappeared and finally entered his body. In the next moment, Murong Qingqing's figure fluttered like a purple ray of light and instantly arrived beside Lin Xian. She stretched out her lotus-like arm and gently opened her palm. 6 silver-ranked demonic cores appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Including the one in Lin Xian's hand, there were a total of 7 demonic cores, and all of them were obtained by them. Lin Xian looked at the demonic cores in his hand, and his lips curled into a smile. His soul was outstanding, and naturally, he could clearly feel the energy contained within the silver-ranked demonic cores. It definitely surpassed the thousands of bronze-ranked demonic cores in his hand. No wonder so many people were trying so hard to find silver-ranked demonic cores. It was for no other reason than the terrifying energy contained within them. Perhaps, the most precious thing in this lair was these silver-ranked demonic cores. I'll leave these demonic cores to you for safekeeping first. Lin Xian smiled and placed the pure silver-ranked demonic core in Murong Qingqing's hand. Alright, then leave them with me first. I'll keep them for you, Murong Qingqing said with a smile. Looking at the 7 silver-ranked demonic cores in her hand, Su Lai and the others' eyes burned with passion, and they couldn't wait to snatch them. However, they restrained themselves in the end, and at the same time, let out a deep sigh. Whether it was Lin Xian or Murong Qingqing, the strength that they had displayed had completely surpassed theirs. Even if they had more people, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Lin Xian's sword almost split the entire demonic beast lair open. Perhaps none of them could block that sword. As for Murong Qingqing, they didn't dare to provoke her. Who knew when a terrifying purple palm would appear above their heads? Therefore, although Chen Feng and the others' eyes burned with passion, they knew that these things had nothing to do with them. Especially Su Lai, who looked at Lin Xian with deep fear in his eyes. He didn't even dare to raise his head, and didn't even dare to stay here for a moment. If Lin Xian were to find trouble with him and settle accounts with him, then he would really be finished. Thinking of this, Su Lai's scalp went numb, and his heart was filled with fear. He quickly retreated and led his subordinates away. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng and Yang Hao also called their subordinates and left. Chapter 936. However, in the end he didn't make a move. Forget it, they must have peed their pants by now. There was no need for him to threaten them. They wouldn't dare to trouble him in the future. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Xian ignored them. He picked up a silver demon core and gave it to Su Yu and the others. Su Yu and the others looked at the silver demon core in shock. They didn't expect Lin Xian to give them one. They didn't even make a move from the beginning to the end. Junior brother Lin, this is not appropriate. This thing is too precious. Su Yu shook her head. Although she was excited, she knew that this thing was too precious. She couldn't take it. Senior sister Su, just take it. Without your news, we wouldn't have been able to come to this monster lair. Murong Qingqing tried to persuade her. Junior sister Murong, I appreciate your kind intentions. However, to be honest, it is already a huge surprise for us to be able to obtain 700 bronze demon cores this time. We will not accept these silver demon cores. Su Yu shook her head. She wasn't a greedy person. She didn't contribute at all during the battle, so she would feel uneasy if they took it away. How about this? I'll give you the bronze demon cores. Seeing that she insisted, Lin Xian didn't force her. He took back the silver demon core and took out a storage bag. There were more than 1,000 bronze demon cores inside. Senior sister Su, don't refuse this time. Lin Xian handed over the storage bag. Thank you junior brother Lin and junior sister Murong. In the end, Su Yu accepted the storage pouch. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. The two girls and the young man were also excited. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so generous and give them 1,000 bronze demon cores. Since there are no more silver demon beasts, there's no need to stay here. Let's leave quickly. Okay. Su Yu and the others nodded. Then Lin Xian and the others flew towards the exit of the monster lair. It didn't take long for them to arrive near the exit. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows because there were violent fluctuations of spiritual energy coming from the exit, as well as the sound of metal clashing. This time, not only Lin Xian, but Su Yu and the others also heard it, because the fighting sounds were too intense. The sounds of fighting ahead made Lin Xian and the others frown. Furthermore, judging from the fluctuation of the aura, it shouldn't be a demonic beast. In that case, there was only one outcome left, and that was a battle between the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. The 6 of them didn't know what had happened, but they had a bad premonition in their hearts. Speed up, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then he took the lead and flew out. Everyone followed behind him and rushed towards the exit. This time, their speed was very fast, so it didn't take long for them to arrive near the entrance of the demonic beast lair. The next moment, Lin Xian's frown deepened because he saw that most of the people from the 3 teams that had left earlier were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Even Su Lai, Chen Feng, and the others were injured, and they looked ahead with anger. In front of them stood 2 figures. A man and a woman. The man was wearing a long black robe, while the woman was wearing a white dress. The 2 of them stood there casually, their eyes filled with mockery. It was obvious that the ones who had injured Su Lai and the others were these 2 people. Murong Qingqing and the others had also arrived. When they saw the scene of wailing on the ground, their faces turned ugly. Moreover, the male and female figures who owed the fee were also looking at Lin Xian's group at this moment. Their eyes also contained a trace of ridicule. The black-white double demons, it's actually them. Su Yu saw the 2 figures in front of her and immediately exclaimed, her voice carrying a trace of fear. The black-white double demons? Are they also from the academy? Lin Xian asked. Naturally, he could feel the fear in Su Yu's voice, which made him even more confused. One had to know that when they faced the 7 silver-ranked demonic beasts earlier, she didn't have such emotions. They are indeed disciples of the academy. The man is the black demon, and the woman is the white demon. The 2 of them are cruel and often walk together, so they are called the black-white double demons. Su Yu's face was very ugly. The black-white double demons are very cruel. Fighting and stealing are common for them. However, because they are very strong, very few people can compete with them, which made them even more famous. Oh, you know quite a lot. At this moment, the white demon said in a strange tone. Hearing this voice, Su Yu's body trembled slightly, and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. Lin Xian glanced at the other party coldly, then asked again, "How strong are they?" "I don't know, but they are very strong. The two of them once challenged Li Yunfei, but they were defeated. After that, they haven't appeared for more than half a year. I didn't expect them to appear at the demon-slaying conference this time." "They challenged Li Yunfei," Lin Xian whispered and narrowed his eyes. Although they were defeated in the end, those who dared to challenge Li Yunfei were definitely not weaklings. It seemed that the two of them were indeed very difficult to deal with. "Junior brother Lin, the two of them are cruel. If possible, don't get into a conflict with them," Su Yu whispered to him. "I'll try my best." Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, but it seemed that the other party didn't intend to let them go. "Hee hee, are you guys done talking?" At this moment, the white demon spoke again. "How is it, little brother? Do you understand our strength and style?" The white demon asked softly. Her voice was very soft. If one didn't know better, they would think that she was the big sister next door. However, Lin Xian and the others didn't think so, because the dozens of people lying on the ground were all injured by the two of them. "I do understand, but I don't know why you two are here. Are you waiting for us?" Lin Xian still had a smile on his face. He wasn't very nervous. "Waiting for you?" You guessed right. We are indeed waiting for you," the white demon said softly. Next to her, the black demon said coldly, "Since you know how powerful we are, quickly hand over the silver demon core in your hands." "Yes, hand it over obediently, and you can avoid some physical pain. Otherwise, you will be like them, begging for mercy on the ground," the white demon next to her said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Yu and the others' faces became very ugly. Sure enough, these people were coming for them. Not only that, they wanted to snatch the silver demon core. With Lin Xian's character, he would definitely not agree. Su Yu tried to control her body, took a deep breath, and whispered, "If we fight later, we must help junior brother Lin." Chapter 937. Hearing this, the remaining three nodded desperately. They had not known Lin Xian for long, but he had taken good care of them. Not only had he led them to the nest, but he had also given them an extra 1,000 green bronze demon cores. Now that Lin Xian was in trouble, they had to help him. Murong Qingqing said slowly, "Don't worry, the situation won't be that bad." Lin Xian heard their words and sneered, "You two are really straightforward. No wonder you're called the Black-White Double Demons. Cut the crap. We don't have time to waste with you. Hand over the silver demon cores and we'll spare you the pain. Otherwise, we'll beat you until you hand them over. I have a bad temper, so I'll only give you one chance. Get lost. Or face the consequences," Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing this, Su Yu and the others were stunned. This Lin Xian was too strong. Good. Hey laughed loudly. "It seems that we haven't been out for a long time, and some people have forgotten our reputation. You're the first one who dares to talk to us like this." The next moment, Hey suddenly roared and his spiritual energy erupted like a volcano. A black long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. The long sword was about 5 feet long and 2 fingers wide. It was like a black poisonous snake, blooming with black light. Buzz. The black light condensed and formed a huge crescent sword light, slashing downward. The wind howled and spiritual energy surged. The black sword light made a harsh sound in the air as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. The surrounding mountains and boulders were also turned into ashes under the aftermath of the sword chi. In the blink of an eye, the black sword light had already arrived above Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face darkened. He snorted and the cold air on his body surged. It quickly condensed into a large blue fist in front of him and blasted upward. Bang! A low sound was heard. The sword chi surged and spread in all directions. The cold air was extremely piercing. The two terrifying forces surged and finally disappeared in the air at the same time. He can block it? Behind, Bai Sha was also surprised. No wonder he had been in the limelight recently. It seemed that he had some ability. Lin Xian's reputation had spread throughout the academy recently, so the twin demons of black and white had naturally heard of him. However, they didn't take it to heart. As far as they were concerned, the other party was merely a brat who had just entered the academy. Back then, when they were all powerful, the other party was nowhere to be found. However, from the looks of it now, the other party wasn't completely useless. Kid, you're more capable than I thought. He Sha put away his black longsword and said coldly, if you don't want to hand over the silver demon core, that's fine too. As long as you leave the Lone Star sword behind, we'll let you leave safely and won't take your demon cores. Hee, kid, the Lone Star sword is a waste in your hands. Only by handing it over to us can it flourish. With the Lone Star sword, we will definitely be able to kill Li Yunfei this time. He Sha's eyes were also burning with passion. If you want the Lone Star sword, we'll have to see if you have what it takes. Lin Xian's voice gradually turned cold. First, they wanted his demon core. Now, they wanted to snatch the Lone Star sword. Did they really think that he was a pushover? However, I think that even if you two have the Lone Star sword, you're still no match for Li Yunfei. Lin Xian sneered. Kid, what did you say? He Sha suddenly screamed. You're courting death. He Sha's face was gloomy and his voice was filled with murderous intent. Back then, when they had just entered the academy, they were also extremely ambitious. Together with the brother and sister, they could be said to be an invincible team. Very few people were their match. Chapter 938. Junior Brother Lin. Seeing this, Su Yu and the others were shocked and screamed because they saw that Lin Xian was completely shrouded by the black moon. They could not imagine the consequences of being hit by this attack. Murong Qingqing did not scream, but her face was solemn and there was even a trace of coldness in her eyes. A vague and terrifying aura was quickly condensing in her body, and it was about to erupt at any time. Haha. You're so weak. I really don't know where you got your reputation from. He Sha stood proudly with a black long sword in his hand. He looked down at the energy storm with disdain. Previously, he saw that the opponent was eloquent and thought that he was someone extraordinary. Now, it seemed that he could not even block his sword. What a joke. You're really weak. Your attack is trash. You can't even break my defense. I don't know where you black-white double demons got your reputation. The same disdainful voice sounded, but this voice came from the energy storm. What? That's impossible. He Sha was stunned and then exclaimed. He was familiar with this voice. It was Lin Xian's voice. Listening to his voice, it seemed that he was not hurt at all. But how could this be? He could not believe it. Junior Brother Lin. Su Yu and the others also exclaimed, and there was a touch of surprise in their eyes. Murong Qingqing, on the other hand, revealed a faint smile, and the horrifying energy inside her body also disappeared quietly. The next moment, in the black energy storm, a red light suddenly bloomed, like the sun, shining in all directions. Boom! A huge and majestic force rushed out from the center of the energy storm and quickly swept in all directions. With that force, the entire storm suddenly split open, and a huge red palm stretched out from the ground. It was extremely terrifying. The entire black energy storm was forcefully torn apart by this palm. The red palm was dozens of feet tall and bright red. It bloomed with a metallic light and countless rays of light hung down, wrapping Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. There was a touch of disdain in the corner of his mouth, and his cold eyes looked forward. What? I'm really fine. Seeing this, He Sha's pupils shrank. That's impossible. Beside him, the white fiend screamed. She knew how powerful that black moonlight was. Most likely, no third heaven venerables would be able to block it. However, the other party was a second-rank venerable realm cultivator. Not only had he blocked the attack, he hadn't even suffered a single injury. This was too shocking. She couldn't believe it. Su Yu and the others were even more shocked. The energy shockwave from the black sword chi was already too much for them to bear. One could only imagine what kind of attack Lin Xian had to endure. But now, Lin Xian was completely fine. Although it was hard to believe, they were overjoyed. Lin Xian being fine was the best news for them. Murong Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she believed in Lin Xian, the scene just now still made her heart skip a beat. Since you're done attacking, isn't it my turn now? Lin Xian said coldly. Then, his fingers moved quickly and formed a strange seal. Following his actions, the huge red palm above him also formed a seal quickly. In the next moment, a blazing power surged out from the huge red palm. Red light surged and quickly condensed. Countless flames danced and dyed the entire sky red. In the sea of fire, a clear voice was heard. Then, a fiery red figure flew out and covered the entire sky. Vermilion bird seal. Following Lin Xian's shout, a vermilion bird was born from the fire. It looked like a real divine beast. Block it. He Sha roared and an even more terrifying aura erupted from his body. He held his black sword tightly and quickly slashed out several sword chi. Bang, bang, bang. In the void, a terrifying collision sound was heard. Although the black sword chi was terrifying, it was shattered by the vermilion bird in an even fiercer manner. With every sword chi that was shattered, He Sha's face turned paler. In the end, his entire arm was trembling slightly. One could imagine how terrifying his opponent's strength was. However, before he could recover from the shock, the huge vermilion bird was already in front of him. It spread its wings that were hundreds of feet long and covered the sky. Soon, it completely enveloped He Sha. In an instant, He Sha's body trembled. He had suffered an unimaginable attack. Terrifying flames quickly enveloped him and burned him fiercely. In the sky, the huge fiery red fireball burned and covered the entire sky. Although the crowd could not see the scene inside, they knew that He Sha was suffering unimaginable pain from the screams that came from time to time. Seeing this scene, Su Yu and the rest were stunned and could not believe it. That was the powerful He Sha who was at the peak of the third heaven of the venerable realm. Yet, he could not defeat Lin Xian in one move. Those teams that were originally injured also widened their eyes at this moment. Their faces were filled with horror, and they even forgot about the pain on their bodies. They knew how powerful He Sha was. He had defeated 3 of their teams by himself. It could even be said that they had no power to resist in front of He Sha. But now, such a powerful martial artist actually could not beat Lin Xian. You're courting death. Split it open. Beside him, Bai Sha's face was gloomy. She shouted and a silver-white long sword appeared in her hand. It was also extremely slender. The sword light surged and turned into a white snake that quickly rushed into the sea of fire in the sky. At this moment, the sea of fire in the sky had already dimmed. Coupled with the attack of the sword, a crack was finally torn open. Soon, a figure appeared from the flames and landed on the ground below. Bang! He Sha landed heavily on the ground and smashed a terrifying deep pit. The tremor caused the ground to shake continuously. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. He Sha was even more charred. He climbed up from the deep pit with difficulty and looked at the young figure in the sky with shock in his eyes. Now, do you still dare to snatch the Lone Star Sword? Lin Xian stood in the air and said coldly. Seeing his expression, He Sha suddenly had a bad premonition. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He endured the pain on his body and retreated quickly. Sure enough, the ground where he was originally standing suddenly cracked open. Countless ice spikes pierced out from the ground like the spears of a demon god. Waves of icy aura bloomed and froze the entire ground. Brat, how dare you! Bai Sha shouted angrily when she saw this scene. The white scale sword in her hand bloomed with silver light again. Obviously, she was going to attack again. At this moment, a purple light flashed across the sky like purple thunder. A vast and terrifying aura instantly filled the entire sky. When the aura appeared, even Bai Sha's expression changed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and she quickly turned her head. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.